Hello friends, welcome. How's it going on this lovely day? A Monday morning here bright and early, a Sunday evening where you are most likely. Hopefully your weekend is going slash has gone well, and I appreciate you're here with me right at the very start. What is up? That's what we say. What is good? What is keeping you smiling or challenging you? Anything you want to say in chat, now is the time. You've been saving up stories. I've been saving up stories also, and I'll share those with you in just a moment. Today we had some Hearts of Iron one more time. Last week we finished up our India playthrough of Hearts of Iron, our delightful engagement with Gandhi finding peace in India by militarizing and possibly defeating Red China, which was a really fun bit of the playthrough. Definitely more Hearts of Iron today. We're going to be checking out Hearts of Iron Kaiserreich, a special full conversion mod that I've been encouraged to play over and over again since literally the very first time I mentioned playing Hearts of Iron. I said, Hearts of Iron is a game I'd like to learn, and people said, no, play Kaiserreich. Play Kaiserreich instead. And I said, okay, someday, yes, I will do so, but you know. Let's see how it goes. I know there's a lot of expectation here. It's going to be a harder game than the default, maybe, but I've been told it's just so much better. At some point, we'll talk about the betterness. We'll talk about what improves or what makes it worth our time. But yeah, for now, it's good seeing you, Jim. Jim is looking forward to the Wicked update. Absolutely. Yeah. I'm curious about other people's sense of Wicked also. I'll start real quickly by saying I enjoyed Wicket. Wicket. A show about, we actually went to a show about cricket, ended up being a show about pushing the ball through the wicket. No, Wicket all the way. More of that in just a moment. But hello, Putsaru, it's good seeing you. Hello, Grulion, Unnamed Comet, welcome back again. Hello, George. Hello, Rog. Hello, Wizards. What's up, Jim? What's up, Tarek? So many of you are people I recognize from, the place. So, thank you to my guildmate for coming and supporting me. Slivers, how's it going? Hello, Ellis Dole, Battle Tank, good seeing you. What is the first Kaiserreich tag I will choose? Is Hearts of Iron the only game where the nations you play as are called tags? I haven't heard that phrasing in other Paradox games. Now, maybe it's been mentioned, I've been ignorant of it. But it's just not clear to me why people say tags when I think of countries. Victoria also? Okay. And EU4. Yeah. Is that because the nation changes as time goes by? So the tag is the starting moment of the playthrough? In CK3, we just say, I don't know, starts, I guess? I'm not sure what's going on there, but interesting for sure. Tiger Burning, hello. Fuhart, welcome in. Good to see you, Spock Bomba. Hello, Marks. Hopefully things are good over there for you. Gary, welcome back. Jonopolis, hello, my friend. Shepard, what's good? Dirk, hello, Dirk. Rock Smasher, welcome. You finished Wander Stop the other day. How did it end up being? I know Wander Stop is that new game that is, what's it called? Made by the people who made Stanley Parable, a bit of a story. How is Wander Stop? Let me know. Brandito, good seeing you. You saw the alert and thought I got my hands on the new game coming out, Kaiserpunk. I do not have a copy of Kaiserpunk yet. I intend to play Kaiserpunk at some point. It's coming out on the 21st, 22nd maybe? In the exact same period, I have some sponsored streams to play of Hollywood Animal. And so I do want to play Kaiserpunk. I've been looking forward to it for, I don't know, a year or more when someone first told me about it. But yeah, it'll be a little bit away, possibly. Too many games, but soon enough, definitely Kaiserpunk. Kaiserreich, Kaiserpunk. I got them confused for a very long time indeed. Klaus, good seeing you. You loved Wicked. Awesome. Gary, you saw backstage Wicked stuff. Very cool. I haven't seen much backstage of either the stage show or of the movie, but I love learning how movies and shows are put together in general. So much ingenuity. Definitely in the... what was it? The credits last night, there was like a page and a half of carpenters, which are, I assume is a general term for people who put together the scenery. And I gotta say, for Wicked, and then more in a moment, for Wicked, the scenery is amazing and beautiful and colorful. And I've been told it's a hallmark of John Chu films. His name, John Chu, the director, in which like there's a scene in Crazy Rich Asians. You go to Singapore, and it's big and colorful, etc. I've never seen that movie, but yeah, if you want to see the pretty colors, definitely a show for you all the way. What's up today, Dr. Possible? Good scenes today for sure. Arc. Hello, Cheats Day 9, and everybody else. HPG, almost missed you. Hello, HPG. It's good to see you also. So many nice people here on the weekend evening stream, and thank you for being here for sure. All right. In Ray Wicked, I think it's the first big thing to mention. I would like to tell you a story of racism first. Here it comes. So went to the theater yesterday. Great fun. It is a very, very busy theater, and the Wicked showing was very popular, and at the same time as Wicked were a couple other shows. Now, because Tokyo, there are, I don't know, hundreds of people constantly waiting for any entrance gate, and they staggered out pretty well. So each showing gets like 5 minutes of exclusive access to go into the theater, to get their tickets checked and so on. But there were so many people that yesterday they opened up a spare line of ticket checking. So usually there's the left side and the right side, and then yesterday the right side added one more like little scanner off to the side, which I think was run by the manager. And so people split up into these 3 lines. But the one with the manager had fewer people in it than otherwise. But Noms loves rushing through lines, of course, and so we immediately went to that line. And there were, I don't know, 10 people in front of us, and they were all going through one after another and beeping their little card, and on they go into the theater, beep their card on the theater. The I don't know, 12th person in line, me, scans his little thing on the QR code on his phone. He walks through, and immediately the Japanese man who's running register number 2 turns to me and says, "Stop!" And whoa, like very, very, very non-customer friendly Japanese, like, aggressive even. And I went, and he gestured my phone and said, "Get in my line." And Noms turned to him and said, "Hey, what's up? What's going on?" And he said, "That man was not scanned." But of course I was. I went through the same line as those 11 Japanese-looking people in front of me. I followed my wife directly through. I was the one holding our popcorn and such. And I can't think of any reason why I would have been called out of the line other than the way I look. And that felt really, really, really bad. So, like, obviously not a big thing. Obviously not something that is, like, ends the joy of being here or ends... really anything else, but it just didn't feel good. Racial profiling, yeah, I don't know. My guess is that they've had people who look like me not understand the rules. There's often an assumption that people who don't look Japanese don't quite understand what they're doing. If I'd made it clearer that I had my Japanese minder with me, we were holding hands, maybe fine. But it was just a weird moment. I did everything the exact same way as the 12 or 13 people in front of me, and not good. He gave a very quick and kind of like dismissive apology word, which was strange. Now, he's younger, probably 21, 22 by my lights, but usually people of that age are much better at the formality of the situation because they're just starting out in work. But who knows? But there you go. In the future, when people say, "Resorty, how's Japan?" I'll say, "Terribly racist." No, that's not true. That's how it goes. You wonder if it's due to the IRL streamer controversy in Japan? I didn't have a GoPro with me. I didn't have a selfie stick. I was man wearing cardigan holding his popcorn. I was in no measure presenting as a streamer. I mean, I do of course go out wearing a t-shirt that says, "Come watch me at Resorty," twitch.tv/Resorty. I mean, obviously, always got to be hustling and pushing the marketing. But no, I was just a random guy, so I don't know. People might stick in their cameras. Oh, that's fine, but why me? Right? If you want to stop each and every person, I don't think I look like a streamer anyway. I think if someone said like, "Hey, Resorty, or if I said something like, "What do you think I do for work?" I never get streamer, obviously, but it's okay. I refuse to accept the justification of this moment. It was bad. The end. That's how it goes. Dogs, good seeing you. How's it going? Glad that Wrexham won. I am also glad that Wrexham won. Yeah, we had a match on Saturday night at midnight. Unfortunately, they had a fan in the crowd fall ill, a Wrexham fan who had traveled down to watch the match at Wickham. And it was an interesting moment because usually in America, when it comes to professional outings, whether sports or stage shows, the show must go on. The show must go on all the way through. But in the 70th minute, 75th moment, a person apparently had a medical incident. They collapsed quite suddenly. And all of the fans down that end, or a large number of them, started calling out, "Medic, medic, medic." And, then the home fans joined in the same thing, trying to get attention to this person at once. And the medics came over and started helping them, and the match stopped. Right, the match stopped at that point. After about 5 minutes of establishing the person was not well at all, the referee actually halted the match and took all the players off the field. And there was a delay of 35 or 40 minutes before the players finally got back to playing again. And it's hard for me to imagine that being done in the U.S. Now, maybe it would be. I know in cases where a baseball player hits a ball directly into the crowd and it hits someone's head, they do pause the game a little bit. So, they try very hard to make sure the person is not in terrible condition because the player feels so bad about it. But I don't think I've ever seen a match stop in such a full way because someone needs care. With the teammates who saw them, they didn't have the camera on the person. Initially, it was like local paramedics or EMTs, possibly, from what it looked like. Had coats on instead of the team medics who often wear branded shirts. So yeah, I don't know. But after that, there was so much commentary about moments like this put in comparison the unimportance of football. But of course, among all the unimportant things, football is number one. And the person is fine. I should say that the person is now stable in hospital. I don't know what happened by any means, but I read a number of posts by people who had been at the match and talk about how upsetting it is to see another person in such distress. And it felt very strange to go back to cheering just after because they still had 15, 18 minutes to go in the match. And the match had been halted at a moment when Wickham had a corner kick on Wrexham. And so the very first moment of let's get back to playing was an incredibly dramatic moment in which Wickham nearly scored. And I can't imagine being at that kind of energy immediately. Now, of course, it's the case that stage actors have to get into persona, or when I push the go live button, I've got to get hyped up for the initial hello. But yeah, and then a little bit later, Wrexham scored, and the players scored, went over to the fans, which is often done, and did his big cheer, but also he stepped into the crowd and hugged them and had a face-on-face interaction with them, and physically face-on-face interaction in a way it's not normally done for non-championships moments. So I think it was a moment of, one of you is not well, here, this is for you. And I often think about the energy that goes back and forth between, streamer and viewer, and then also between player and viewer or fan, etc. There's an energy that goes back and forth, and though it's of course possible to say the performance should be independent of the crowd, and if the crowd's booing you, so what? Keep doing your best. It's interesting to see how that dynamic works out. Oh, HPG, thank you for the reminder. Oh boy. So I believe we may have a new community game. As some of you know, I play various games off stream with people. Occasionally I play games and talk to you all about them. But I think we have a new community game. So about 10 or so of us were watching the Wrexham match together. And over the course of commentary, the local commentator for Wrexham is this local high school teacher, now retired, and he's been doing the radio commentary for decades and decades. So he's like very fun and erudite and interesting, and occasionally he slips in what the other color commentator calls the big words. The commentator asks for like definitions, and so at one point they had a conversation with the word phalanx. Right, Wrexham is charging forward as a phalanx. Right, this sort of formation of soldiers going forward. And so there's discussion about what that word means. Is it, Roman or Greek or Phoenician? No one on the broadcast quite knew, etc. And then during a long break, when the person was getting their medical attention, the commentator tried to fill air as much as he could, having absolutely nothing to comment about, just talked about this and that, and then, okay, I'm going to read some viewer comments. If you want to send me a question or a comment, please do so. And then, after certain points, Hit People Guy sent a tweet or Blue Sky message or whatever, probably Blue Sky. And so over the international Wrexham broadcast, which has, I don't know, tens of thousands of viewers at least, Mark Griffith, the commentator, reads out a message here from Hit People Guy, who says, "I'm enjoying watching the show tonight. Phalanx for the memories." Phalanx, thanks, phalanx. And Mark Griffiths go, ha 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 ha, because apparently his sense of humor is the same as this channel's sense of humor. So I think the new game for our community is during Wrexham matches, getting Mark Griffiths to read on the international broadcast one of our jokes. And so far HPG has 1 point, and very well done on that one. Now it is the case, I think you made that joke in Discord chat, and I said, oh, send it in, he will read that aloud. Because of course during the match he gets hundreds of, hey, it's good talking to you, and hey, message from someone over in Phoenix, Arizona, hey, how's it going? He doesn't read them all, of course, but if they're sufficient quality, he does include them. Which, well done, HVG, you're a hero. We're all very impressed. And thus far, I've actually never sent anything in because, I don't know. Nothing seems worthy of sending it in, but good job, HPG, and more of that if you please. It'd be very, very good. All right, what else do I have for you today? The Wicked review in a moment. Here's the thing. We did buy something new for Fritz to try. Hello, Wayne, good seeing you. How's it going? Something new for Fritz to try. Many of you know that Cat Fritz, picture here, oh gosh, 1 second. Picture here, well, that's not it either, oh boy. There we go, look at Cat Fritz, behold the cat. Behold the cat. My favorite cat currently, a really good boy who is the stream's mascot in some way. Though I suppose that I'm the mascot. That's weird. Mascot of the stream, little Mr. Fritz there. So one thing about Mr. Fritz is he has an upper respiratory issue. Some portion of his nose portions, I think, is misshaped, such that when he breathes in through his nose, it kind of whistles a little bit, and his purr is very, very awkward sounding, etc. And I think partially because of this, maybe, this is now folk medicine, partially because of this, he has no reaction at all to catnip. Like, he will go and look at it because it's new and different. He will push it around some, but he doesn't do any of the ooh, I'm a crazy kitty cat, I am now cat high on my catnip. Absolutely ignores it. Now again, I know some portion of cats are just immune to the effects, so he may be one of those anyway. Hey, Slivers, thank you for the incredibly large Fritz picture in chat. He is indeed a very, very big boy. But yeah, over the weekend, Nam went and bought some food for him, and while there, looked through the toys and other cat treats, and found this stuff that some of you might know about already. And can't remember what it's called. Let's see here. Is it Silver something? Cat treat Silver Vine. Silver Vine, yeah. So it sticks. It is literally sticks that you give to the cat. And yeah, the images are kitty cats having a good time and picking it up and chewing it like a Slim Jim beef jerky. I had never heard of these previously. Do you all know them? Have you tried them at some point? Had they worked for your cats? Because we got them. And the end of the story, of course, is the normal disappointment, right? We got so excited. Apparently a smaller portion of cats are immune to the effects of this than catnip. So Mr. Fritz will love it. And so he opened the package and it made the normal, like, cat package crinkling. And he came over expecting treats. And then we took out a piece of wood and set it on the floor. And he bit it once because he thought it was a treat. It was not. He pushed it around a little bit because it's a new toy. And then he walked away. And so it's been added to the pile of toys that he will play with infrequently. This one he enjoys playing with by like pushing it a little bit and watching it roll, which fine, he's enjoying it, but yeah, he has genuinely no reaction to it different than he would have at any other stick, I suspect. So the moral of the story is I should probably just go find him toys on the ground outside. I think he'd be very excited to see a leaf, perhaps, but it's too bad. I could try cat grass. So Fritz does like cat grass, right? This kind of, I don't know what it is, but it is grass that cats eat. There it is, edible grasses. He likes them just fine. He doesn't go crazy for them, but he does bound on over and have a bite or two, and that's a lovely thing. It's a nice treat for him, but I don't think he'll have the experience of pure pleasure that comes from the cat grass, or it comes from the catnip or silver vine. Maybe there's something else. There's some other like secret inclusion we could get for him. Maybe literally cocaine is the thing to do. Oh no, who knows? Who knows? Oh boy, here we go. Anytime I see viewer Klaus put a large message into chat all at once, I know what we're getting instantaneously. Here we go. I found out recently that bed size are based on members of a royal family in a castle. The king sleeps on the king-side mattress, the queen sleeps on a queen-size mattress, and prince and princesses sleep on air mattresses. I said hair, I'm sorry. Air mattresses. I thought the joke would be based on a mispronunciation. Get air. Okay. Thank you, Klaus. You're a human. I appreciate you, but you should send that one to Mark Griffiths at once. Very good. Team, I just got a text message. I normally do not read text messages aloud on stream because they're usually about Resorty, please do the laundry, etc. Here we go, from Noms. Today's candidate for the communications position, we're hiring a new professor, wrote his dissertation on Twitch streamers and the negotiation of professionalism. Twitch streaming and the negotiation of professionalism. He's written many other articles on Twitch streaming, Twitch community building, and what Twitch is in the culture. Here's the next part. I believe that he is the current front runner going into the final round. There you go, team. There you go, team. We'll see how this thing goes. I'll mention that recently we had another hire in computer science, and that person, you might recall, listed a hobby of board games. And then when he was invited to talk about what board games he likes to play, he said, "Oh, I don't." So these little figurines, and they like on a board. So it's called Warhammer, and it's really and he was very awkward talking about Warhammer. But friends, I believe we may be making interesting professor hires pretty soon. One a Warhammer person and one a Twitch person. Now, we don't dare say these will become friends, because who knows who they are, but what an interesting addition to the world of Resorty. My stream will soon level up. I don't know what it is to level up one stream. There was a fascinating Twitch post on the subreddit over the weekend, in which someone who is about the same stream size we are posted, over the past year, I have made $200,000 on Twitch. I was like, oh my god. And so it led to a very long and interesting conversation. I didn't get involved, about like professionalism and monetizing one's stream and best practices for whatever else. And man, the thinking about like streaming as a business is so hard for me. But yeah, maybe I need the professionalism guy on the stream to help me present myself as a professional, whatever that means exactly. But it's how it goes. Professional Twitcher made Resorty as the one becoming an intern. Maybe so. Maybe I need to talk with this guy and have him become Resorty, and I will. I don't know. I will hang out and learn from the master. Not said, those who study things occasionally can't do them well, or occasionally people who, people who understand an idea and can teach it, don't present it. Like the person who talks about acting maybe is not a great actor themselves, etc. Infinite Drek is good seeing you. A good day returning chat on this great day is the 10th anniversary of my financial commitment to the channel. Drek, thank you for the tier 3 sub. That's amazing. It's so kind of you. And 10 months is a lot of months. Do you remember what game you joined us during? I always found this like fascinating. At some point someone decided to join the channel from some game and they're here still, and that's so darn cool of you. But Drek, good seeing you for sure. There's already Cinematic Universe, needs some spin-offs. Yeah, Resorty Avengers Assemble, absolutely. We'll see though. If it's the case that the Warhammer professor, wants to teach me the actual board game, I wouldn't necessarily mind that, and I wouldn't mind streaming it. We'll see how it goes. I don't know if I need to like buy and paint my own army first, and then people will come in and say, Resorty, why are you playing dwarves? Dwarves bad. Play Chaos Force instead, but. And maybe if the professional Twitch streamer professor is interesting, come on stream, we can interview him and talk about his research. And we got things coming up for y'all. Special events and so on could be good. Warhammer expensive hobby? Yes. Thus far, I've managed to avoid buying any, and everything I was sent recently in the Warhammer box last year has been given away. So there's absolutely no chance of me having any additional Warhammer addiction developing. Don't you worry, I find other addictions on my own, that's how it goes. Most hobbies are expensive, including video games. I don't know. I think it's the case that like if you're able to enjoy one game, right? You find one game you really enjoy, a Paradox game for example, you can have thousands of hours of fun in just one game. I think the video game hobby gets expensive only if one says, any game that catches my attention, I will go and buy immediately. What are some other like inexpensive hobbies? I think that if you like reading, for example, and you're willing to check out books from the libraries instead of buying them, like I think that's a case where that's good. It's good. The problem with Paradox is all the DLCs. But again, you can say, I don't want the DLCs. Right? I'm perfectly fine playing the base game. Walking, very good. Other than the shoe leather, walking is definitely a hobby that does not require a lot of money. Back during the pandemic, when I think work was harder to find, my father made it a mission of walking to and through every single city park in his city. And of course, they're the big and well-known ones, but also some like very tiny parks that were set up for neighborhoods or natural parks, what do they call them? Like small forest areas were designated as a park. And so he walked around the city and learned his city. I think there's a movement that sprung up maybe 10 years ago now called Bike Your City or Bike Every Street or something like that, where people who live in larger towns say, okay, I want to better understand the place I live. And so they attempt to walk down, bicycle down every single street in the place and get a sense and feel of the different neighborhoods and vibes. Because people who live in large cities often stay in like their exact same path they go anywhere else. And I think that's a lovely thing indeed. Solnit wrote a good book called Wanderlust: A History of Walking. Absolutely direct. Solnit's books are so good. She has a really lovely book about the way in which communities and care develop in times of crisis. You know, if things are bad for you, and they might be you might be able to draw other people in. So like the easy example, of course, is, you know, if someone in your family dies, often other people say, oh, let me make food for you so you don't have to worry about that kind of thing, or is sick or otherwise. But her examples are more like, hey, assume it's a tornado, right? Our standard individualist example would say, terrible tornado, each person takes care of themselves and like, defends their property and so on. But no, more often than not, you see communities coming together and neighbors caring for another, and one part of a city helping another part. And yeah, I mean, her question then is, you know, how do we take these disaster responses, community building, and recognize that, you know, given the frailty of the world and the vulnerability of all of us all the time, you know, how can we recognize our need for one another? And it's part of a number of books I like that make similar points about we got to get over the pure individualism to have better lives for everyone. But yeah, Solon's quite good. As far as walking, though, I think Wanderlust discusses this. You know, the philosopher Henry David Thoreau has a number of little pieces on what he calls sauntering, right? Not walking somewhere with an intention. I will now go to the store, walk, 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 but instead walking for curiosity, openness, a willingness to discover, both the means of thinking, in his case, a means of connecting more what's around you. You know, his favorite sauntering is just through natural areas, like a mosey, exactly, moseying, sauntering, this kind of thing. And of course, like the big thing to say is having interesting, non-purposive walks requires one to have time to do it and have an area to do it, right? When I talk to my students about walking, they'll say like, oh yeah, I walked to the train station, I walked to school, and trying to get them to have this sense of walking with no purpose. They'll often say, why? You know, Tokyo is all just buildings. On one hand, you could say, okay, like all the buildings are different people live in these places, you can get vibes and find new stuff and be curious. But I think, and what Thoreau is pointing to is trying to find connections with the natural world, with places that are wild in some way, to remind the individual about what it is to have a kind of wild spirit towards the world. And for my students, there's just no such thing. You know, Tokyo is so very concrete, and then manicured gardens and parks, that if one wants to see the untrammeled, well, there's less and less of that everywhere, and there's less and less of the wildness in our world. But I think thinking about walking as a really basic human activity is worth doing. I think, you know, probably it's worth attending to anything we do all the time. The thinker and monk Thich Nhat Hanh has, you know, books on eating and books on breathing, right? The mindfulness that one can take towards even really basic human endeavors that might make one's life a little bit more fulfilling, more attentive, more caring and careful all at once. And yeah, I love that. I love the idea of thinking hard about anything, but especially when it's for a goal of living a better life. I think it's super important, right? The content of life is probably our most important duty. What do we do with ourselves, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Also, your father used to call, or grandfather used to call that walking without aim, but with purpose. Oh, I like that. I like that distinction there. So you don't quite know where you're going, but there's a reason why you're out there at all. That's nice. That's nice. For you, thinking about simple things help you anchor to the present. Oh yeah, I know a strategy for people who are anxious, and not saying you are, but a strategy for people who are anxious to say, okay, what is the thing that I am doing right now? What are the things that I see right now? Here I am, and the attempt to return oneself to the present moment, in which the anxious or the source of the anxiety is perhaps not with you at that time. Now, this is harder, of course, in places where one's more anxious, but, you know, a few years back, we went to an incredibly busy Christmas mall here in Tokyo, in which it felt like it was, you know, shoulder to shoulder with everyone, and I could not figure out where I should be standing, and I was just in the way, and it headed in the direction of panic attack. Like, oh, this does not feel great. This is pretty bad. But I found myself being able to look over and say, On that tree, there are 1, 2, 3, and started counting all the different ornaments. And over in that direction, that sign is in Japanese, right? So pointing out things that were not immediately a source of anxiety, all these other people, helped me a lot. So yeah, I think focusing on very simple stuff like how fast am I breathing right now? Could I breathe instead to the beats per minute of my favorite song? Who knows all the way. So that's how it goes. Maharu, good seeing you. Mark Twain's critique of golf, it's a good walk spoiled. I've never played golf other than at the driving range. I know some people really enjoy it, really enjoy the camaraderie and community and improving at it, but it's a sport that for me, I don't understand, number one. It uses a lot of water, number two, and that's perhaps not great. Aaron Mithrin, it's good seeing you. How's it going today? You trudge to work, you don't walk to work. Fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. It's a matter of intention, whether it's trudgery and drudgery and all the rest, I assume. But good seeing you, Aaron Mithrin. Friends, Aaron Mithrin's having a little rough time right now. If you want to send like a positive word, like, I don't know. I don't want to say like a heart, but I don't know. You can put the word hi, H-I. Any H-I in the next minute is for Aaron Mithrin, encouraging better mood and knowing you got people hanging out with you today. Absolutely. H-I in chat if you would. There you go. Look at me farming engagements. There you go. Golf courses are good wilderness spoiled. I mean, obviously golf courses require a lot of space, unless you're doing mini golf. And I always wonder, like, okay, what could that space be used for? A lot of the time it just sits there not being used at all, looking beautiful, but for what person? Etc., etc. Yeah, I don't know. It's the case that I just don't understand it, and yeah, especially in areas that talk about water crises, and water is very expensive, and oh no, the farmers, and oh no, the drinking water. It just feels like, oh, what are these habits that is foreign to me at the very, very least? All right. Yeah, Wicked. I guess that's the big topic I've not talked about so far. We saw Wicked, the movie, yesterday, and a top line, headline, we really enjoyed it. It was exactly what we wanted going into it. We said that we would have an attitude of whimsy and curiosity and interest, and a desire to just be entertained and not be critical for a little while, and it was exactly that. So if you're someone who likes the feelings I just described, 2 thumbs up. Now, it's been out for a while. And it's been well regarded, but we hadn't had a chance because it only released in Japan recently, and they do have both the subtitled and dubbed version of the film in theaters. And while it's been really interesting to hear the Japanese take on a musical that we know pretty well, we went ahead and did the subtitle instead, so that we could enjoy the original English singing. And it's obviously, if you've seen the Wizard of Oz show, you know the characters involved, right? You know the figures that are being discussed, the good witch and the evil witch and Dorothy, etc. And it's a different perspective on that. It's based on a book that came out perhaps in many of our childhoods, a book about the true story of the Wizard of Oz from the perspective of the Wicked Witch of the West. But the singing is great, and the visuals are stunning. Blue Link, thank you for the ongoing Prime subscription. 31 months, a prime number. Like the prime sub you used to get this far at Resort University. This and more basic math can be learned at RisU. I want to say directly, if you ask me, is 31 a prime number? I would have to stop and think about it. Like, stop and give it a real thought. I wouldn't be quite sure, but sure. 31 a prime number, boom. Silent Crucifixion, thank you for the subscription also. Glad you're enjoying hanging out with us for 62 months. That's a tremendous number, and thank you so much. Yeah, as far as like the visuals of Wicked, apparently they planted, was it 9 million? It may have been 9 million tulips in order to have a particular scene of bigness and beauty and all the rest. And man, it was just that. All these vibrant colors. Now, of course, the big transition from the stage to the movie is you have so much more space. so much more space than in the constrained scene setting of a stage show. So, yeah, this I don't tell too much if you have not seen it yet, but yeah, this show, which is in some measure based on smallness and largeness and the feeling of where one fits in the world, will one be like on the sidelines or part of the main show, etc. It does such a great presentation of that. So the singing is great, the music's great. It's Stephen Schwartz through and through, and I just very, very happy with it. So yeah, 2 thumbs up from Resorti and Noms all the way. The great Pittsburgher Jeff Goldblum plays a truly great wizard in Wicked. So I didn't know he's a Pittsburgher. Of course, all things come from Pittsburgh. Also on Saturday, our variety game of the week is called The Root Trees Are Dead. If you didn't see it, it's an amazing game. It is like archival research the game, set in 1998. So when you connect to the internet, you hear the 56K baud, terrible screeching noises. It is so good. But the opening of the game is "Today in Pittsburgh, ... Pittsburgh is the centerpiece of the stream, and I don't know why, but absolutely. Now, one other thing about the Wicked thing, I should say about Jeff Goldblum, I actually don't think he's a successful wizard character. Because Jeff Goldblum is playing Jeff Goldblum as always. And if you know Wicked, there's an interesting turn that happens with respect to the wizard. And I think that Goldblum is able to do the first half of the turn very effectively by playing his normal kind of bumbling self. But then when the turn happens, I don't think he has the right personality or energy to pull off the other side. I'll discuss this on stream. I don't want to spoil things for those who don't know the show, but yeah. The one thing we'll say is yesterday, perhaps as normal, Noms was furious, fuming, displeased through and through, because Japanese movie theaters and Japanese people often have a really particular way of operating, which is, they have a time when you're supposed to get there. That time is 10 minutes before the show starts. People come in, people sit down, the lights go down, everyone falls silent, and no one else comes in. Now, for some reason, and I want to say because it was an American movie in English, there were so many people coming in after the start of the show, so many people talking during the show, and they were all talking in English, and the majority of people who came in late looked like me. Not given a good reputation to folks like old Resorti here in Japan. And Namda's great frustration here was there was a pair of women who came in about 5 minutes after the show started, and they were carrying large shopping bags. I think they had been on a shopping spree in the area before they came to the show. And as they tried to get into the road just behind us, they were like, oof, ah, oof, ah, with their bags and knocked into her head. And she didn't like that at all. And I want to have great sympathy. Right? I want great sympathy for people who miss a train maybe, or who are carrying a lot of things. But it was very unpleasant. Now, I respond to this with, okay, they're sitting down now, this is fine. But Noms was fuming until the next big song. And I reached over and gave her the "it's okay, sweetie." But we just respond to the world in very different ways. And yeah, I think many Japanese movie theaters will say you may not come in after the start of the movie. We will not sell you tickets at that point even. But I think with more foreigner-facing films, they might release that a little bit, unfortunately. So, I don't know. And then, of course, the other portion of it. In Japan, the credits are seen as part of the movie. And why is that? Because the lights are still down, and the music is someone's creation. And so the standard thing in Japan is you just stay in your seat quietly and think about the film as the credits are rolling. You enjoy the music, etc. And then only when it's over and they've had this was a production of these cities with these grants and it's made with this kind of film, Only after that, when the lights come up, do you begin talking and moving. And I really like it. I really like the moment for reflection on what I've just seen, what I've just been through, before, oh gosh, the hurry out of here, and where's my bag, and my popcorn, right, this sort of thing. But yesterday, unfortunately, the moment the credits started, a large number of people were making noise and getting around and leaving and so on. So that's unfortunate. Do Japanese cinemas have copious amounts of ads? No. So, yeah, standardly there are trailers and ads that will run before the lights go down. So while people are finding their seats, there'll be that kind of thing, but they're usually, for like local businesses and so on, as opposed to like loud craziness. And then the lights go down, and there's usually 2 trailers for future movies, and then one small ad that says, please be quiet, please don't rustle things, please don't kick people. There seems to be a real problem with people kicking the seats in front of them, and yeah. Whichever way, it's that, and then right to the movies. It's so much less than in the U.S. certainly, and probably in Europe as well. What do the Japanese people do if they need to go to the bathroom? I assume you just get up and go, but you feel very ashamed while doing so. I don't know. In a normal screening, I've never seen someone leave during the show. There are no things like free refills in the theaters I've been to. The expectation is you stay and watch. But sure, of course, if someone has to use the restroom, out they go. And so, again, I assume that people have to leave are just those who do leave. They have a good reason for doing so. But probably the case they just want to get on with their lives, and that's okay too. Is there a seat kicking epidemic in theaters? So I don't know what it actually is, but in the U.S. I've never seen the pre-show ads or pre-show notices that include "and do not kick the seat in front of you." So for whatever reason they include it. Also, they always include like the "please don't videotape this thing." And I've shown before the ad that is always used. It's a person, like a human person, actor who's wearing a handheld camcorder as their head, like a giant mascot head, and like, haha, I'm recording things. And then there's a sound of a police siren, and the camera cuts over to 4 or 5 police officers whose heads are sirens, or the siren's the noise, isn't it? The klaxon instead. They like take a judo stance and start chasing after the man. And only at the very end, do the police who have red lights on their head capture the video cameraman. It's all very exciting, all the way through. How it goes. You have the please turn off your phone to silent PSAs. Oh yeah, I think it's part of the same sort of thing. No phone, no noise, that sort of thing. Presumably they know their judo well. It's true. It's democracy manifest in the police force. It's awkward for you because you saw the first Star Wars from a bootleg in-theater recording. I don't want to debate the morality of copying things in theater at this moment. That's sad. The habit of more and more places of people watching a show or otherwise by using their camera to record, in which you see a large portion of people who are trying to make the memories to share with other people, which is a beautiful and kind thing, I suppose, but in the process, I think not fully engaging, and also possibly distracting other people in the process. Apparently Jason Isbell, the delightful folk artist, who has a really beautiful song called Flying Over Water. So good. Actually, a very good song called Vampires. He has a lot of good songs. Isbell's so good. It's part of Nickel Creek, I believe. Is that what it's called? Possibly. Anyway, during a recent concert, he was frustrated enough with this kind of behavior, recording the whole time, that he shouted out, "Siri, stop recording." and it was partially a joke, but apparently it started working also. It turned off some people's recordings. But yeah, I think it's a less than complete way of engaging. Why does one go to a live show only to record? Like I said, part of it is desire to share, I think, right? To show where they were, to show the experience, hopefully not just for showing off, but also, hey, this is what I got to see. Do you like this also? That sort of thing, possibly. You saw Godzilla Minus One in Tokyo. That's a really good movie. With an American colleague, he recorded portions of the film on his phone. Oh no. Oh no. I've never been with someone who's done that. I have been with other people who, I've been with other people who, will talk during the intro, we'll talk, and something exciting happens. I was with someone one time who sang along with a movie in a non-sing-along presentation. In all these cases, I don't know what to do, and so I kind of look over, oh, I'm surprised you're doing this. Maybe you should recognize that people can hear you. But I don't never say anything because I'm not a parent, of course. You take pictures because you want memories to help you remember. Tonto, I get that, and I think taking a single photo, fine, cool, whatever. It's the persistent recording, I believe. There was some picture, and maybe I could find it if I looked, some picture from a concert in which over the crowd, there were just tons of people with iPads just holding the iPad up to record all the way through. And so instead of the people behind them being able to take a straight line shot and see the performance, they instead saw the performance through someone else's iPad screen. And that is distressing. So I'm not going to go into the big questions of engagement and being present and all the rest, but you can probably fill in the blanks on what I feel about this one, how it goes. Patty the Pone called someone out over recording the audience from on the stage. Yeah, I know there's been more and more moments and willingness to call out audience members of bad behavior or responding in unexpected ways and problematic ways, maybe, right? There was I don't know. Do I want to talk about this? Sure. So there's currently a staging of Cabaret. The Fosse musical. Is it Fosse? Maybe not. Anyway, the Cabaret, the show about a German cabaret back in the 1920s. It's a very seductive kind of show, and a show that is a little saucy and fun. I really have a good time. And then let me stop briefly. If you don't want to hear about it, plug your ears, whatever. But Cabaret has a big turn, right? Cabaret in the first act is, ooh, we're all enjoying ourselves in this time of pure decadence. We're all rich. We're all having sensuality. It's bacchanalia through and through. And then there's this hard turn in which it's Germany in the 1920s, did you forget? And suddenly it becomes a film about anti-Semitism, a show about anti-Semitism, a show about the rise of the Nazis, all of these things, right? It is quite something. And so part of the big turn is the MC, the narrator character who's, because of Alan Cummings' presentation, big and vibrant and sexualized and so on, suddenly making a reference to a person he loves being a Jewish person in a really awkward kind of way, that's meant to make the audience say, oh God, I'm complicit. But instead, in the recent showing, apparently parts of the audience have been laughing at this reveal moment as if it's a funny joke, as if the cruelty is warranted. And there's been comments from the stage about this is not a funny moment, right? Think of why you're laughing, this kind of thing. And these are not part of the script, right? These are absolute ad-libs, though now it's been happening often enough, it's not clear to it. It is the gorilla joke. Exactly, Razor. It's the gorilla joke, which was actually censored in one of the early presentations, because it was seen as too offensive, possibly. And yeah, it gets me thinking about, the majority of the people in the theater are having the right reaction, namely the moment of, oh no, the moment of what have I been feeling? What have I been laughing at? This sort of thing. And so, is it appropriate, right, correct for the players on stage to, in some measure, stop the show, force the show into a different kind of interaction because of the behavior of a few people in a moment that, while it's meant to be one kind of emotion, it's intended to bring one kind of reaction, has failed for those people, and you could just move on. But I think it raises lots of questions about, should singers stop shows because of the behavior of some people? Now, of course, if it's someone's having a medical issue, hey, doctors, come help. If it's someone getting into a fight, oh no, please stop that. But if instead it's giving the wrong emotional reaction, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I think we should call out bad behavior, but do we call it bad behavior when it's possibly a genuine reaction, or a reaction that happens to a misplaced joke? Something like that. I'm not sure. I'm really not sure about that one. Gildred, you saw your son as MC in Cabaret? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, no matter how progressive and generous and affirming of a parent you can be, that is a role. That is a role to see your kid in. I think Hedwig would be like similarly challenging, I suspect, but cool of you to be supportive of your child for sure. Same thing happened with Starship Troopers, right? The issue is people don't catch an ironic or sarcastic vibe and instead go all in on it, right? When I was watching Starship Troopers as a 14-year-old, 12-year-old, I wasn't intellectually developed enough, right? Intellectually developed enough to be able to understand that the glorification of the militarized state was meant as a critique. I thought that their armor looked cool also. I thought it was just we go ahead and shoot the bad guys. Now, possibly I missed some important material. Possibly I missed some things that just weren't clear enough to me, or maybe I was an idiot. I'm not sure. But having seen the movie more recently, I have this feeling, oh, how did I miss that? How would any adult person miss that Starship Troopers is so clearly a satire meant to point up the way in which militarization and hyper patriotism or nationalism leads to really unfortunate consequences, and people feel wonderful marching along, but oh no, oh no. So yeah, I don't know. I think obviously in any context, attitudes other than earnestness and straight ahead are very challenging to deal with. I know when I'm sarcastic on stream, occasionally viewers take it very seriously. And then I always say, okay, was I not clear enough in my sarcasm markers? I think obviously sarcasm doesn't work in text, but I think it works in verbal communication. Oh no, oh no. And so then when one goes in the direction of presenting these ideas in kind of subtle ways for a large audience, is it reasonable to expect that some portion of the audience won't catch what's happening and take the satire to be authentic, take it to be a joke? And I mean, this is a very big question about what's the relationship between the artist and the viewer, what's the relationship between satire and the authentic presentation. There's a lot going there for sure. You understand not recognizing the satire of Star Trek at 14. Yeah, as a 14-year-old, I was just 14. I think that's what it is. Had I heard of the Nazis at age 14? I mean, right. As an American youngster at age 14, my sense of international history was, once upon a time, there were bad guys. And what made them bad guys? I don't know. They were not Christians. They were, people who lived in places in uncivilized ways. Or they were Nazis, right? Bad guys, good guys, very, very simplistic morality at that point. And so, what was my understanding of World War II? There were bad guys, and the American heroes saved us, right? So there was no deeper conception of anything historically. And that makes me, sad, obviously, but I don't know how much subtle thinking the average 14-year-old could do. And so when I saw Star Trek Troopers, I probably fell back into that sort of standard moral stance of there are good guys and they're the people we see who are humans, and there are bad guys and they are the aliens who look ugly. But again, 14-year-old people should not be trusted to make like interesting critique of anything, right? They're kind of just like floating along, figuring stuff out, and that's how it goes for sure. Have you listened to a podcast about mob involvement in World War II? Absolutely not. That sounds. I don't even know what to say. These are two domains of knowledge that I didn't even think about. They're overlapping. But of course, it's the case that the mafia were operative there in a way they are not today, and so I wouldn't be surprised they got involved in some sense, for sure, for sure, for sure. Yeah, a big part of learning about World War II in Canada, learning about how Canada turned away refugees. Yeah, I mean, another big topic here. To what degree should young people be made aware of the shames of their nation and the shames of the world? The fear on the part of some people is if young people are taught that their country is not the greatest on earth, they won't care about it or work actively against it, and it will undermine the stability of society. And of course, I'm someone who wants to say like truth is good, and it's important to have a fuller view of where you come from and what's the thing you support. Because yeah, I mean, as a youngster, you never get that question of, do you want to be part of this thing? Instead, you get you are part of this thing, right? From birth, here you are. From birth, you're going to be part of this thing. And Plato, way back when, asked this question. What rational argument is there that you should care about the place that you live? It's just contingent, right? You could have been born anywhere. Now, this is not quite true. If you were born elsewhere, you wouldn't be you in the same sense, but whatever. And so he suggests in some places there is no rational argument. You must lie to people about why their place is the best place, and they should care about that place. And so other big debates throughout the U.S. right now about what should be taught in school generally, and to what degree should it be patriotism inspiring, or at least not patriotism undermining. And I'm always interested to see the way in which non-academics argue about stuff and think about stuff, and I'm glad that people are taking stands and suggesting the importance of their beliefs. But man, it's sad sometimes. It's sad sometimes to see that the beliefs that I've developed do not convince a lot of people. Partially because I think they've been raised in a culture that says the beliefs they have are absolutely right? The traditional beliefs of, in the case of the U.S., we've done nothing wrong. We're the city on the hill, the shining example, and any errors that were made were necessary for the goodness we've done now, right? You stumble a little bit only to get stronger to do the right thing, always, always, always. But this is a big topic, and I apologize for my lack of knowledge of the topic, or lack of facility in explaining it all. Gotta think some more about it. Have read any good books recently? I mean, I'm still in the middle of The Road to Freedom, Stiglitz's newest book, and I think it's really good. It has a 10-page section. It's a complete takedown of Milton Friedman and the assumptions of that era that still, I think, poison economics today, at least in some fields. So yeah, I'd recommend The Road to Freedom by Stiglitz. It's a good book for sure. It's a worthwhile. Pledge of Allegiance, good. I mean, I think for me, the American Pledge of Allegiance, which was compulsory when I was young, the expectation is one would stand and say these words. I had no idea what I was saying. Absolutely no idea. I was saying these big and important words, with my body, while my mind was kind of just hanging out and repeating them as if they were stage phrases. One says these words because they are the expected words, and then by the time you get to adulthood, of course you say this. Again, perhaps without thinking about what it really means, pledging allegiance. That is a huge thing for a child to do. It's a kind of consent that they cannot offer, and it's just a habit of the state. It's a habit of our culture, or my culture, and I find it fascinating. I always find it fascinating how different cultures do different things. The way in which my European friends often talk about how unusual it feels to see any kind of patriotic display at sporting events, right? Except for international competitions where the Welsh national anthem will be played and the Spanish national anthem. Cool, because the teams are standing in for whatever, for the spirit of the nation. But at the ordinary event, there's not normally a national anthem of Japan played before a baseball game, for example. It's an interesting thing, but this topic is one I want to talk about more. But I realize we must get moving along. I find this absolutely fascinating. Nam just said that I have a few special interests, which is true, and Wrexham is one of them. But the application of what I take to be political philosophy ideas and values and arguments in the popular sphere is so interesting to me, because one of these places where the things that I study and spend a lot of nerd time, grinding through in papers, are suddenly relevant to people who are not me and who are not academics. And so, man, when it comes to questions of freedom, when it comes to questions of autonomy and the creation of a citizen, like, these are things I spend a lot of time thinking about. And so seeing that other people care about them, perhaps in ways I wish they wouldn't, is so interesting to me. And so this morning, I kind of talked at Noms for about 15 minutes about a different topic, and I felt myself needing to apologize at the end, but yeah, it just feels good to talk about these kinds of things, and I need to find more ways of being conversational about them. But Nam says that occasionally I move into professor mode accidentally in order to, like, fully explain the thing. Now, she does the same thing. We talk about Latin and Greek, so fair play to us all. Anyway, where did this topic come from? Oh, we got here via musicals. That's amazing. We got here via the Wicked show and the question of the relationship between the audience and the performance. And that is how it goes. I monologue towards Noms. I mean, yeah. It's not monologue exactly, because I think it's not a rehearsed monologue, certainly. And also, when I'm on stream, I often have this habit of thinking, okay, what comes next? What comes next? What's the joke that's coming, etc. But when I talk about these particular things, the words and ideas just flow out of me. There's no moment of, what am I actually trying to say? How do I phrase this? It's just pure fire hose. And so I did not monologue toward my wife. I fire hosed her. I think that's the phrase for sure. I don't know. There's a book by a professor in Montreal called Hockey is a Religion, the Montreal Canadiens. Super interesting, Rock Smasha. Super interesting. I know that back in the Cold War era, definitely there was that moment of the U.S. beating Russia and the miracle on ice. And again, this conception of sport as nationality, as religion. Sport's an easy place to find the us versus them distinction. And there's some really interesting articles by the Harvard pragmatists, William James and Josiah Royce, essays, written articles, in which they talk about sport as being a way in which humans are able to take all of the energy of war. We must defeat them. We have lines against them, battle lines, and a way to do it in a way that's civilly acceptable, right? So sport is a cathexis, I believe, of the impulse of war. And in various places, William James talks about the moral equivalent of war. Moral here meaning a better way of doing it. And he says, look, the desire to have warlike connections with people or disruptions with people is something basic to our societies or us as people or whatever. We need to take that energy and put it into productive ways instead. And man, that's hard. It's so easy instead to go to the us and them of, I hate my neighbor because their politics are different, or they don't keep up their lawn right. The us and them, So that's how it goes. Sport is a rehearsal for war, educating the youth for war. I think that Eisenhower, it may have been Eisenhower, who I think studied at Harvard with James. That might be false. I put forward the idea that the sports is a good way to get out the warfare impulse. Eisenhower, this great military leader, was also attempting to demilitarize as much as possible. There's that great speech in which he talks about the military-industrial complex. Before that was really a phrase at all. So, yeah, fascinating stuff. There's a lot more to say, But no, I refuse to fire hose you right now. I will stop. Is Wrexham my religion now? I do things that are sacrifices for it. Oh, I need your help, team. I need your help. I'm in the process of grading papers right now. And I have a student paper that I believe is just wrong. Just wrong in the incipit from the top. But I need you all to know, or need you all to tell me, am I being unfair? So, the assignment was to make a creative work that engages with a small sacrifice that one often wouldn't notice when thinking of sacrifice. And so the students wrote plays, the students made poems and made videos, etc., etc., etc. I have one student who made his creative project a photograph, which is awesome. And it was a photograph of his dinner. And so the little sacrifice that he wanted to highlight was the way in which the pig sacrificed so that he could eat it. And I can't decide if this counts. I don't know. I don't know. So when I was thinking of sacrifice, what I'd ordinarily say is, for example, a younger person giving up their seat for an older person or an ill person. I was thinking of things like parents, eating less foods their children can eat. I was thinking about the intention and the intentionality of the sacrifice. And so as many of you are saying, the animal is not sacrificing. Now, that said, we do say of other people, oh, they sacrifice so much, even if the person who is making the sacrifice does not recognize it as such, right? So, I don't know, consider a funeral. Man, dear old dad works 60 hours a week, and he sacrificed his hobbies for us, right? This is a statement of attributing sacrifice as opposed to announcing sacrifice. Maybe dad didn't feel it as sacrifice. Maybe dad said, I just need to work. And so, in the same way, one could say, the pig has made a sacrifice forced onto them, despite the fact that they themselves didn't consent to it otherwise. Yeah. How's the assignment worded? I don't have it in front of me, but the spirit at least was to draw attention to a small sacrifice that's not ordinarily noticed. Something of that. Is sacrifice an active thing? Right. The object versus the subject, right? Exactly that. The question of, does one sacrifice a thing? Right? Because we talk about like animal sacrifice, and we call it a sacrifice. Now, I don't know. It's a level where you want to place the intentionality, I think. So I'll need to read very carefully. You like that the fact that I'm having a conversation proves there's some value. So Drek, I exactly agree. This is why when I looked at it and started reading his little didactic to explain his thinking, I said to myself, I want to say ew, gross, bad, no, because the sacrifice must be an intentional choice. And I mean, isn't it the case that some native groups, Aboriginal groups, will talk about we thank the deer, stereotypically, we thank the deer for sacrificing itself so that we may live? Now, as someone who does not believe that way, I tend to say, no, it did not sacrifice itself. You took it. you did this thing. I don't know. that is how we get meat. Oh no, I don't mean to say like the animal did not die. I mean to say, should we think of it as sacrifice? So you say a prayer to meat, thank you, pig. But I don't know. This gets into a spiritualistic direction I'm not sure I can fully explain in a way that feels good to me right now. But yeah, the animal's considered as part of the whole of cases. Right. So the transition of energy or power or calories from one part of nature to another. I definitely get that. It's a moral question to thank the thing. I mean, sure, it's about attitude of respect towards what you're consuming. But what does that do for the pig? I think is my question. Right? It's more for you than for the animal, I suspect. But I don't know. Yeah, I think I agree that this has given me a lot of thinking. And the question is like, what grade does it get? And I think that talking through this actually helped me quite a bit. Because I don't want to say like F minus failure, no, because there is, but as always, are we doing the work, right? Is it the case that the students have just thrown something in kind of thoughtlessly, and then we're here thinking through it in order to make it say more than it said. Always the challenge, but yeah. I mean, I will probably write exactly that. When I read your paper, I paused and I decided I need to go talk to my friends about this, right? This kind of thing. Killing pig you eat versus killing a soldier which you don't eat. I mean, definitely right. We can say the person who dies in war has made the ultimate sacrifice for their country. Yeah. The word sacrifice is complicated. I've read some comparative religion work on the meaning of sacrifice in different traditions, right? Because those who do like animal sacrifices think about sacrifice in a very different way than Christians who say that God sacrificed himself itself for the sake of salvation. The word sacrifice has different senses there because of the intentionality involved. And this is a big word I can poke at all day, but I do not have a good enough conceptual frame to say anything I actually believe right now. So yeah, thanks for thinking about that one. Also, I should say, I meant today to talk about about lab-grown meat. That was the big topic of the day intentionally. And we got to meat anyway. There's no time for our big topic, though. We got to move on towards video game time. But yeah, as I mentioned on Saturday, there's some really interesting debates being happening right now about whether lab-grown meat should be legal in the U.S. in different states, and certain states are saying it should be illegal not for health reasons, but either for protectionistic reasons. Namely, we need to make sure our animal farmers are still well supported. Or on the other side, and this is the one I find so hard to understand, because eating real meat is patriotic. Be an American, go eat a T-bone. It's a thing now in 4 or 5 states has been made illegal to sell and consume this kind of thing. And yeah, it's a really interesting moment as someone who probably would eat lab-grown meat. I don't find it ethically objectionable in the same way I find direct animal meat, I suppose. Though I think it does raise questions about like the status of meat in culture. Why is it that we want a replacement meat as opposed to saying, hey, maybe meat production at scale is not sustainable for the earth, etc. But I don't know. Windsor asks, do I get the sense my student gave thought to the assignment, or are they phoning it in? Unfortunately, I only read the first paragraph, and this claim was made about the pig has sacrificed itself. And I went, I need to think through that. So often, if a student's claim is surprising to me in a way that I immediately want to say no, bad, wrong, but not something I've taught, like not a factual claim. Like Plato was born in 1975. Okay, no, bad, wrong, no good. This is one where I want to take the argument very seriously and consider it. So I put his paper to the side and graded other ones for a while instead. So if the rest of the explanation is phoning it in, then I'll say Not so good. Now, I should also say the student turned in their paper late on an assignment I explicitly said no late papers. So there's already an issue there. Already an issue there. But, we'll go to it soon enough. We'll get to it soon enough. All right, team. I like you all very much. I like you all very much. And thank you for being a smart community that will talk with me about stuff. And I love being a gaming community. I love being a game community, but I also love being a community where we can think together and express things and all the rest. A lot of politics is going to come down to ick. Yeah, I mean, I think there's an interesting question about the relationship between aesthetic judgment and moral judgment. The standard example is, if you see two people who are kissing, expressing love, and they're of particular genders, you might go, ew, that's not what I grew up with, ew. But should the moment of revulsion, whatever that means, imply a certain moral acceptance, how it goes? Is handing the paper late a small sacrifice the student made? I mean, if they're choosing to sacrifice their grade to make a point, I would definitely take that seriously. But man, every couple of years I have a student who intentionally writes me a bad paper in order to show that they're a risk taker. And I always need to make a distinction between the form and the content. So I don't remember what happened, what the assignment was. It was something that asked the students to be creative and thoughtful and to put together ideas that would not be the normal thing I'd find with a Google search, something like that. So to encourage them to take time with it. And student turned in, just one sentence. And the sentence was flippant and dismissive. And my first reaction was, student. And then I read what they wrote and thought very, very hard about, does this meet the requirements I put out on a formal level? And the answer is no, because I said explicitly, I need, an essay or whatever I said exactly. And I always wonder when the student decides to pull a stunt, what's going through their mind. On the one hand, I think they believe that I'd be cool with it. But it's always a challenging thing for me when a large portion of the students have obviously spent, weeks working on their assignments or giving it real thought and time and so on, and then other students turn in just a sentence. Now, if there's an art class, right, if there's a class on performance art, man, awesome. Now, it's not original, but it's still really, really crazily cool. But as this is a class about debate and thinking, I guess if they turned in a single sentence essay and then gave me a second essay that explained their first essay, I'd be cool with that, I suppose. But who knows? Let's see what else we got here. Yeah, also I agree with that. What goes on their minds, they have 15 minutes left to submit a paper? Possibly so. When a paper is submitted, one never quite knows when the student started working on it. And the student can claim, I've been working on it for weeks and weeks, and it came out this way, but perhaps less so. Hey, thank you, Drek. Article in the chat pad about how one native tribe in South Dakota views an animal sacrificing itself to feed the tribe. Yeah, Drek, I'll definitely look at that after stream. And again, as someone who is not part of that spiritual tradition, it feels radically incorrect to say an animal sacrifices itself. If the animal walked into the community and said, for you all I will die, or I mean, even when they say if an animal walks into an area and then dies of natural causes, I'm fine with understanding it that way. But I think when one takes a life to then impart something on the other side feels a little strange. But I don't know. This is a topic that needs more consideration. It's outside of my wheelhouse, right? This is quasi or next door to political philosophy, social philosophy. It goes in the direction of religiosity and moral thought, and I've got some background on that, but not enough to say much. And this is why I'll never be a good streamer, because I'm not willing to announce, here's how it is. Obviously, they're right. Obviously, I just need to think hard about things before I feel comfortable saying anything, unfortunately, in these moments. Friends, an ad break is coming. After the ad break, we'll play our little redactyl game. After the ad break, we'll go ahead and load up for the first time ever Kaiserreich. How it goes. What's a wheelhouse anyway? History teacher Steve, I believe a wheelhouse is part of a paddle boat. Is this true? I think this is true. And then I believe the phrase wheelhouse was then taken into baseball culture. And so wheelhouse is the part of the swing that feels best for you. And then, from that, wheelhouse becomes like a general sense of what you can reach well. I'm not sure if that's true. Let's find out together. Wheelhouse origin. All right. Idea of a literal wheelhouse seems to have arrived in the steamboat era. Steamboat era. Why is the Q&A? It's a little house for a steering wheel. All right. First, Mickey Mouse cartoon, Steamboat Willie. Very good, very good. This is not what I need. All right. During Mickey Mantle, baseball announcers began talking about hitters' wheelhouse. Mirrored the arc where they swing and hit or wheel the ball. Who knows? They say, who knows? All right, so the Q&A form is just not for me, surely. Here we go. So, allegedly, a casing for a large wheel, like a normal paddle on a steamboat. Anything you felt in the wheelhouse likely to be struck with some force. The term that applied to baseball is 59. To mean the zone where a batter could really hit a ball hard, by late 1980s being used for any specific thing where a person showed a special ability. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Someone just telling things on Quora, but seems right at least. Something like that. Something about that. What else we got here? As your prophet, I clearly know the truth about everything. I mean, I try my best. I understand that for some of you've lost faith in your ordinary religion. You just go through the motions because it's expected by family and friends. And so you need a new religion. You need something to give your life meaning. I'm here to offer you admission to the Church of Resorti. Our worship services are every day but Sunday at 8:30 a.m. Japanese time. Our holy ritual is saying hello, friend. And of course, we have a tithing period also. We pass the plate around constantly looking for new subscriptions. Something like that. Something like that. We're working on the religion here. Speaking of religion, does Japan have St. Patrick's Day at all? I'm almost certain there's some bars. There are a number of British bars called The Hub, which stereotypically are places that people go if they want to seduce a foreigner to get a citizenship elsewhere, which is delightful. I'm sure that the British pubs play into that for marketing purposes, but no. As far as like the mainline Japanese culture, I do not believe St. Patrick's Day is anything, but it could be wrong. Could be wrong for sure. I'm not sure at all. Let me take a sip of water. Be right back. With Japan being big into Scotch, you assume St. Patrick's Day is a niche. Well, I'm sure there's a niche for anything. It's just not something I saw while walking down the streets. I didn't see green everywhere. I didn't see people wearing green. I, of course, never wear green because of the green screen. But, yeah, I mean, in a city of millions like Tokyo, surely someone is celebrating something somewhere every day. But it's not part of the culture in the way that perhaps Valentine's Day is, or White Day, or the Emperor's birthday, or Children's Day, or Mountain Day, or other days all the way through. All right, ad break is nearly done here. Here we go. I'm applying for tax exemption status. I heard a podcast recently on the way. Oh no, it wasn't a podcast. It was a John Oliver expose on what it takes in order to get a religious tax exemption in the U.S. And what it seems to take is sincere belief and consistent practice. So if your religion, whatever it is, or your sincere beliefs are something that you act on regularly, and you hold some kind of ritual or service regularly, you're able to apply for tax exemption. Now, I'm not interested in trying to make a mockery of anything. But I know that John Oliver did successfully create a religion under these conditions as part of this TV show. But no, it's perhaps not the kind of thing I want to go into. But it's interesting stuff, right? Because if you don't want to offer religious tax exemptions, you need to have some way of identifying a religion. And so, how do you figure out who really believes and who's really doing religion and who's not? And it's hard. It's hard. Obviously, from the outside, a sincere belief and insincere belief might look exactly the same. The person who is, creating a religion for charity and the person who's doing so to make a lot of money, might look identical on the outside. And obviously, we could talk about whether there should be these exemptions, but there are them. Exactly, Rock. Exactly right. John Oliver made a church called Our Lady of Potential Exemption, or Perpetual Exemption, rather, and had is it Amy Poehler? Amy Poehler on to play a televangelist character. I like John Oliver show very much. That said, the ad break is over. Opening blah 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 must stop quite abruptly. You all got me into a topic that unfortunately I could fill hours and hours and hours with. But I know we're here for the video games, and so let's play video game number 1. Alt-tab over, friends. It's time to play the Redactyl. It's time for you to no longer hear me going on endlessly and instead give any word you want to in YouTube or Twitch or elsewhere, and I'll put it into the game and we'll discover the true meaning of this page right here. History, my good man. Word 1 history. I bet there'll be a lot of them. There are 7 histories. That's a lot. Science. We got 2 sciences. Era. 0 eras. Rebellion. 0 of those. Japan. 10 Japans. Well done. Period. There are 3 periods. So very history focused this time. Interesting. Electronic. Good connection to Japan. None of those, unfortunately. Is it a sacrifice? There's no sacrifice, unfortunately, in this one. How about Roman? None of those. Heresy, spelled this way. No, I'm going to go and do the more standard spelling. Heresy, there's none of those either. Age, one of those. Economy, none of those. Or Roman, I did a moment ago. Occasionally I get out of order and then try to catch up again. The second, there's 6 seconds. Bassoon, there's none of those. Eggs, no eggs here or elsewhere. Regime, none of those. World, 12 worlds. Uh-oh. Wait. Did I mistype? Oh, someone said war earlier. I thought I already typed it in. Sorry. World and war are both there. I apologize for missing that. Whoever was earlier who said that. It was Shadow. Hello, Shadow. Okay. War done. He, 86. Official. 11 officials. Edo. Not the Edo period. Regime. We did a moment ago, unfortunately. Billion. 6 billions. Treasury. 3 of those. Island. 1 island. Atomic. Oh no. There are 50 atomics. Dynasty. What a great TV show. None of those. Fascism. None of those. Empire. No empires, actually. Nationalism. That's a comma, sorry. Nationalistic. None of those. Russia. None of those. Pigeon. How's pigeon spelled again? E-O-N, sorry. It's Pigeon. No Pigeons today. Campaign, 2 of those. Poland, no Polands today. How about project? Oh no! Oh no! There are 119 projects! Oh no! Is it Marshall? No, it's not. There are 18 Marshalls. Is it research? It's 36 researches. Is it operation? 16 of those. Is it depression? 0 of those. All right, I gotta type it in. Is it Manhattan? Hooray! Hooray! It's the Manhattan Project. Hey! The Manhattan Project was a research and development undertaking during World War II that produced the first nuclear weapons. It was led by the United States with the support of the United Kingdom and Canada. From 1942 to 1946, the project under the direction of Major General Leslie Grove, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. The nuclear physicist J. Robert Oppenheimer. Let me pause there. How did you like the Oppenheimer film? Noms were Nams and I were about it. It filled some time. It was weird watching it in Japan. He was the director of Los Alamos laboratory that designed the bombs. The Army component was designated the Manhattan District, and its first headquarters were in Manhattan. The name gradually superseded the official code name, Development of Substitute Materials, for the entire project. The project absorbed its earlier British counterpart, Tube Alloys. The Manhattan project began modestly in 1939, but employed nearly 130,000 people at its peak and cost nearly $2 billion US dollars, equivalent to about $24 billion in 2021. Over 90% of the cost was for building factories and to produce fissile material, with less than 10% for development and production of the weapons. Research and production took place at more than 30 sites across the United States, the United Kingdom, and Canada. I'll give you the Manhattan Project, trying to produce the world's first nuclear weapons. There you go, there you go, there you go. You did your grad work at a Manhattan Project location, so I lived very close to the University of Chicago for a while and took classes there over one summer. And yeah, knowing that, you know, under the football stadium of the University of Chicago is where one of the world's first, or maybe the world's first controlled nuclear whatever the correct word is here, but yeah, underneath a football stadium, the Chicago Pile, indeed, yeah, which Fermi produces something ridiculous. Again, it's a reactor, all right, yeah, a reactor underneath the football stadium is amazing lore for Chicago. Yeah. When I was young, I wanted to go to University of Chicago very, very much, but then the divorce came, and then the depression came, and no Chicago for me. It's a very, very beautiful school, though. It obviously has quite a bit of money, and it's a great place, though. It's a great place. I wish I'd been a better student in my youth, but unfortunately not. All right, team. It's been a nice opening. Thank you for letting me blather at you for a while. Thank you for tolerating the blah blah blah. It is now time for us to try for the first time ever a little game called Kaiserreich. All right. So those of you who are big fans of this thing, those of you who like the Kaiserreich most of all, why do you like it? And I recognize right now that I did not download Kaiserreich, and so I hope it's very, very easy to install. We'll see how this goes. First, so Kaiserreich first time. So we'll call today's stream Kaiserreich first time. Move now to the Hearts of Iron directory. And I'm curious how much harder Kaiserreich is than the other default vanilla game. Is it something? Oh, big mistake. Wait, what's the big mistake? Not having installed it yet? Is that the issue? I unfortunately was busy with other things last night and this morning. Other things. Don't you know what those are? My character's level 18 now, almost level 19. Other things kept me busy this weekend, so I didn't have time to get it produced. I'm playing the Root Trees now. Yeah, that's our Saturday game. I played it on Saturday. I love this game so much. It takes an hour to install. Wait, sincerely? Oh, no. Oh, it's not serious. Oh, gosh, thank you. I mean, I can continue blathering about basically anything for hours and hours and hours, but you know. All right. Okay, I'm now going to use the search thing. It was right there. Okay. Hearts of Iron. We're going to go to the workshop. I'm going to look up a little game called K.I. Aging Mouse's Dog. Makes sense. Kaiserreich. Music. CN. Is that Chinese? Russian? I have so many games. It is true. Do not do Germany as your first Kaiserreich game. Yeah. I don't intend to play Germany. I intend to play like Canada or somebody. Is it installed somewhere else, or am I just not seeing it? Let me try to do like the most popular. You know, many of you say like, this is the only way to play, and so most popular, most subscribed. There it is. Took a while to find it. Also, what's the road to 56? Lovingly crafted. Oh, interesting. Interesting. So it gives things to do until 1956. Is that correct? With new focus trees, etc. Huh, cool, cool, cool. Anyway, that's not what we want, but instead Kaiserreich right here. Uh, uh, as 1936 dawns, the Weltkrieg's legacy lies heavy on the shoulders of a new generation. There's the question of what if Germany had won World War I? Germany stands astride the center of the world, a power without peer, but about its feet lie enemies both old and new, from France's rising syndicalist Internationale, the old Entente, to an unbroken Russia and an unrepentant rising sun. All the while, Germany's vast reach has left it dangerously overstretched. Its allies in Constantinople and Vienna have grown estranged, and across the Atlanta, the American colossus falters. 17 years have passed since the end of the war, and few expect the new year to bring a turning point, but soon a single spark may be all it takes to light the powder keg. Cool. Don't play as the US in Kaiserreich. See, because you say don't play it, I immediately say, I'll show you, and want to go play it immediately. This is unfortunately my oppositional relationship to my chat. I realize that you all are good humans, and so I should not be oppositional, and yet here I am. Alright, lots of music we have, lots of music and models, etc. Here we go, here we go. Subscribe to all. Yes. Okay, add all of them. Some of your words might take a long time to download. Let's go and see how the download's going. Where is it? Here it is. Here it is. Off you go. As I said previously, there's a great desire that I have to show off my download, because once upon a time, it was not possible for me to stream while simultaneously downloading things. And now I can, and it feels very nice. Thanks, Japan. Thanks, Japan. So 478.5 megabytes going. Not a huge amount. What kind of game is Hearts 4? It's a stare-at map game. It's a paradox game that's set in the World War II era, building up to the war and then actually the war coming through. It's a game that has like storylines you can follow, different ways you can direct your nation, either following history or going against history. It has a little bit more war focus and thinking about how to create good soldiers and good technology than other Paradox games. But yeah, it's a really good time for sure. Really good time. All right. These are megabytes. My download is megabits. Cool. All right, look here. Some of us paid attention in science class when we were learning the standard units, and some of us did not even a little bit. So I don't want to say cool story, nerd. At the same time, though. It has some CK3 elements. I mean, it's made by the same people that made CK3, of course. So it does have some CK3 elements. If you're asking, can you change your leader? The answer is absolutely yes, you can. Oh, 5 giggle biggles. Oh boy. All right, so the models are huge. The models are absolutely huge for this. Well, we'll be here for a moment longer. But sure, it depends on what you mean by is the CK3 or Kaiserreich or Hearts of Iron similar to CK3. But yeah, I mean, I think all Paradox games are neighbors at least, as opposed to being, as long as they stay at a general level. But there are indeed some substantial differences in them, which makes it fun to play all the different ones. But yeah, as a CK3 player, I like Hearts of Iron. Where I don't really like EU4. I mean, Hearts of Iron is in some measure more in the direction of EU4 than CK3. But it's a good time for sure. Good time for sure. What other people say here? What other people say here about the relationship between Hearts of Iron and CK3? If I offered a fair assessment, while you change your leaders, their personalities don't matter that much. You get a small buff and malice, or buff and malice possibly, for different leaders, but it's nothing so huge that the game feels radically different because of that. The different governments give you different bonuses and malices also. All right, download's done. All good, all good, all good. So, where's my game? Here's my game. Let's get it loaded up now. All right. I know it pops up with skip launcher every single time. Every single time I do not skip the launcher. I don't know why that is. Oh, in this case, I need to move. Let me come back so we can see this together. 1 second. I'm going to try to do this correctly. I love that I switch sides between these two. I don't know why I've done that. But 1 second. 1 second. Sorry. Sorry. I know it's not any measure funny, but I enjoyed it anyway. Alright, alright, alright. Is it a mod thing? Okay. All installed mod 16. So, does this mean that when I load the game, the mods will work? I believe so. It's a playset instead. Okay, okay. So they're both mods and playsets. What's the worry here? A different version of the game. All right, so some of the music may not work, including the beautiful left red music, unfortunately, but other ones will work. Looks good. Looks good. You have to create a playset. Make a new playset, add all to the playset. Okay. This will be called KR, which is not Korea. KR, not Korea. Instead, Kaiserreich, which is not Korean, but instead German. Okay, very good. Well explained. Add mods. Select all, I believe. Cool. Add to playset. Alright, so I now have a playset. Oh, they're not sure the word of the day. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry, team. We must do this. I got excited about having run over the time for the intro. It's time for more intro. Thank you, Eka. The line to boo at Eka will begin now. I understand that some of you want your video games. Boo, Eka, boo. But thank you much indeed for reminding me. The word of the day is rife. Do you know rife? If so, give me a Y. If no, give me an N. Rife is the word of the day today. I'm guessing many of you know it, but if you don't, that's fine. When I first glanced at the screen, I saw rifle. I was like, oh, that's a strange word of the day, but here we go. All right, rife usually describes things that are very common and often, but not always, bad or unpleasant. Rife is also commonly used in the phrase rife with to mean copiously supplied or having a large amount of, full of. I have no idea on etymology. Unlike most adjectives, rife is not used before a noun. So you can't have a rife bucket, even if it's full of things. Speculation about who would be sent to the new office had been rife for weeks. The writer's history was rife with scandal. All right, we'll skip the context. Here we go. English is rife with words that have been handed down to us from Old English, among them rife. It comes from the Old English adjective rife, and first appeared in written form in the 12th century. Its oldest meaning, still used today, is synonymous with widespread and prevalent. It's more likely, however, that either of those to describe negative things, as in corrupting. Okay. Its oldest meaning is synonymous with widespread prevalent. It's more likely, however, than either of those. It's more likely used, however, than either of those. I have a hard time parsing a sentence. I may be an idiot. Anyway, it's often used for negative things as in corruption and greed were rife in City Hall. Most often, rife is used alongside with to mean abounding. Although rife can be appropriately used for good or neutral things in a sense and all senses, as in the first sense of the paragraph, like its synonym and fellow Old English descendant lousy, from the Old English noun loose, meaning louse, ew. It tends to describe things one wishes weren't in such copious supplies. Its root is river. Oh, that's so cool. It's so cool. So rife with is like a river being full of water. I love that, Shay. Thank you for looking that up. Test your vocabulary. Rearrange the letters to form a word that, when used with means full of or accompanied by something specified. It's not coming to mind immediately. I look forward to you all telling me the answer because I'm just not getting it right now. Tarfu, Hagoof, Ragfuth. This is good content. I like this. I'm going to make sounds that might lead me to a word eventually. Anybody? Anybody? What's the answer today? We gotta figure out this way. The answer today is fraught. Of course, fraught with something. Archaic laden. Yep. I think often once I catch a certain letter must be the first letter, I then struggle to figure out, it's gotta start with a G, it's gotta start with an R. These are hard, strong consonants, but no luck. Alright, team, I apologize for delaying the fun. I'm now loading the game up. Hopefully it works. Oh, do I need to actually tell the game what playset I want to use? Or does that happen once you're inside the game? Or does the playset go automatically if I selected it? Okay, I'll come back to showing you what I see. So is this right where I say this playset and then we go to the game and play it? On the home tab also. Thank you. All right. There's a concern. Active mods are made for other game versions. That's fine. Let's go. Maybe let's go. It has not crashed, thank goodness. It is now loading. There you go, friends. We appear to have Kaiserreich going. Signing the Treaty of Versailles, it's called. Or no, sorry. I thought this image was called Signing the Treaty of Versailles. No, instead, that's what's happening. The war is ending. Finding a place in the sun. Yeah. Are these images different? I don't know enough about the normal game. Purging the Syndicalists. Wow. The people don't care what happens to their government, because their government never really care what happened to them. Yan Jishan. This is very sad. There's sad entries here, as opposed to joyous ones. If there's war, there's then the matter of life and death. Why should we commit to such a matter? We'll perish if we do not have the determination to do so. If we have determination, we'll surely live. Zhang Zhongchang. Are these real people? I don't know. The Union of Britain is a multi-party state with typical English stinginess. They only have one of them. So many states in Britain, but no, only one of them matters. Fascinating. Optimism is cowardice. War, it's too serious thing to entrust the military. Alright, some of these are real quotations, I know, so this is bleak. Alright, team. Look at the flags. Look at the people. What nice flags, etc., etc. Kaiserreich 1.44, all the Russias, it's called. All the Russias. Alright, any options I need to put on for this? I think it's just kind of standard for y'all. Any, the important here, cooperative, never. I think we're good to go. So, let's pull up the single player and decide which quote-unquote tag we choose. I kind of want to glance through a few of them. And is there a Sweden? Anyone know if Sweden has an interesting story? Because I tend to play Sweden first on any Paradox game I choose. So is there indeed an interesting Sweden, or is it kind of boring? Number 1, the USA. It nearly abandoned isolation to intervene in the European War, but ultimately kept out of the conflict. The result was a Central Powers victory, and the country struggled economically thereafter. European trade declined, and the repayment of loans to the Entente was precluded by the German victory. Still internationally regarded as a nobody, the nation now faces mounting internal dissent, as Republican-Democrat hegemony is challenged by the Syndicalists and the America First Party. So are Syndicalists in this game the name they use for the anarchists in general? Syndicalists? I assume so. With the mounting crisis at home and only a modest reputation overseas, things aren't looking good for the United States. Herbert Hoover, not doing a great job. The Great Depression goes, a political crisis on. Oh boy, oh boy. Let's see here. Sweden as a regular nation can join the Weltkrieg, or any side of it. So Sweden is not super interesting, unfortunately. Syndicalist or union-based communism. So I'm aware what syndicalism means generally. It means a lot of different things, right? But there are anarcho-syndicalists. I think that the common thing is we come together by agreement in order to seek better goals. It's a bottom-up kind of thing, I think. All right, Canada is the one I was thinking of playing. I was told it was very fun for a first playthrough. George V, a market liberal apparently, or I guess liberalism is what's happening in Canada. After the Revolution of 1925, the royal family and other British exiles found refuge in Canada. So British Revolution in 25. With the support of the Conservatives, they established a semi-official government in exile in hopes of one day reclaiming the home islands. All is not well, however. Canadians are growing weary of the British presence, and in 1931 the Conservative government fell to Mackenzie King's Liberals. Is that a real person? I assume it is. Who now hold a slim majority and seek to assert greater Canadian sovereignty in the face of mounting pressure to prepare for the inevitable confrontation between the Entente and the Third International. Yeah, interesting. So in this game, because Germany has won, Russia's much more powerful, and so the forces of the left are coming together, possibly. Syndicalism opposed to socialist unions? I believe so. Syndicalists tend to be like anti-state power, I believe. This is part of why in Monty Python and the Holy Grail, I believe the peasants who announce we didn't vote for you as king call themselves anarcho-syndicalists. Almost certain they do. Canada looks interesting. The Commune of France, Piemonte. The Third Republic fell in a way it came to be, defeated by German arms and facing revolution at home. In 1919, a general strike was called by the CGT, causing the downfall of the bourgeois government. For 15 years, the new Commune of France has united behind a common platform of syndico-socialist consensus held by a Comité des Sales Publics. Public Health Committee, French. However, by 1936, the need to rebuild the country and defend the revolution is believed to be outdated by many critics. There's a growing call for more radical policies. So it very much sounds like because of the way the European war went, there's a lot of dissent and falling apart in nations that are more stable in the normal history, I believe. That's really interesting. All right. Public safety, not public health. Enrak, thank you for that. All right, so Germany has Wilhelm II still running the show. Oh boy. Uncontested world power. Things have been going downhill for her since the 1920s. A recessive world economy has dampened the nation's industries, while other nations' manufacturing power recovers. And now nationalism grows in the eastern client states, love it, which are starting to drift away from the Reich. In 36, Germany stands at a crossroads, and already we can see cracks in her mighty empire, as her ancestral enemies are regaining former strength. Crazy cool. There's an Ireland playthrough, it's selected. There's a Italian Republic. Argentina's doing their thing. Those of you who know this well, is there a play of Germany where you end up with the bad guys in power? Is that possible? Do you end up with fascism once more time? Or is it not possible to go that way? There is that? Okay, interesting. Alright, what's happening in Japan? Hirohito's hanging out still. Humiliation of the Treaty of Versailles and the Tsingtao Accord. Not all is well in the Empire of the Rising Sun. Economic upheaval, culminating in a syndicalist attempt on the life of Prince Regent Hirohito in 26, and a year of crisis saw a succession of unstable governments. The first General Tanaka's, then Democratic coalition in cabinets, and intervention in Northeast China. As 36 draws, however, Japan seems poised to extend the empire, with Germany's dominance appearing to be in decline. The Japanese look hungrily at German-dominated China and the German Pacific possessions. Fascinating. Yeah, as always, when I see all these starts, I want to play all of these starts. Each one looks really, really interesting. United Baltic Duchy, led by Adolf Friedrich. Huh. What's this? Fingalian government. Mingan insurgency. Lots of Chinese stuff. Fascinating. Okay, I'm going to do the thing I said I was going to do. What's this? Patagonian Workers Front? What? Chile is hanging out there as a left state? Oh my goodness. There's far more paths than in vanilla. Cyborg, that's really cool. Thank you. Thank you. I already felt somewhat overwhelmed by the choices in the default game. We'll see how my brain can handle the possibility. What's Brazil up to? Social conservatives go in. Have election 36. All right, we're playing Canada. We're playing Canada team. So we're playing as the king. Bastion of the Old Order. 125 more weekly manpower. Is that a lot? I have no idea. Cast out of their homes and forced to take refuge on our shores, the exiles can only watch as Britain toils under socialist tyranny. But while they may be down, will work so there most assuredly will not remain so. In Ottawa, Montreal, Toronto, and across Canada, the flags old and new fly triumphantly, and every day men of the Dominion are emboldened to prepare for the final struggle to end the syndicalist menace. One day a reckoning will be sent across the sea, the Empire will strike back. So I guess the main goal in this playthrough, it's a straight ahead one, is take back the Isles for the royal family. Number 2, Anglo-French tensions. Wait, really? In France or in Canada? In Quebec? What do you mean, Anglo-French? It sounds like nonsense to me. I can't imagine it. Most of Canada's French population is located in the eastern province of Quebec, and the traditional distrust between Quebecois and the English Canadians has heated up with recent talk of pushing the country towards war. Of all Canadians, the Quebecois are the most ardently opposed to conscription and the idea of wasting lives on a faraway war for a sovereign they feel isn't their own. Friends, I know some of you are in Quebec. Do I need to either convince the Quebecois that they are Canadians and thus they are British? Or do I have to exterminate the Quebecois? Not exterminate too strong. Do I have to stomp down the Quebecois so they don't cause problems? Oh no. Or can we play as Quebecois Ascendant and find a way to ram Canada into France? I want to be French again. Now, with that said, I know absolutely nothing of the current politics of Canada. I apologize very strongly for anything offensive I say. That said, it's alternate history. That covers all sins. Last but not least, the Great Depression's going, of course. Well, Canada has been quicker to recover from the Depression than their American cousins to the south. Their economy was in many ways tied to southern trade, and this will never be fully recovered until the Americans are. Still, things have been improving, and economists say a complete recovery is, just around the corner. Very good, very good. I think they're here main choices: preparation for war, a referendum, or Bill C7. We'll look at those as we get into the game, my friends. Okay, alright. So, Iron Man mode may break game. Historical AI is unsupported. The feature is wholly unused in KR, but having it enabled can cause AI issues. Please ensure you have it disabled at all times playing Kaiserreich. Fine. Use of Iron Man will make it impossible to revert to an older save if a game-breaking bug appears and may permanently ruin your entire playthroughs. I'm going to go ahead and turn these off, even though I really enjoy having Iron Man on. Anything need to be done? Are we good? Custom game rules. Wow. I'm good. I pushed escape. Don't worry, it's fast. Oh, escape key. Why do you not work the way I want you to work? Turn this off, turn this off. My friends, welcome to our Kaiserreich playthrough as the Dominion of Canada. I'm gonna run and fill up my water glass right now, back in about, oh gosh, about 20 seconds, and then we'll, please stop bouncing back and forth, thank you. Please stop, be right back. Team. Okay, hi. Stream's done so much fun today that I actually forgot to mention my major current issue. Once again, in resorty health problems, the corner of my left eye is hurting so much. When I say eye here, I don't mean the eyeball. I mean the eyelid corner, I guess? I'm not sure. But I don't know. I worry what's been going on there. I worry I might have like a sty coming in or something, but hanging out and talking with you all, it's felt really, really good so far, and I completely forgot about the pain until I stepped away, so I'm putting forward a new theory, which is that Twitch is the greatest anesthetic of all time. Alright, so the current situation right here. It's been 11 years since the collapse of the United Kingdom in 1925, and in that time, the King, the remnants of the British government, and over 500,000 of the Empire's best and brightest and wealthiest have fled to Canada, with the clear expectation that an invasion would soon be launched to take back the home isles from the syndicalist upstarts. Maybe colloidal silver would help. I've heard that colloidal silver has become very popular among some people as a solution for everything. I don't know anything about it, but the idea of putting silver in my eye feels bad, man. Also, what is a colloidal? I do not know. I actually want to move my image for this game, and the reason why. Let me show you behind the scenes just briefly. This is the kind of thing that I shouldn't worry about, but yet I do. So if we go to the current directory here. Alright, here we go, there we go. Look, I'm resorty. I'm partially blocked by the little viewers thing. And so I don't know. I think I should move over so it does not block out the beautiful tie. I only have 1 second. So I'm going like, oh, what should I watch? Oh, Hearthfire multiplayer memes. I like memes. Legendary third BO game. I smell bad, BO all the way, or man with tie. But if I'm not showing his man tie, hard to know. Maybe people click more often with blocks so they can see my tie. Oh no! Oh no! It looks so strange. Like, this guy over here at the far right is like standard gamer mode, right? Guy in chair wearing headphones. And then what on earth my eye? What are like? Maybe I'm too small. I don't know. Anyway, that's enough of that. That's enough of that. Back to the game. Let me move myself briefly because I have a feeling of this how improve this stream, make a better view for everyone. All right, resorty guy. Let's go here. That's nice. And then we'll take our little follower thing and move over to here. All right. When I look this way, I look at chat. I don't like that. So we're gonna flip ourselves. The kind of thing I should be doing off stream. Many of you are, getting ready for bed, winding down. You want to see some video gameplay. Instead, you see man flipping himself. Here we go. We're doing on the horizon. Boop, done. Good. Let's read the second paragraph now. It probably does not matter even a little bit. Okay. It quickly became evident that the syndicalist position was much stronger than anticipated. Early forays were rebuked, and the last decade has seen the Union of Britain become solidified and entrenched. The exiles, as they're called in Canada, have meanwhile been left adrift, decimated to take back their homeland, but facing the political reality, this may never happen. Oh boy, awkward in between exiles. Now, am I right in thinking that this has been made for free? Right, I just downloaded this mod and all of the other packs that come with it. completely for free. Now, how is that possible? It's such a beautiful thing when people work together to create something valuable and interesting and fun. And man, I'm really pleased. I'm really pleased that I'm able to play something that people created just because. Anyone know the origin of this game? And should I send them money somehow? I don't know. Is there more to read? Oh god, there's more to read. Oh, there's a lot to read. Oh boy. Oh boy. Alright. Alright. Initially welcomed by Canadians, the notion of a long-term arrangement had been an unpleasant idea. Fingers pointed, blame laid. The exiles are seen as higher class than Dominion, as well as above the law. In 31, a year after the election, the minority government of R.B. Bennett's collapsed, replaced by Mackenzie King and the Liberals, with a promised focus on Canadian sovereignty and keeping the British government in exile at arm's length, rather than acting as if nothing had changed in the relationship. This year, Mackenzie King and the Liberals are nearing the end of their term, and on the top of the tribulations, the Great Depression, there's growing criticism that little progress has been made in resolving the political situation. George V lies on his deathbed, charging the exiles and the conservatives with bringing the empire back on track. His government clashes often with the Liberals, and the Canadian public appears split between those who would see matters come to a head and those who prefer to abandon their ties with the Crown and the French exiles in Africa both. The upcoming election appears to be the most divisive in Canadian history. Alright team, here we are. Let's go look at our traditional allies, the other people in the Commonwealth. So we know that Britain is not with us. They have a big navy still. There are more parties, it looks like, than previously. So the Labour faction is multiple. That's interesting. So more than just the 3 big factions. So cool, so cool. Canada's a fun play. Cool, my first time trying it. I'm looking forward to it very much. Alright, so not our friends. How about Ireland? Ireland is an authoritarian democratic folks. They are not interested in being my friends quite yet. We're coming for you. Alright, traditional allies. Mittel Africa. So, Germany has taken this territory from I don't remember who. Australia, what are you up to? Australasian Confederation. Led by William Riddle Birdwood of the Australasian Confederation. So, Australia, New Zealand, and whichever this is, have come together as being one confederation. Fascinating. So this game, unlike Victoria, does not have a sense of like shared culture or shared ethnicity. So you can't push on that to build relations, unfortunately. Alright, maybe in the future we'll bring the Empire back together. I have no idea. Alright, other modifiers we have. What's this? No balance of power. I don't know what that means. So the Liberals are together with 62% of total government. The Tories, our Conservatives, are coming together next. Okay, Nationalists, the WUL, the Liberals. Interesting. So we have market liberals and social liberals that I assume are united in government. Anything else I've not seen previously? So we have 2 advisors who are locked in. William Lyon Mackenzie King. I assume he's the Prime Minister, so you can't just fire him. He has more political power, and then also more resources. Joseph Austin Chamberlain. He's the British Prime Minister. One second. Oh, is it a party leader and then the Prime Minister? Also, being called British. That's really interesting. I only have 1 political power, of course, so there are many, many possible advisors, but they're all very expensive, maybe someday. Okay, is technology different? This looks the same, Though I'm not certain on that. I don't know the game intimately enough. I mean, they're different railroad names. I'm guessing those are the standard ones. I've never played Canada before. Looks the same? Are we going to say the same team? I say it's the same. Probably going to get a Navy going at some point fairly soon. Yeah, I have no idea. No idea. We're going to say it's the same. Obviously the same. All right, number 1. We're going to research. My standard path here feels bad, man. Number 2. We're going to research construction. Better construction all the way. And number 3. I can't imagine anyone will attack us early, so let's go ahead and stay in. More production, more good. Nice. Outside of politics and narrative, the game is very similar. All right, good to know. Thank you. I mean, I like stories so much, right? Obviously, I'm a big fan of games that lead to interesting, unexpected narrative turns, as opposed to games that are just min-maxy, which I realize that Paradox games I play more that way. Alright, how is my infrastructure? That matters a lot. Oh, look at these beautiful Canadian roads. By the end of this game, I need to know the name of all of the provinces. If I do not, I'm very sorry. So the east is more built up than the west. The north, I know, is less populated. There was a time we lived in the US where Noms and I considered taking a train from Nebraska all the way up to, I think, here or so. And then from here, you can take a bus up even more. We wanted to go camping up this way and find the northern lights and so on. But rough going. We moved to Japan instead. How it goes. All right, show me the resource view. Where are we not digging up things we might want to dig up? All right. So, we don't have any resources in the north that we know of. Maybe largely unexplored. But sure. I think I should build some infrastructure. I think I should probably build some factories also. That'd be good. Alright. More. And then we can use the same area to move our factories. I'm sure I should make other things, but aren't factories grand? Alright, gotta start in building queue. Lovely. Up to where from Nebraska? Yeah, blue. The intention was for us to go all the way up. It's far north in Canada as we could find a camping ground that would support us. And, yeah, we moved away instead. It was during COVID we decided I wanted to do that, right? The feeling of, we're trapped in Nebraska and no one believes in COVID. It's very stressful through and through. And then we decided to just go farther north and have a little experience of the wilds, maybe. Alright, we're not currently making carrier fighters, close air support, and CV naval bombers. So I'm guessing I actually have a navy. Yeah, we actually have 2 fleets, the Atlantic Command and the Pacific Command. They probably need leaders. Maybe today is the day I will learn how Navy works. In-Ray Air Force is mostly in the east, that's fine. Maybe we'll get training on them pretty soon. In-Ray Military, we got no actual armies yet, just people hanging out on the border. What's the U.S. up to officially? Republicans are going to show an absolute mess of political parties. America First, Republicans, a whole bunch of reddish stuff. Cool. So, unassigned divisions. I think we need like the Western forces, the Eastern forces, and the anti-American forces. So, you find troops. Are you really my Western force? Let's go ahead and say all of these, including the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Brigade. You, my friends, we Army number 1. What do we call you? We're going to call you the Western Forces. Very descriptive for right now. And who should your commander be? Click. Oh, look at them all. Little Tam there. Hillfighter. Looks pretty mountainous out this way. So possibly Hillfighter guy. We only in hills. Mountains are not hills, unfortunately. Guy or Guy Granville Simmons. Great images. Infantry defense bonus. Cool. Anyone good in mountains, per se? We have the British exiles also. I'm guessing they'll stay loyal to the king no matter what. He's also on his deathbed, they said. Wow! Man with one eye. Wow. Wow. Commando. Brooke Popham, infantry leader. We like those. I don't see anyone who's explicitly mountainous. Bernard Law Montgomery. Field Marshal Montgomery is with us. I love the historical moments through and through. Okay, infantry guy. You win as soldier number 1. That's great. All right. The number 2 rather, would be... Sure. I feel like the people who are in Quebec, from my point at Quebec right now, where's Quebec? Where's Quebec? I'm in so much trouble now. Ontario, Saguenay. Oh boy. I'm pointing at Canada. Look, it's Canada. North of New England, so farther east. Eastern still. Ungava. Oh, so Saguenay is Quebec. I want to say that wasn't that far away. I pointed here. That's Ontario. I'm sorry. At least I knew it was the eastern side. That's good. Good job, me. All right. So you'll be the forces of the border. It's good. Pretty good. The Border Brethren. Oh, it's good. That's a good name. And which among you shall defend the border? You with no skills. Charles Howard Fawkes. You take over that one. Last group for now will be the unassigned folks out here. Are you a troop also? Sure. In honor of our Quebecois brethren, my friends, what is the word for army in French? Quebec's, I want to say like commandos. Or a French word to delight you all. Army. It's like military army with 2 E's. Is it really that? Is it possible that one language is all we need? Oh, it's an accent also. Jace, thank you for helping me with that accent there. Must have authenticity on our stream. Do I know Quebecois swears for this group? I mean, I need swears like we stand on guard for thee. Oh, can I actually not add that accent? No, of course you add accent marks. Armée. Sorry. Armée. Armée. Lovely. If I posted a notepad first, can I copy it over now? This is important to me. Yeah, there we go. There we go. It's perfect. It's good. No problems at all. All of our troops are assigned. No, they're not. Oh! We've taken Detroit. I didn't realize that. How'd this happen? Oh, I want to know the story of how we took Detroit. Well, you joined the Border Brigade, obviously. Wow. Okay. The year of Quebec's armée. I want to find a French-sounding name for this fellow. No one sounds French. Alain Français Brooke. Alan Francis Brooke, I assume. Jules Philip Venir. That sounds French. Awesome. And we have Field Marshal, of course. Whoops. I made 2 of those. How do I get rid of you again? That's fine. All right, you will be led by Montgomery, I assume? Field Commanders. No. Wait, where is Montgomery? We saw Montgomery a bit ago. How long is this game on? Oh, they're at the top. Sorry. Do you mean how long am I playing this game, or how long this game exists in the world? If you mean how long it's on, like how long am I streaming it? Probably the whole week. Yeah, probably the whole week indeed. So if you hate it, my apologies. Alright. Montgomery's flag is purple. Kind of like that. How do I add the same group? Isn't it select right click? Huh. Did it drag and drop, possibly? There we go. So they either drag and drop to add them to the armies. That's different, I think. Friends, the ad break is coming. 30 seconds of ad. I keep saying that. In 30 seconds, I have an ad of 3 minutes. We're going to take a quick break real quick. Hit the crossword. When that's over, we'll get back to the game indeed. I thank you for being here and hanging out with me. Say it's a good day in Resortyville. We do not have a new crossword today, and so it's time to go back to some I've struggled with. Oh, this one. Yeah, this one, unfortunately, I cannot find the error. I'll save one for another time. How about this one? Okay, this one I have struggled on so much. Book after Num has got to be in the Old Testament. Genesis, Exodus. Isn't it Deuteronomy after Numbers? I think it's Deuteronomy. Okay. I don't know why I just grabbed that one first. So I guess I should go down through the downs. Yellow or gray is a color. Yellow or gray is a kind of bird, maybe also? I'm not sure. Added for free. No idea. Milton's Lycidius, for example. Is it a play? Is it a sonnet? Is it a I don't know. Bank employees promotion. I mean, something rate seems good. Like an interest rate. Like promotional rate. I think rate will make sense, possibly. Okay. Pillbox or boater. Aren't they both hats, possibly? Like a boat hat? I think a pillbox hat like one that very small, like often worn by like flight attendants, maybe. What Vivane's treats? Vivane's. It doesn't treat ADHD? Yeah. Have to have, need. My sense is I didn't do the downs. I only gone through the crosses and then ran out of time, possibly. That said, this puzzle is showing that I've been playing it for 416 hours. I think I just didn't pause at the correct time. Flubs. Flubs to air. Flubber bounces. Not sure. Is DDM right? Let's see. Do you ever work at a filling station? Doctor of Dental Medicine, I believe, is correct there. A TV show whose creator was called The Great American Surrealist in a 2025 Guardian obituary. I can't do any TV shows with a Z in it, unfortunately. Fine tune. Fine tune. I mean, to modify, to perfect. Entered breezily. I'll say like sashayed. So ending with an E feels awkward there. First appearance's debut could be right, though past tense D I like. First appearance. Not sure. We'll put debut back in. Blink Candies, a California-based chocolate brand. I've had these before. They're very, very... Isn't it C's? They might be C's, possibly. But I put that in. I'm like, is it right? I don't know. Nation whose first Olympic medal was won by Julian Alfred, who took gold in women's 100 meters. Yeah. Unfortunately, a very long name. I wouldn't be surprised as an island. We'll see, though. Some insurance options in brief. So HMOs could fit. Who knows? It's often accused of valuing profits over life. I mean, OIL would fit. For the oilmen. You might know the show There Will Be Blood. That amazing Daniel Day-Lewis feature in which he beats up on Paul Dano, I think, who plays a revival tent minister. Is based on a book by the fellow who wrote The Jungle, Upton Sinclair book called Oil! Exclamation Park. I think the title Oil is more fun to me than There Will Be Blood. But one more for now, and then back to the game. Backs. I want the word assures, but the S in the wrong, or the U's in the wrong place. It's not long enough. Last one. Bells? Isn't that like Bells Lettres? Maybe? I don't know how to say these things. A guzzle. The chug. Hey, it's coming together now. Eggy Center. And of course I want like the yolk. But the question I don't know. Eggy Center. Last one I swear. Deliberator's word I don't know. Bruto's a lout. First name in French pop. Sergey is a possible name. Let's see. Le Creuset competitor, no idea. Deprive of strength. Not sure. Must stop. Deprive of strength is to cut Samson's hair. There you go. Alright, return to it once more. We're in the process right now of just setting up our armies. I guess this is a colonial army. It's not. You should join the Border Brigade. Everyone's on the side, so all of our troops are in Canada. We can't see it, I'm sorry. Didn't push the right button. My apologies. Don't you want to watch the crossword and hear me talk through my game? I think you should see that. Alright, their decisions. We're low on manpower. Stability of 45. War score of 45. Stability of 71. And then party popularity. That's a new indicator. Party popularity. It's your current government's control over the nation and their support with the people. Political parties with high popularity are more able to push their political agenda and stabilize the nation. That make people love our party as well as have stability in the government. I'll be curious to see how these are related right now. Okay. Insufficient resources. We're struggling with rubber and tungsten and steel. I didn't see any tungsten at all when we searched our resources initially. So we may have to buy that. I'm going to hold off on that until I get some more factories up and going, I think. Okay, we got to make our decision now on what our focus ought to be. Here we go, team. Here we go. So there are 3 trees. They're not indicating as exclusive trees right now, but they might be. So number 1, the King's Speech. It's required Edward the Prince of Wales to be the monarch. So my guess is that George is going to die very quickly here. On this side, the Americans at war. The American Civil War. Or lastly, Return of the King. The UK must exist. So I can't choose any of the focuses as the game begins. I'm guessing I should just unpause and see what happens. So here we go, team. One second, I need to choose traits first. Jan Montgomery is an army offense officer. And then, let's see. Faster planning, better planning, or good defense. I mean, I want to make reference to the Canadian National Anthem constantly, because that's all I really know. So once they we stand on guard for thee, clearly. Better organization for more reinforcement, or charismatic, faster recovery. Let's do defense. I have no command points. We can't do anything. Alright, the game has been unpaused. It is now 3 p.m. on January 1st. The civilian factories are churning along. Gotta lower that consumer goods team. Need y'all to sacrifice a little bit for me. Alright, the game is very, very soft right now. Generous. That's nice. What decisions do we have we can go for? Oh, it's quite a bit, actually. Back to pausing. Our primary goal is to see the home isles wrested from the hands of the Syndicalists and return to the United Kingdom. That is our duty as leader of the Entente. Entente. Okay. I'm not going to spend all stream. We're on pronunciation. Here we go. Entente. Entente. Hello, French speakers have improved. Entente. No more entente. Entente. Alright. We're home to a 500,000 British exiles. It's not an easy task, so we must find a way. Alright, so take the homeland. Number 2, influence of the monarchy. Despite having lost the home isles, George V remains a potent figure in the empire and the Entente. He's a symbol of tradition and Europe as it should be, as exiles represent a great deal of political power with the Dominion of Canada. There's influence and popularity of both. You can direct the exiles immediately. What's that do? They're prominently placed in the Dominion Canyon of Canada. Once a year, King George V has an ability to give them direction regarding where they should commit their efforts in supporting him. So for 1 year, the British exiles increase their own influence, the king's popularity, political power and stability, or build a factory. Either lasts for a year or requires a year to take effect. I'm going to hold off on that until I better understand what to do. Or suppress them. We have royal visits to various other people around the world, including India. India's independent. Cool. We'll let the game run for a bit more. My oil is going down. Is that true? Okay, it's actually going up still. We're currently getting 74,000 as capacity. We're gaining 278 on a day right now. Need more oil. Look at the rest of the world map. We've gone around a few times. Like, I realize that things are very, very different. But I don't know how to comment on it. Oh no! Oh no! It's a mess here! So there's 3 Indias. The Dominion, I assume, are the ones that are, yeah, still kind of British. They have lower control because of the accursed princes. The Dominion of India was only able to remain in government thanks to the loyalty of the northern princes. They share power with the government, but it's difficult and archaic process that involves a great deal of waste. We then have a commune in the middle with a lovely mustache. That's so great. So great. Huh. Hey, Greyline, is base Hearts of Iron 4 enjoyable? I didn't play the base game ever by itself. Team, what do you think? Do you have a good time with just the base game? There are a ton of DLCs. And lastly, the Princely Federation, led by Khan. He has the same issues. So 3 Indias. I wonder how interesting to play. So China is still broken up into little folks right now. No United Chinese Front this time. Also no Communist China. Nothing called Communist China at least. Egypt, you are not British at all, unfortunately. Suez Canal, do you exist? Indeed you do. Indeed you do. How's Denmark doing? I have no idea. What's Denmark up to in this playthrough? They're a social democratic state led by Christian X still. The army has been neglected. Oh boy. Oh boy. Officially titled the Central European Economic Group, Mittel Europa is a customs and economic union unifying Germany and its sphere of influence. Alright, so Germany is running this show right now, having won World War I. We have a message! Sardinia wants a non-aggression pact. What? I mean, sounds good to me. Hey, Brickhead, looks good to see you. Looks good to see you indeed. Is there something I should be doing right now, team? I can't choose a national focus because they all require me to have something happen already. And that feels a little... Oh, wait. I found something. My apologies. There was one I could have started. I just didn't notice it down here, nestled away. So we can, if we want to, engage with Quebec. No, we can't. Quebec has to light on fire first. Yeah, I think it's just waiting that we got right now. That's cool. Hey, Chris, how's it going? Good seeing you today. We don't mind waiting. We're reactive people. Oh no! Viktor Chernov has been assassinated. He's the leader of the Socialist Revolutionary Party and the primary figure leading the opposition parties which control Russia's upper house of parliament. He was assassinated today by an unknown assailant outside government offices. Many assume the SZRS government to be behind the brazen attack, as Chernov's death would remove the last obstacle for President Boris Savinkov to finally enact more radical reforms. Reforms have been blocked from passing since the SZRS election victory 2 years ago. Whether this proves to be true, Chernov's death is a signal to the rest of the world that democracy in Russia has come to an end. A dictatorship under Savinkov is surely just around the corner. Assassinations! Oh boy, there's Big Boris there. Opposition's entrenched. The Germans are causing economic problems. People are angry. The military's angry. It's all very angry there. Managing my Navy functioning. Hello, Navy. Hello, Navy. What you got here? What's our grand battleship called? Show me just this one. The HMS St. George, Pride of the Fleet. Okay. Kind of want to train a little bit. Gotta get my airplanes. Oh no! On the 19th of January, 1936. In the last several months, King George has been plagued by illness and his health has been failing. This fact has been kept from the public to keep up appearances while treatments were attempted, but it seems all was for naught. At 11:55 p.m. yesterday, the king died following a bout of severe fever. His eldest son and heir apparent, Prince Edward, has inherited the throne as Edward VIII and is expected to address the nation within a month. An official coronation will take place in several months' time after an official mourning period for King George has been observed. The empire is in mourning. George V dies, stability goes down. Is there a Wallace Stevens in this playthrough? Oh my goodness. So they've added a lot of background to this fellow. Wow. So real quick, he has autocratic tendencies. He likes the Nazis. More political power, more war support. AI modifier focused on offense. So were this character being played by not me, they'd be offensive. The first son of George V, born in the outskirts of London. Amazing they have this much background. Amazing there's so much to do and read if you want to. He was sent to Magdalen College at Oxford, despite allegations of being underprepared intellectually. You do just fine these days. Alright, so now we can give the King's speech. Here we go. Edward, the Prince of Wales, will be coronated king as the Canadian political landscape consists of two main factions. One led by Liberal Prime Minister Mackenzie King, the other led by Conservative R.B. Bennett and the exiled British aristocracy. The Empire will be awaiting his radio address after the coronation, where he's expected to declare his government's direction. Here comes the king. Here comes the king. Everybody watch out, because here comes the king. 35 political power. We can take civilian trains. The Totalist Charter. Mussolini, Valois, Herzog, and other interested parties arrived in Birmingham today to discuss their common ground. It's been agreed that Maximism, Cyrillianism, and national syndicalism all share basic principles of the state's primacy in the socialist struggle, the role of national identity within the state, and the importance of strong central authority to preserve and build socialism. The Charter claims the socialist state is the final stage of human development. No, bad. And the democracy is not necessary to achieve no socialism. No, bad. These statements have drawn great criticisms from other socialist factions who gave it the name totalism as a play on totalitarianism, which has been eagerly accepted by mostly, oh, he's a real person, who added it to the manifesto's name, attributing to their total commitment to socialism. Oh boy, Mosley, what are you doing? Alright, so we're going for socialist authoritarian states. My students do this. My students understand socialism and communism as just and only authoritarianism, and that makes me sad, because it means they do not think. Ireland speaks out on the king's death. Relations with the Irish Republic have been somewhat cold, if absent, since the collapse of the empire in 1925, owing to its legally spurious annexation of Northern Ireland and the treaty ports, but some warmer exchanges do occur. Today, a private telegram was delivered to the government from President Collins himself, interesting, expressing his sincerest condolences over the death of George, and promising the memory of its last king would never be forgotten or tarnished. How nice. Thank you. That's lovely, Ireland. They get an event called Canadians Reply. I don't know what I said. Something, though. Maybe thank you. Waiting for the king's speech to come through. So I'm thinking of pushing the direct to the exiles button. Don't want to wait for a little bit. Yeah, Collins is still alive. It's really interesting hearing the ways in which the history has been shaped already, and the reaction to it, as well as how I get to play with characters who didn't end up in political power in the actual history. You know, the what if, right? The big what if question is really cool. I think that Kaiserreich probably appeals most to history nerds and people who are interested in like the movement of thought in the 1930s and earlier. For the people who just say, tell the history, let the US be the good guys, probably the base game makes more sense. And this might actually be confusing. I'm not sure. I love the alternate timeline, though. It's really fun. Denmark sends the regards. Since the death of King George V, received word of condolences from William Lyon Mackenzie King and its cabinet. On behalf of King Christian X, matrimonial members of the House of Oldenburg. They were cousins. And while our two states particularly do not share noteworthy customary relations, such words are always welcome on behalf of the royal family. It's enlightening that those across the Atlantic, even a small nation like Denmark, look fondly upon us in our darkest hours. Yeah, I really enjoy the amount of story writing is in the game right now. The author core says, we are ready for something if you want someone. And we're starting to get army points could be cool. Or we can keep saving political power to put someone on the council. There's always the very awkward question. I don't believe that anyone will ever attack me. Quebec, stay nice, please. Quebec, be good kids. So I'm going to continue saving to put someone into the cabinet, I think. It's going to take a while to get there, but is there an industrious workhorse, wherever it is? Oh my goodness, there's so many people. Holy moly. This feels so different than ordinary Hearts of Iron, where you usually have like one page of 6 people, that's all. Minister of Everything. That's a fantastic name. Minister of Everything. What I really want is more political power at this stage, of course. For my first character. So, Robert James Magnon. Political power gain 5%. Requires you to have a different political party. Political power gain 0.1 from the leader of Quebec. That said, many of these characters have special modifiers, so you have to do this before you get them. So it seems a lot of people might be interested in not available. Civil rights advocate. I mean, the hard question team is going to be, like, how do we take the politics of this thing? Right? Do we attempt to say, let's follow straight through the elections? Or can I influence the elections so the conservatives win and then march on the home aisles, or what? Also, they do say the home aisles. I don't know if it just means things like the Isle of Man, or if we have a particular isle in mind. What do you say? What do you say? What do you say? I got distracted about fixing the Navy when I found my battleship there. Who shall our Atlantic commander be this time? I don't know how to think about naval leaders at all. And I know I should have like different flotillas of different kinds of ships. We do kind of have that actually. I think I should have like different, I don't know, different kinds of, fleets of just submarines and so on. But maybe someday. This man's name is DeWolf. I want him leading my navy absolutely. Percy Walker Nels. Who dat? Who dat? Hey, thank you for a very generous resubscription, Cajun. 27 months in total. Viva la Acadia. I don't know what Acadia is. Isn't it an island in Greece, possibly? Tom Spencer Vaughn. His name keeps going on. I choose you, my friend. And then group number 2 in the Pacific. Who wants to lead the Pacific Command? Mountbatten? Oh, wait, really? He was, a bit of a father figure to the current king, I believe. Sure. Also, didn't he survive an IRA bombing? I think it was an attempt to kill Mountbatten. These things happen. These things happen. Alright, time to make a fleet. Cannot create a fleet. I don't know why that is, but okay. All good. Afghanistan's declared war on the Dominion of India. So once upon a time, we'd come running over and try to help. Afghanistan, led by a man wearing a fez, I believe, and a little tiny mustache, named Anulata Khan. Oh, Mountbatten did die in the assassination? Got it. The 5th Anglo-Afghani War. Wait a minute. What do you mean Anglo? I've got no part in this. After the Weltkrieg, is that how it's said? Hope that's right. As the British Raj collapsed in turmoil and warfare, the neighboring Kingdom of Afghanistan took advantage of this as an opportunity to seize Peshawar and Quetta, both border regions of the Dominion. However, the Afghani government's attempts to modernize over the last decade have been met with fierce resistance from the conservative elements in the country. King Amanullah Khan now hopes to use the advantage of turmoil in Lahore following the death of King George V. By repeating the success of the 4th Anglo-Afghan War, the king hopes to silence the conservative opposition and bring new hope to the crown. However, international experts do not put much hope in the tiny mountain nation winning the conflict. Who cares about Afghanistan? Well, that's very rude of me. But that said, it's time for another story time. I'm going to be reading a lot in this game. It feels that way so far. I need to learn ways of commenting on the news here. I just don't know enough about history to do well with it. But let's see here. Afghanistan invades again. Well, we offer a vote of solidarity towards our British Rajian friends. Hopefully the spirit of the king imparts himself on the war. It's Black Monday! On the 3rd of February 1936, the Berlin Stock Exchange stopped sinking. It plunged. Tariffs. Fueled by the instability of the market, panic selling erupted as soon as the stock market opened on Monday morning. It took well into the night for the teleprinters stopped sputtering out the results of what's known as Black Monday. When the results were analyzed, it was clear the situation had only gotten worse. The shock of the unprecedented economic catastrophe will, no doubt, be felt over the entire world. The German Golden Age has ended, for now at least. Mein Gott! It's all pretty bad. Alright, does that affect us directly? Or is it just like the Great Depression is the Great Depression? Germany. What are these? What are these? Canals. Wow. I don't remember seeing this mark before. May have seen it previously though. Germany, do you get a like things are bad indicator? I don't see. Well, it was Black Monday. So Black Monday, the German stock market, everything's falling apart for them. I guess they have a very strong economy though compared to mine. All right. Canadian Shield. I like that. So are these the province names now? Is it Western Canada, Prairies, Canadian Shield, Labrador, the Maritimes, Newfoundland? As opposed to named previously? You can't enter depression if you're already in one. Wait a minute. I want to say, throughout high school, I was definitely in a depression. And then in college, I got into the Great Depression. So, I should think that way. The different eras of my life have been the Depression, the Great Depression, a period of lifting, a period of like recovery in the economy that is my personal life. A Black Monday hits Canada. Just when we thought we were almost through the doldrums of the Great Depression, the German economic markets have experienced a massive crash, which has come to be dubbed Black Monday. While the Canadian economy isn't as tied to the German markets as some, the ripples have been felt throughout the world, particularly in the United States, a market we're particularly dependent upon. This setback is difficult to take, though Prime Minister King has assured the country, "We'll make it through this, just as we have in dark years prior. Now is the time for all good men to join together and work as we never have before. More troubles? Bah! Bah! Great Depression gets worse, and we lose more stability." Alright, I'm going to invite the exiles to help me. The exiles have currently taken up prominent positions within both the Canadian government and within its corporate sector, and they stand ready to support King Edward over the next year by whatever means he feels is necessary. So he could make the exiles more powerful. Are they a group here? I don't think they're an explicit group, but I think they're part of the social conservative movement. Or they should assist the Canadian government. We give them political power, more gain, more stability, or give me a factory. So I'm guessing an off-map factory can't ever be destroyed. I mean, this early, a factory would be very, very cool, wouldn't it? Yeah. Alright. Somewhere in a hidden lodge way up north here, we'll have our hidden factories. So once a year I can get a factory. I'm guessing at some point I want to move away from factory making into stability instead as war comes. The king's speech is completed. I'm disappointed there's nothing for me to read here. I was looking forward to having like a very effete British accent, but no luck. As King Edward prepares his first radio address to the Empire, he must consider what his message will be. His Privy Council is, of course, urging him to promote the cause of retaking the Home Isles. R.B. Bennett, the leader of the Conservative Party and the official opposition, suggests he use his platform to endorse them for the upcoming election, saying he'll serve the cause of war far better. Others, meanwhile, suggest that supporting the current Prime Minister and government will go a long way to mending fences and maintaining stability. It could also be seen as a tacit endorsement of the Liberal Party's position. Oh no. What's the standard line of the British monarchs? That they're apolitical? That they surely do not get involved in party politics? Now, of course, before he became king, Charles wrote and argued quite a bit, including at public conferences about certain political positions, notably about the environment, and he's probably a soft socialist at heart, but this Edward is to keep nice and quiet, though he wants to cozy up to the Nazis as usual, preparing for war, or the Conservatives, or the Canadian government. Interesting questions. So, preparing the nation for war, I wonder if that will help me get more manpower and war support generally. I can't imagine my attacking the syndicalists would be the beginning of World War II, so to speak. The Conservatives would help him get more interest for taking the Home Islands long term, or Canadian government more stability, more good. We'll stay out of party politics. He prepares the nation for war. Is he making a speech now? King Edward calls for war. In his radio address, the king has spoken to the nation and has electrified it. From Vancouver to St. John's, from Toronto to the Arctic, Canadians everywhere buzz with excitement after hearing a charismatic and forceful speech denouncing syndicalism and the king's pledge to finish the war his father began and finally reclaim Britain. His message receives a tacit endorsement of the exiles in Canada and a clear call to begin preparations for war, despite the current Liberal government's more tentative policy on the matter. We must liberate our brothers in Britain. We must liberate our brothers in Britain. Okay, like with plums in the mouth. We must liberate our, never mind. More war support. The British exiles get more power. Authoritarian democracy goes up. Social conservatism goes up also. All right. So our political party popularity has gone down because of the king's interference. When is the next election? October of 36. I wonder if I should like try to push harder the conservatives. I also think Edward looks so sad here. We've established before that I don't really know how to read emotions on faces. But when you look at Edward, like what is the first emotional word that comes to mind? Is he shy? Is he longing? Is he sad? Is he coquettish or demure? I'm not sure. It's definitely not a powerful picture. It's not one that inspires great confidence in his ability to lead. But pompous, maybe. I mean, that's because like any royal person would look pompous or pensive. He's thinking seriously, mildly annoyed. Like, why are you painting my picture? I have things to do. All right, lovely fellow, but yeah, we'll see. We could do like all the people of the world. How does Hoover look? I don't know. How does Buddy here look? Disheveled, unfortunately. All right, what does pop up here? The Dominion of India wants me to help fight Afghanistan. Oh boy, India. I was thinking this might happen. So, you're part of my faction. I was told that Afghanistan probably can't win this thing. I have, how many convoys? I have 80 convoys. That's not very many. Alright, India. Here I come. Here I come indeed. With 15 political power, that's enough to give one character one bit of upgrade. One moment. The Orthodox Syndicalist has been elected in France. All right, one moment. So my Western force. 10 hut indeed. Don't have a lot of people on it. But sure. Is there a port out this way? The Port of Vancouver! Let's go, team. Let's go. Alright. Orthodox Syndicalists are elected in France. The Commune of France is the world's leading socialist nation, united as a federation of city communes and directed by the Comité des Salut Public, the primary executive. Ever since its inception, however, the Second Commune was not uniform in policy. Numerous factions arose, each one with their own idea of which path France should take. As the time for revenge against Germany and the world revolution closes in, the CGT election of 1936 is set to be very important. The replacement for the disgraced Marcel Pierre arose from his own faction, the Orthodoxes, who named Leon Jeu, who now hold the leading position in the CSP. They stand for the extension of democracy and draw inspiration from the British to decentralize the commune. What do you mean, the British? How dare they take that name? That's my name. Alright, one second, be right with you. Too much is happening. Alright, so I have no national focus right now. I can go under the King's Speech now. So none of these seem to be exclusive, I think. So maybe we start here. Okay. Status of the Privy Council. We get an event. The British government in exile has acted on emergency power since the country's downfall, wielding power only through its status as the King's Privy Council. It's been over a decade, however, and there are many who feel the time has come for a change. It's a loss of emergency powers, possibly. The Imperial Conference. Once it starts, it keeps going. No gathering of dominion since the fall of the Isles. It's been decided that now is the time. Even if Canada is the head of the table instead of the United Kingdom, the dominions must prepare to work together if there's hope of defending the Syndicalists. Defeating the Syndicalists, sorry. Or the Senates. Or the Crown Corporation. Or. Alright, so I'm guessing this is the let's build up the economy line. What's the top one do here? Enterprises founded and run by the state, so-called crown corporations, allow us to develop and maintain access to strategic resources and expertise that might otherwise be neglected or ignored by the market. Sadly, not every industrial magnate sees the use of investing in wartime resources, at least for now. As the Great Depression weakens, I think it's the huge thing I see there. Also, you can build buildings with decisions. So, yes. Yeah, weaken the Great Depression is huge, I think. So, let's get to it. And then we'll talk about the government later. King Edward recently made the rounds in Canadian newspapers, commenting on the war with Afghanistan and saying, "This won't be the end of it. The world order established at the end of the Great War is now falling apart, and the Empire must be ready. We cannot put our heads in the ground and wish things were other than they are, for one way or another, the wars overseas will come to our shores." Sorry. The only accent I should ever do is American, I suspect. The King's comments were seen as tacit support for R.B. Bennett and the Conservatives, and many Canadians are reluctantly agreeing. I see. The Conservatives are coming in a hurry. Also, we have no orders on anyone. I should change that. Your orders. I kind of want you to come together first, but we gotta support our friends. Wait, can't leave a non-naval based location. I think it's just because they're not all piled up yet. Wait for them all to arrive. Oh gosh, I'm up this way. The Austrian Empire withdraws from Italy. That's a weird phrase. It's clear that Black Monday has hit the Austrian Empire hard. The Austro-Hungarian Reichskriegsminister today announced he was recalling divisions stationed in Italian territory, unable to afford financial burden or keeping them safe from the Social Republic of Italy. For good or ill, the Italian Republic is now effectively independent of Austrian domination, at least until the Austrians regain full strength and decide whether or not their interests in the Italian peninsula are worth regaining. Many in the Italian Republic have expressed worry about whether or not. I hate the phrase whether or not. It's implied in the weather. There's two in very close proximity. They worry about whether or not this will leave them exposed to attack by the Social Republic of Italy, a move which would plunge Italy into civil war once more. Oh, making a front help. McJersey, thank you. I think you can manually move them from a port. But yeah, the front's a much smarter idea. So, 'tis you. 'Tis a line time. Here, let's set up on this line. That seems fun. And because you're going, I'll give you the first point you can get. Better attack or better entrenchment. We're attacking to help. Okay, cool. A Dominion of India is called in. The Australian Confederation also. Australasian Confederation also. The New Zealanders will arrive very soon. They don't like this front at all. Wait, are you all going east to go west? Oh, what's happening here, team? The illusion of Qing hegemony shatters. Oh, speaking of hegemony, any of you following the new CK3 DLC, in which they're going to have a hegemony level of power over top of the Empire level of power? That's going to be insane. Moving away from empires being the cap. I have no idea how Asia is going to play or contribute in the CK3 playthroughs. I'm so curious if China may end up being a war target for the nomadic horde instead of them always heading towards Europe. It'll be interesting to see. The facade of Chinese unity, having held together for nearly a decade, has begun to crumble. Rising unrest in the League of Eight Provinces, the economic shock of Black Monday, pretending German retrenchment, and the inability of the national government to deliver a decisive response to either has made one thing clear. Beijing's monopoly on power is broken. And now the future is any man's game. The end of an era. Where are you going? Why are you going that way? I don't like that at all. The boats are here. Yes, use the boat that way. Alright, the Anqing clique has declared war on the Nanjing clique. Alright, so fighting is happening in China. I will not be helping this day, but good luck to you all. Also, I feel like I should give more troops. The Army of Quebec. 1 second. Lots of pop-ups. Lots of pop-ups. I'm going to take the 11th Canadian Infantry and the, I don't know, who else wants to join? The 25th. I'll go that way. I see boats also. Not boats, sorry, trucks also. What do the pips mean here? I don't think I've seen those pips previously in the base game. Like, I know experience level, but this is something new to me. Y'all go there. Very good. Hey, Stunted. This game's on sale on Steam. You heard that the subscription for the game is worth it. It's base game enough. People were saying earlier there are some DLCs that are nigh essential. I do not know all the DLCs in the game. Unfortunately, when I started playing, I just bought all of them. That's because it's a stream expense and you all help me pay for things. Thank you for your contributions and subscribing and so on. But it's definitely the case that the game may be fun. Pips are elite units. Thank you, Chris. Must have missed that when it comes to the base game. I've only played the game so far for 144 hours, so still a lot I don't know, unfortunately. Anyone in chat offer like which DLCs are essential? Now the subscription thing, which is like what, $5 a month, seems like a pretty good deal if you're unable or unwilling to buy all the needed DLCs. But I've never used it. Following the death of Marshal Sun Chuanfang earlier this year, and the subsequent collapse of Qing authority over much of China, few expected the Jade Marshal Wu Peifu and President Cao Kun, the real power by the throne in Beijing, to take overt military action. This morning, the duo announced their formal support of the provincial government of Nanjing, the remnants of the old League of 8 provinces. German diplomats and strategists are no doubt breathing a sigh of relief, as the Zhili military support for the new League Marshal, Qi Jun, may be a deciding factor in his war against both the resurgent KMT and Anhui province, aligned with Fengjian, and by extension, Japan. I am so apologetic. The number of words I said in the past minute and a half that I have no idea how they're said, I should just say them with profound confidence. And if anyone says, Resorti, your Mandarin pronunciation is bad, I'll say, well, how about your Japanese? That's not going to work, actually. Anyway, I apologize. It's a tremendous mess. But this shows me I need to know more about Chinese culture. I know some things from, you know, the Confucian era. Past that, not much else. Ooh-wee! More is happening. The formation of the Moscow Accord. For 2 decades, Russia was seen as a secondary power on the global stage. Dismantled after the Weltkrieg, it could no longer pose a threat to German political hegemony in Eastern Europe, nor to Japanese ambitions in the Pacific. Since then, however, Russia has, boing, rebounded, and once again lays down its ambitions. Russian diplomats have officialized a military and economic alliance claiming to unite all nations in Eurasia not aligned with either Germany or the Internationale, although everyone is well aware this Moscow Accord is merely an extension of Russia's sphere of influence. Russia seems to not buy the illusion either, and their expansionist rhetoric reveals they'll seek to restore the borders of the former empire with force. Alright, good luck, Russia. Do whatever you're interested in do. Oh boy, okay. This is why we don't play Hearts of Iron 4. Alright, Shanking Jianggao declared, the governor, Zhang Zongjiang, known throughout China as the Dog Meat General, is dead. Why would anyone be called that? Dog Meat General. Awarded from 25 to 28. He had a brutal and ruthless behavior, eccentric personality, extravagant lifestyle. Time dubbed him the basest warlord. Oh, oh no. Oh, there's been a slippage in my mind. This is horrible. When I read basest general, I thought this would be from 2010 or so. Namely, like the use of the word base to mean amazingly good. Base, of course, means of moral inferiority as well. Oh my goodness. Yeah, from 1927. I cannot believe I had that slippage just happen. Like, oh, he must be so amazing. I want to know, his mother was a practicing witch? Wow. This is amazing. Alright, so based on preference for Chinese brand of tonic, known as dog meat, or from addiction to the high-stakes gambling game Pai Gao, popularly known as eating dog meat. Huh. Well... Okay. Reports coming out of Blue Moon, thank you. Reports coming out of Jihan allege that Zhang Zhongchang and his top lieutenant Sun Jiang had attempted to storm the sacred Taishan earlier this week and did not survive the assault. This astounding news comes with proclamations from the new master of Taishan, Zhang Jianran. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. He now rules Shandong and all its people. Zhang Tianran, do any of you know these names? Can we get on Discord and have you fix me? It's a less notable figure to the newspapers, but it's well known to the refugees of eastern China as the benevolent leader of the Yugenjuao cult. To the more conservative refugees, this event symbolizes something brighter in store for China. This does not go well. It's brighter, though. I like brighter things. Oh, my goodness. So, reading about all of the different problems of the world right now, or, like, political change in the world, is making me think I should become an absolutely insular state. I should entirely refuse to help anyone, because it's too complicated. More war in China. China is having a hard time. No one is training right now. It's true. True. Alright, let's get the infantry going for right now. Resorty, what's your division planner? Resorty. Actually, what is it? Friends, do we like this? Do you want another line of dudes? I can't do anything yet because I don't have an army commander. We're currently saving up for a member of the government, but... Resorty, division planner Resorty. For right now, we have no troops on the west coast, which is, I guess, closer to China. I don't know. All right. Yeah, it's easy to realize. All the different characters you can say, like, what's this person all about? And you have a very, very long story in some cases. I find them absolutely fascinating, and were I not streaming, I would absolutely read all of these on my own. I understand that occasionally we like bedtime stories with Resorty, but if we had that all stream long, I think I'd become a little tired of reading for you, unfortunately. Alright, Air Wings have no missions. They're in Southern Ontario. That's over here. Alright. I got some fuel. You want to fly around for a while? Let's see that destroy my fuel very quickly. Hey, thank you, Tutor. I appreciate it. God. Back here. Central Rada seizes power in White Ruthania. It's here, right? Yeah. With Germany's economy shaken by a severe economic crisis, the repercussions were quickly felt in the European hegemon's eastern satellites. White Ruthenia, a small and young nation by the Russian border, was soon rocked by instability. After growing agitation from radical leftist elements in the country, the army intervened and deposed the elected social democratic government. Radoslaw Astrowski, a deputy in White Ruthenia's legislature, was made interim president. With remnants of the old government swept away, Astrowski consolidated power around the new institution, the Central Rada Council, with himself as the chairman. White Ruthenia, with tacit German support, has become an authoritarian regime. Its nascent democracy nipped in the bud. Another democracy falls to radicalism. Friends, I have a thought. I'm enjoying this game because I like story time, but I could imagine a player saying, and I'm not saying as I swear, I can imagine a player saying, the people who made this game are so fascinated by what would happen if Germany won World War I and how it would destabilize, Europe and the war. Europe and the rest of the world, that they've done a ton of research on, what might happen in each country and who are the major players and figures. And they want so badly to share all of that with every player. I think that one thing Hearts of Iron base game does well is restrict a lot of story time to which character, which tag you're playing, and not tell you everything about everyone every time. You can trust certain news stories. Like I said, I'm enjoying it. I can imagine someone saying that the devs of Kaiserreich are overly in love with the research they've done. Now, like I said, I'm not gonna turn them off. I'm interested in seeing this. I'm just saying a player could say that. Is that fair? I think that's fair. I'm gonna say it's fair, and if you disagree, you're wrong. Alright, more democracies fall, as always happens. Overload of information pop-ups, people get turned off by it. Chris, I think you're right. Can you agree with me? You are right. Absolutely. Alright, how is the old construction going? Look! I'm building roads in Quebec. A good idea? I don't know. Restoration of the democracy in Australasia. The Confederation has been under the authority and rule of the Governor-General William Birdwood since the British invocation of the emergency protocols in 1924, considered by many in the nation to have been a heavy-handed response to the Melbourne Commune syndicalist uprising. Birdwood finally relented to calls for an open election, leading to surprise results of Earl Page's Country Party achieving a minority government in the Canberra Parliament. Page is expected to have a tough time ahead of him, with labor unrest on the rise and calls for revocation of Birdwood's more egregious restrictions on personal liberty. Down with the governor, up with the parliament. So many players of Hearts of Iron 4 are always really struck when something unusual happens in the game. Like, oh gosh, that character never wins that decision. Oh gosh, how did Trotsky survive? Are these things happening in Kaiserreich right now also? Like, are these stories determined? Do they always happen? Or are some of these stories things that might not happen? Could we have instead got a pop that says, nope, democracy defeated Australasia, the government does more. So I'm curious, like, how many different paths for alternate history are happening in the game right now? Or is it a more on-rails alternate history? Not sure. I should be building factories. I have no idea. So I built infrastructure first so that the construction of the factories goes faster. Maybe a mistake, though. Australasian folks want to give me rifle short magazine Lee Enfield Mark 6s on a monthly basis. No trades at all. Absolutely not. My little economy is trying its best. The little economy that could. There are lots of random things happening. Awesome. Thank you for knowing the game, but I'll see. You never liked alternate history because possibly the alternate outcomes are infinite. I think that's it though. Like, I don't know. Like, when possibilities are infinite, you can play with it and enjoy so many of them. Are these often the case that, I don't know, like Frodo, right? You go to Lord of the Rings universe and the outcomes are nigh infinite because the author's creating the world whatever way they want to. So I like alternate history because you can be playful with something that is kind of fixed, right? I don't want to say history is absolutely fixed, our understandings change and so on, but it does feel to me like alternate history is a cool place to play with the what might have been, the what if. Where are my Canadians? The game's paused. Where are my Canadians? Have they gotten on boats yet? Alright, they've gotten on boats. They've decided to go via the Mediterranean, you fools! Is this actually the fastest, oh, mostly, wow. Fascinating. I was surprised that the Western forces didn't go across the Pacific, but I don't know. Friends, an ad break is upon us again, been live now for 3 hours and 30 minutes. What have we done in the past hour? I unpaused the game. Exactly, Selden. Man the High Castle, right? You know, what if Germany wins the Second World War and, a certain authoritarian regime takes over in the U.S.? The presentation of Japan in that movie is actually less bureaucratic than it should be. The Japanese bureaucracy is a serious business thing. All right, team, back to the crossword for a little bit, and then we'll play again in a bit. Thanks for being here. If you're enjoying the show, consider throwing a follow this way. If you're really enjoying it, consider throwing a subscription so you can watch the crossword and not be befuddled by the ads. As always, darn you ads, darn you befuddlement, etc., etc. Oh, I completely forgot to tell you all something. Here's a story. So on Saturday's stream, Saturday's stream was really casual, and after it was done, I was feeling in a good mood, so I went and got a sandwich, and then came down here and played some video games while listening to some of my favorite music. You know, some Dawes, some SOB by Nathaniel Rateliff and his band. And after about 30 minutes of that, I discovered that I hadn't turned off the YouTube stream. So anyone who watches the end of the Saturday YouTube stream, you're going to hear some music that caused my entire video to be demonetized because I was playing copyrighted music. Whoops. Gotta turn off the YouTube stream independently. Alright. What else we got here? A low-ranking officer's nickname once. It's back to being a Louis, which is a weird phrase for lieutenant, but the Ruby out of blank Khayyam is Omar Khayyam. So instead of being error for poet, we're gonna do, I don't know. We'll see eventually. A film set in New York City's High School of Performing Arts. No idea at all. Anti-dandruff shampoo. It's tea gel, I believe. Something like that. Wheelhouse. Ambit? No. Area? Possibly. I don't know if I like that. Bozo. Adult, maybe? We'll see. A UN agency is awarded a 1969 Nobel Peace Prize. Not sure. A so-called good cholesterol. Right, it's something L. So throw is a late. Is it something DL? So HDL or LDL? I think LDL is the good one. We'll see. A certain hydrocarbon. How about ethane? Will that work? Maybe. One with a blue sky mindset toward an ideation architecture that can move the needle in the innovation space, say. So something probably. Flubs. It's airs. So I guess it's a DDS for Dr. Dell's surgery, not medicine. Something aider. It's like marketing speech person. Fall, perhaps. Something weather seems likely. Not sure what though. Oh, it's sweater weather. A sweater weather, which means that Diamond data. So I thought it was baseball, and it said ERAs, like pitchers. Oh, thank you. It is off a bit. My Window's not staying stable, so you're not seeing the whole crossword. Good catch, Wibble. Thank you. Diamond data could be not about baseball, but instead about like actual like diamonds. I don't know anything about this other than carat weight, though. I was pretty sure the Balkans were Czech people, because Dieter to Diderot, Chalris seems good. Other Eastern, so maybe Czechs aren't Balkan. If so, I apologize. I'm going to see, though. No idea. We're going to do two more back to the game. Scott Tots. As I said before, I think Tots here refers to children. What there, I'm not sure. Also, Tots could be potatoes, but I don't know the special Scottish word potatoes. Last one for now. Some brain test for short. Yeah, I think, isn't there an EKG, an electrocardiogram? I would also like an electroencephalograph, whatever it is. So Milton's Lascivious is an elegy. Cool. So I think EKG, ACG. I think that's right. We'll see. Last one for I swear. A German. No clue. All right, friends. Return to the video game. Back to learning about the awful things that are happening in the world. Authoritarianism through and through. Grubzilla, good seeing you. Back from the Renfest. Oh my goodness. Hope you had a good time seeing the mud wrestling and so on. The 1936 Trade Union Congress in the Union of Britain was made out to be decisive. Chairman Tom Mann declared his resignation, causing the three major factions in the Union, the Maximists, the Autonomists, and the Federationists, to butt heads over their positions. As the dust settled, Oswald Mosley, the current deputy chairman and leader of the Maximist movement, had been appointed as the new chairman. Mosley's faction supports a strong central government and full state control of the economy, and are much more in favor of military action and British nationalism than any other faction. We could. Couldn't I do the crossword by myself? I mean, yeah. The reason I put it on is so that people subscribe. The other thing to do during ad breaks would be just keep playing the game and have our followers just not see parts of the game. But yeah, I do the crossword, try to be entertaining. Does it succeed? Who knows? All of Christendom mourned the death of His Holiness Pius XI, who died following a heart attack after having been in declining health for the past several years, something which rapidly worsened following Black Monday. His what's it called? His investment portfolio went down in a hurry. Speaking of which, if you're someone who is invested in the market long-term for retirement, stop looking at it. I have so many friends, both online and in person, who are like, I keep looking at my stocks every day and it's down so far. How will I ever retire? And of course, I say to them, how long until you're retiring? 25 years. I'm like, okay, chill fam. There's no reason to look. You're just making yourself feel bad. What, time in the market is more important than timing the market, etc. The Holy Father will soon be interred with the rest of his predecessors in the tomb of the popes. Until the next pope can be chosen, the papal state will be ruled by the College of Cardinals in Rome. The succession of His Holiness is made all the more important due to the Catholic Church's role in governing the reborn papal states, as well as vehement opposition to syndicalism, a force that divided Italy and seeks to once again unify the Italian peninsula. We'll see what we get as a new pope at this point. We will see. Does anyone know the current state of the pope? Like our pope today, our pope. I know for a while there he was in hospital with serious lung issues and wasn't seeing anyone who came to the Vatican. He's still very ill. Got it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to think about popes. I'm not Catholic, I find their writing on important social issues so interesting because it's always so carefully reasoned and attempts to be appealing to people who are not Catholic, as well as people who are part of the flock and must listen to him on matters of dogma and so on. And so I often do read the papal, what are they called? The papal letters and arguments. I found this like so fascinating. And so I do wonder, like, what role does the Pope play in today's world for non-Catholic people? Like, is he seen as some point of like a moral voice in the world? Like, does papal moral statements, or do they matter? Or have they just been politicized? Like, the recent condemnation of a politician by the Pope, I think was seen as like a great win for certain political folks in the U.S. Who are not Catholics at all, right? Not even a little bit. And so is it just like, if the Pope happens to be on my side, once again, Pope matters. If Pope argues against the things that I care about, the Pope doesn't matter at all. In which case, it is just another political token. It's kind of sad to me. Encyclicals, thank you, Van. I read the encyclicals regularly and find them so fascinating. Especially the statements on the environment, which have shown like a real shift in the Catholic position on stewardship of the environment, as opposed to like the necessity of expanding industry and so on. But all right. Hope we get to the war soon. I should have microed my people across the world. What are these? Well, before what are these? My men moving. We say, Gallo seizes control of Ecuador, seemingly unwilling to stand by as watcher of the relatively liberal government under Ayora's PLRE. When the recent election risked enfeebling Ecuador, Alberto Enriquez Gallo has launched a successful push in Quito, having already dissolved the administration and created a new council of military advisors. The new military strongman has quickly begun embarking on a quest to purify Ecuador of alleged threats and opponents. Though the nation has recently been viewed positively as a friendly business environment by foreign investors, whether the state of affairs will be preserved by the new regime is unknown. It seems that Quito's liberalism just couldn't last. Those of you who play this game, do you play it with a Wikipedia tab only? Like, or open rather? Like, I can easily imagine looking up basically every proper noun, because I just don't know much / anything about any of this. And I want to. I very much want to learn more, but I just do not know. Also, we're really attacking into Afghanistan. We should probably not attack into any mountains. So probably the desert's place to go. Poor Canadian men going to sweat. The House of Commons has issued the writ of election, calling for general elections to be held in October of this year. Both the Liberals and the Conservatives have already begun campaigning, and the general sentiment is that this election will be an important one. Does the country push hard towards a confrontation with the Union of Britain, or does it take a more cautious approach and focus on building up Canada's strength and that of the other dominions? The Liberals favor the latter, while the Conservatives and the British exiles heavily favor the former. I mean, I want to build up my strength and then beat the dickens out of Britain. I don't want to do it preemptively, but we are pushing the Conservatives a little bit. Good luck, King Guy. Good luck. Hey, Fernanthus. Happy weekend to you. Anyone do anything cool this weekend? Anyone have an especially good time? Or was it, chores, and not much else? The people of India are still waiting for me. Pius the 12th is with us. The Catholic faithful in Rome breathed a sigh of relief as the Sistine Chapel's chimney billowed forth white smoke, signifying the election of a new pope. A short time later, it was announced the pious and popular Eugenio Cardinal Pacelli had become His Holiness Pope Pius XII, leader of the Catholic Church and head of the state of the Papal States. It's anticipated that he will continue the policy of his predecessor, whose pontifical name he has taken. There you go. There you go. back to the current Pope, I do kind of wonder if current Pope will end up resigning. You know, the prior Pope Benedict resigned when he was unable to do the job well anymore. I would love if there's a precedent around that. You know, I mentioned before, here in Japan, the emperors retire. It's not seen as a big deal to have abdication here, where, you know, in the UK, abdication is, oh God, oh God. So, yeah, it'd be really interesting if the popes began to retire when they were no longer physically or mentally able. And there was a suggestion that John Paul, 2 popes ago, perhaps didn't have his faculties into his later life, and so it's a rough thing for sure. Hey, Julian, good seeing you. Made focaccia bread, sounds very nice indeed. Help Dad move furniture so the floor be tiled. That's the worst part of any floor work, is moving everything. Do the Papal States exist? May I play the Papal States? I know no theocracy is allowed in particular games, but the Papal State does exist. It's ruled by Pius XII. That'd be very cool. Commander Keen, I've actually been quite struck by how few grammar errors there are in this game so far. As many of you know, that's what I hate more than just about anything is are grammar errors through and through. And so it's quite the thing to see. Quite the thing to see a community-created total overhaul with so far no grammar errors at all, where paradox is often boom, boom, boom. And is that a question of, like, you know, doing something as your job versus doing it as a hobby? Like when you're getting paid to type and to edit, it's like, oh gosh, you gotta get through so I get paid more. Whereas your hobby, you take the time necessary to make it a labor of love and cared well. As I said before, I don't know the story of Kaiserreich, but the amount of work that's gone into it in terms of research and thinking about how nations could work is really kind of cool. Socialist delegates from around the world are gathered in and around Paris for the latest congress of their movement. The Third Internationale was created by French socialists after the 1920 revolution and has helped steer the efforts of the labor movement. Dominated by the syndicalists, the Internationale, however, intends to be a broad tent organization, and thus welcomes Reds of all stripes. That's funny. Reds of all stripes. Delegates were greeted by a military parade and a rousing speech in Versailles, clad in red for the occasion. At the top of the agenda is the spread of revolutionary fervor, particularly to Asia and North America, conflict in Spain, policy and colonialism, and requirements for membership of the Internationale's military alliance. Alright, so it might be going international in some way. Other ungrouped Air Force. I'm going to give you to the Border Brigade. You. Crown Corporation research completed. I believe that gives me decisions to create Crown Corporations. What this does, I do not know. For 90 days, so 3 civilian factors are taken for 90 days, and then we get 2 factors our way. The same thing Quebec if we want to. So let's just create factories out of whole cloth, and then an arms factory the same. I'm currently saving political power to have someone in government at 150. Who I do not know still. But something that helps with political power is the real desire here. Maybe the civil rights advocate. That seems plausible as a character to help us out. A brilliant lawyer. We'll look between the different people who might help out. I'm going to wait till the 150, and then after that we'll build the new construction factories. If we go in the other direction, we won't have much political power coming in. Alright, so if we want to, we can work our way down more and more and more. Improvements to research, political power, etc. Or over here, we can figure out what's going on with the government here. Alright. Or the military stuff. Military stuff is always good. I'm behaving as if we're not going to get invaded. We'll see if that changes. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and resolve what's going on with the government. So, what's happening with the Privy Council? 4 to 5 days to figure that one out. I'm probably going to give them more power, possibly. We will see what happens. Okay, war still. Y'all are just standing by in Nova Scotia. Over there. We don't really have a Nova Scotian army, so I think I'm going to have you just train for now. Cool. Who else is doing nothing? Here we go. The Moyne Commission. I'm surprised we have no picture here. I like the pictures very much. With the recently degraded state of the West Indies economy causing an organized labor movement in the region, it's been a cause for some concern on our part. The Canadian people have always felt close to those within the West Indies Federation due to a similar upbringing from colony to British-led federation, increasing their desire for a formalized search into the region's problems. This has resulted in the formation of the Moyne Commission, expected to go around to the colony within the Federation and see exactly what their problems are, starting the colony of Ghana. The officials in charge are Walter Guinness, the first Baron Moyne, as the lead, Dr. Mary Blacklock, who works in tropical medicine, Professor F. Edgelow, who has expertise in agriculture, economist Hubert Henderson, Sir Percy McKinnon, who's representing Canadian financial industries, female liberal politician Cora Taylor Castleman, noted anti-trade unionist Walter Citrine. I have done so much research into Canadian people, let me put them in a very long list. Their job is to go to the West Indies starting a week from now. 20 political power, and the West Indies have me checking them out. Friends are over 150 points. Could choose someone. So public works is faster construction, more resources. We are still low on resources, but I can't fix that through an increase. Minister of Everything, while hilarious, is not what I need currently. Brilliant Lawyer. So the political power gain of 5%. So that'd be from 117 to 128. Probably not. Construction magnate, no. Captain of industry, again, construction speed. Medical expert, more population, less attrition, and experienced soldier losses go down. So I very much want to experience soldier losses go down, but not as my first character. I need the political power so badly. And I guess I could add a British Parliament. Is that true? No. So British Prime Minister, you only get one of them, and it's established not by me. Okay, we're taking one of the people who get political power. So 5% on him or 10% instability. Yeah, I don't care about compliance growth right now because I don't think we have any colonies or many colonies. I'm not sure. So, welcome John George Diefenbacher. We don't know much about him, but there he goes. More political power, more good. Now at 25, we're going to start pushing the buttons to get free factories in just a moment here. What colonies do I have? Quebec. Didn't expect that one. Alright, Quebec, do you need to have the mounted police keep an eye on you? Oh, poor Quebec. Can we core Quebec eventually? I don't want them whining the whole time. That's very rude, I'm sorry. I don't want Quebec to feel dominated by us. Guess we left alone. I bet Quebec eventually revolts. Our fuel is going down now. We're still training the airplanes. Maybe the Navy eventually also. Have we hit the front line yet? Oh, they're moving. Well, I wonder if by the time we get to India, the war will be resolved. Also, my front line has been lost. So, I mean, I'd be fine landing here. Wait, wrong one. My front line's just fine, no worries up there. Pedro Pablo Ramirez restores order to Argentina. I don't remember an Argentina event previously. I don't know. Pedro Pablo. When Manuel Carlos executed a coup against the Argentine state on Christmas of 35, the nation was torn apart in a vicious struggle for control of the presidency. LP and forces in the Argentinian Navy quickly took control of the capital, but were stopped by forces from the army who began quickly asserting their dominance over the entire nation, leading to a bloody and drawn struggle. Vicious resistance from the army, however, proved to be too strong for Carlos's forces, and a humiliating defeat at Rosario. They were swiftly pushed back to the capital. Manuel Carlos himself is now rumored to have committed suicide. earlier this morning, but others suggest that he and his closest friends were seen on a river barge leaving for Uruguay as enemy tanks rolled toward the presidential residence. Is this a victory for democracy? All very confusing. They're Patagonian socialists? I mean, wasn't the president of Uruguay, 2 or 3 presidents ago, like, intentionally very impoverished, intentionally, taking a low salary and, like, lived at a pig farm, maybe? I forgot his name now, but he's an absolute hero. He's a nice version of what Plato wanted the rulers to be. Not motivated by money, only motivated by goodness. Mujica, thank you. Yeah, he's written some really interesting books throughout the years. It's like a really fascinating vision of what a political leader could be. Bennett, this is Canada. With the effects of Black Monday still being felt in Canada, R.B. Bennett has taken the offensive and accused Mackenzie King and the Liberals of gross inaction, not only on the economic management of the country, but on what he suggests is an inevitable war that will determine the fate not only of Canada, but the entire world. I wonder where he's seeing the inevitable war. I don't know. Canada, he says, should be pushing hard for the coming war and suggests that it fails to do so. The Entente should be caught once again in a weak and indefensible position. Considering the large crowd he attracted at his latest speech in Halifax, there are a large number of Canadians who agree with them. Is that so? More social conservatism going. Afghanistan is now having the French Republic coming into this thing. I'm sorry, what? They're on our side, correct? One moment. The French Republic has joined. Is this the World War? Is the World War going to begin because Afghanistan decided to get a little grabby with my former dominion? Or I guess the equal dominion of mine? I don't know. 28! Alright, here we go, team. I'm going to build corporations in Southern Ontario. Why there? I don't know. But in 90 days, we get 3 factories. Come on, boats! I now feel like it was a ridiculous decision to throw my troops in the war in India, because they're so slow in getting there. Or maybe I paused the game regularly, I'm not sure which one. It came as a surprise to our government, but the ambassador from the United States has demanded the government immediately begin paying war debts incurred by the British Empire during the Weltkrieg. While the Americans are gripped in an economic crisis, one Canada has, to an extent, avoided. They must know the Canadians can never repay the debt, not all at once at least. Though the old United Kingdom was on its way to repayment, there was a tacit agreement after the British Revolution that debts wouldn't continue to be repaid until the home islands were recaptured. For the Americans to demand it now, they must either be desperate or must be catering to the more warlike and isolationist elements in their government. Alright, so we're not paying back the British war debts. The United States is now outraged towards me, negative 100 opinion. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, I think the next political power we have should go to try to making the U.S. happy, because I can imagine them coming for me in order to take land for the war debts. I don't know, team. Should I recall my troops, or actually get to making more? So I haven't built a single factory yet. Yeah? Oh, we're still knocking out roads. Oh boy, I can give them Detroit? No. Actually, Detroit's not quite mine. I want to take the auto industry and help them become big and strong. Or maybe I don't. I should build more trains. Not sure. It's maybe a dumb decision. What am I doing? The 1936 Stanley Cup. 2 teams have made it to the Stanley Cup Finals. The Toronto Maple Leafs making their 6th appearance, and the Detroit Red Wings making their 2nd appearance, and still hungry to win their first cup. with only a brief interruption at the first game in Detroit, with demonstrations by the Socialist Party of America disrupting proceedings outside the stadium, the series has gone off without a hitch and captivated audiences in both countries. Who will take home the cup this year? Given the American government's recent turn towards economic aggression towards us, hopefully we beat the dickens out of them. Go Maple Leafs, go! Come on, Toronto! Well, I hope we're going to be seeing an update on that, but no! Kurt von Schillicher, appointed the Reichskanzler. Elections have been held in the German Empire after 2 years of failed governments and a stock market crash, which resulted in a worldwide economic collapse. The empowered permanent opposition parties, the SPD and the DVLP, gained a large enough share of the vote that another moderate liberal Catholic cabinet is no longer possible. In light of a difficult situation, Kurt von Schillicher has been appointed as a unifying figure. Schillicher is a general of the Heer, the Prussian Minister of War, who accumulated impressive influence in the past few years. Pragmatic to the core, he expresses his wish to work with all parties in the Reichstag to combat the crisis, but he does not shy away from his true goal: a stronger, more centralized, more militarized empire. Leave Canada alone. We got our own problems up here. Goodness. No! The Detroit Red Wings have swept the Toronto Maple Leafs the Stanley Cup, giving the Red Wings the Stanley Cup for the first time. The games were held during a time of great unrest, but for a day, the people weren't rioting over political differences. They were rioting over a championship. I should have invested more political power into encouraging the football club. They're not football, they're hockey. Sorry, wrong sport. Oh, that's very sad. It's very, very sad. I wonder if it was a decision to help them. Seems like no. The Socialist Revolution in Iran. With news reaching Tehran of the Shah's death a few days ago, the people of Persia took to the streets to demand the abolition of the monarchy. As of last night, it appears the socialist protesters have successfully taken control and pushed the Qajar dynasty out of the country. The first socialist state in the Middle East has been declared. Persia, or Iran as now called, has been a place of instability and trouble ever since the end of the Anglo-Russian occupation of the nation. With the Middle East growing increasingly unstable, many wonder how the new socialist government will respond to the possible threats of challenges in the region. Socialism? What? What? Alright, so the Shah has died. The Shah has died. Now being run by socialist leader. So radical socialists and social democrats are teaming up there. Instead of the revolution. Say you want a revolution, well, but I think it may have been an instantaneous changeover as opposed to a civil war internally. Alright, we research first as usual, and it got done fairly quickly. So, is it time to research something else? As always, or do we just continue researching research? So 205 days on better research, or we go and upgrade our troops a little bit. It's an upgrade from 1918, sure. The water-cooled Vickers MG and the Stokes Trench Mortar were the standard support arms of the Canadian Army during the Weltkrieg. With the threat of war ever so near, the Canadian Army recommissions them back into service. Alright. Infantry weapons are support equipment. I could look through and figure out what each one does, but I always like having a nice big infantry weapons designer, so we'll get on that one. Or at least that's what I liked when I was playing India, because in India I just flooded the field with so much infantry. I wonder if we go for higher technology this playthrough instead. We will see. It's about noon 30 my time. I'm glancing up at the clock and realizing, oh man, so much time has gone by so quickly. But ready. All right. Within about 10 blocks, they'll arrive. But wait! King Edward VIII is the first British monarch not to be coordinated within the halls of Westminster Abbey. Instead, royal planners held an elaborate ceremony in Christ Church Cathedral, Ottawa's largest Anglican church. There, the Archbishop of Canterbury, himself a British exile, performed the rites as expected by tradition, with a throng of media paying close attention to every move. Rather than making his first public appearance afterwards on the balcony of Buckingham Palace, King Edward instead appeared on the balcony of Rideau Hall, the official royal residence, where he's greeted by a throng of enthusiastic Canadians. Hooray, we now have a king! Alright, so we gain base stability for having a king. King Edward can go on tours, who sell him the merch, and his popularity goes up. I saw the king, and all I got was this lousy t-shirt. So what may the king do? Influence the monarchy. He can make an address to the people generally. He can suppress the exiles. He can tour Canada. What does that do? What does that do? Increases stability, war support, mobilization, and army morale for 1 full year. Other events may also happen. He can visit France, Australasian Confederation, West Indies, South Africa, or India. We should send him to India while they're at war. Possibly not. Legislate freedoms. Oh, this is similar to improved worker conditions. We're still saving, 3 more points for modifying our factories. Come on, British. So it seems that India is losing the war before we get here, at least. We'll see how it changes in just a moment there. We have enough now. I'm going to make another civilian factory pile. Oh, can you only do one at a time? 1 second. No, we're good. They'll both be made. A famine breaks out in Sichuan. So the Chinese states are an area of tremendous conflict right now. The province of Sichuan has long struggled with famine. Rocky terrain and unpredictable weather kept population low until the early Qing era, when widespread land clearance and immigration immigration incentives brought hordes of peasants to the province. In 1925, a lengthy drought turned into a devastating famine that ravaged the province, leading to hundreds of thousands of deaths. Oh gosh, too many pop-ups. And millions of refugees. Now, with chaos in the League, disrupting food shipments and another lengthy drought, the specter of famine haunts Sichuan once more. Already horrifying stories are emerging of mothers selling their children to slavery for scraps of bread, and anarchy gripping even the richest market towns. What is it? 3 meals away from anarchy? Is that the line? Oh boy. Hey, Reginald, good seeing you. How's it going? We're almost there. The troops are coming. They don't like being in the mountains. They don't like being very hot. They're coming, though. The recently formed Cooperative Commonwealth Federation Party. This is a new party I've not seen before, I think. Progressive Socialist and Farmer Labor. Any Minnesotans here? The Democratic Party, so-called, in Minnesota of the American states, it has a different party name than any other state. So in most states, it's just like the Democratic Party of Pennsylvania, the Democratic Party of Florida. In Minnesota, it's the Democratic Farm Labor Party, DFL. It retains a special character, and I think because that the Minnesota party is really interesting, as it does think about itself as a coalition party of farmers and laborers, along with the ordinary Democratic voter. And so it at least a different political outlook in Minnesota, I think, and it's a party I'd like to be involved in, but I don't live there. Anyway, the Commonwealth Federation Party, led by J.S. Woodsworth, has been making large gains in the polls as Woodsworth speaks to groups of unemployed laborers and factory workers across the country. The party's Democratic Socialist platform results in accusations of being funded and run by syndicalist sympathizers. First let people have the vote, then let them have welfare, and then they become communists. Its message of alleviating the suffering of farmers and workers under capitalism has hit a chord even so. Regardless, its popularity seems most concentrated in Western Canada, and the idea of it might have a chance at forming a government is remote. You do recall that Western Canada have no troops right now. Richard just said you were on the fence while playing this or Stellaris, chose Stellaris. This game looks pretty intense. I mean, yeah, Reginald, definitely the case that Stellaris is probably an easier entry into Paradox games. So CK3 and Stellaris are the two that feel most friendly. And then the more you get into the Victoria, the Hearts of Iron, the EU4, the game seems like it does not want to be understood. You know, it will love you if you figure out its signs and signals, but on the whole, no idea. Democratic socialism? What? What? Alright, so we're marching in a direction that has relatively low supply. I probably should go over here instead. I chose the coast for reasons I don't fully understand, but, we'll see if we all die. Hope our organization moves up as we arrive. You're gonna be fine, team. Look, you have some trucks. Everybody loves trucks. Hello, and welcome to an undefended province. As we arrive, Afghanistan was undefended. Here, I will go this way instead. I will go this way. Hooray, taking territory for free. Hooray, this is extending the front. Okay, here is a hard question I do not know how to think about. We're going to read carefully. It's going to come down to, am I really pushing for a conservative government to go invade Britain? It might be Agonarch. Hello, Agonarch. It's good to see you again. Thank you for the generous resubscription. 38 total months. That's years. Plural. Triple. But thank you, Agonarch. Good seeing you as always. The British government in exile has operated on emergency powers for the last 10 years, existing without elections and unable to exercise legal influence outside their status as the King's Privy Council. Recently, however, there have been indications that Prime Minister Austen Chamberlain's time is up. Many exiles seem as partially responsible for the loss of the Home Isles and have been urging King Edward to replace him. We could push the king to appoint a more moderate candidate, however, someone more likely to work with the Canadian government. We could also urge the king to call for an election among the exiles in Canada, though how much of a legal mandate that would give the new prime minister is questionable. Still, it's more democratic than appointee. Who are we? This said directly, we could push the king. Are we understanding we here as the Canadian government itself? It's a weird thing in this moment because we are Canada and the power of Canada thinks it flows through usually the game is not quite this explicit about I am making a choice. You, the player, it's you. Let the king pick Chamberlain's replacement. If we do this, we have Henry Page Croft. It lowers political power. Better war support. Alright. Or a moderate. Edgar Algernon Robert Gascon Cecil. More political power gain. Also reputation or recruitable population goes up. We love that. Or a vote by the exiles. Point Robert Anthony Eden. More stability. Alright, so also market liberalism goes up. So British exiles goes up, market liberalism, or we fall in the middle. I mean, I think democracy is important. It gives more stability. And I guess it keeps the exiles neutral. Alright, y'all gonna vote. Who'd you pick? Nobody quite yet. Look at the free land! Look at the possibility of easy encircling. That's not my guy. Oh! Come on! We went across the entire world to get some war XP. I stepped into one and only one province, and that was the end of the war. Oh, no. I'm glad to have helped India, I suppose, stay independent. But I didn't get any XP. That's pretty lame. Alright, the Western forces will return to, you know, the West. I guess I could leave them there, right? It could be like Asian power projection. So I wonder if we leave if India will get weak again. I actually sent fewer troops maybe. I have no idea. Alright, so with the Privy Council handled, in other directions here, the fate of the Senate. Or more economy, more good. Or what's this do? Sea and rail expansion. More crown corporations. Man, I just want to build. As always, what is this game I'm playing? This game I'm playing is Victoria 3. Because all I want to do is economy. What are these? What is the ISAC? What's the IADEC? Too confusing. So, ooh. Okay, one second. The IADEC lowers consumer consumption. Hello. Suggestions have been made to form the Imperial Economic Development Council to expand the industrial strength of the Entente by having its members work together on economic matters. Funded by Canada, the strongest remaining member of the Empire, the IEDC would serve to help us meet challenges ahead. So, we invite other folks, including the French, to join us. Political power goes into the IEDC pool. I don't know what that means. And we have an IEDC decision. Because it immediately lowers our consumer consumption, absolutely. Absolutely. 100%. Feeling good. Need a head of the army. Need a head of the army pretty badly. Alright. I'm just heading my troops home. I feel ridiculous that we went that far, so you fine folks will defend Vancouver and the Isle here. Well, trust points north, maybe. Alright, let's get deploying. Thank you. And I should probably give jobs to other folks, too. So the Army of Border Defense. I'll have you set up to defend, you know, the border. Cool. And the Army of Quebec, which defends Ottawa, don't you worry. Let's fall back line. Defend across here. Cool. Cool. Is this Gander? Where's Gander? I need to know about Gander, Newfoundland, so I can begin singing Welcome to the Rock. That'd be good. Y'all like that musical? It's a good musical. About, 9/11. It's called, Come From Away. Very good stuff, very good stuff. We discussed musicals earlier today, though, because, I went and saw the Wicked movie last night. Really enjoyed it. Pretty fun one. Pretty good one. Hey, one air experience. So, I guess I start have my army just trained. The problem is always, though, is I have no guns. So we're working on very slow going. The conscription debate begins. As expected, the most contentious issue in the election is proving to be that of conscription. Both the Liberals and Conservatives proposed a bill that would be known as C7, which would shape preparations for war over the coming years. Whether Bill C7 includes conscription, however, is the key element. French Canadians in Quebec are, in particular, vehemently opposed to the idea of general conscription, forcing them to fight in a British war, and thus liberal promises of not implementing it have seen them make great gains in the province. Conservatives, meanwhile, say that Canada doesn't have the manpower to fight any war without conscription. The war, when it comes, means conscription sooner or later, and they say, for all our sakes, it should be sooner. Stability goes down, political power 0.5 to the red. Oh boy, Quebec. The Moyne Commission's returns. They officially returned today, and their news is not especially pleasant. We received reports what they refer to as a slavery in a different form, with the plantation economy still being the main form of development in the islands. Among this, there are many other problems, like the United Fruit Company. What's that company called today? The awful UFC that went to launch coups in South America to defend their fruit plantations. What's it called? Chiquita Banana, indeed. When you love that little Chiquita Banana lady, you're supporting a company that overthrew democratically elected governments. Ain't the world weird? Ain't the world weird? Oh, the dirty wars. Alright, also prostitution in Jamaica, classified in Guyana between the Indo and the Afro-Guyanese, oil spilling in Trinidad and Tobago. Walter Guinness himself, that the generation is suffering from a century of neglect from the empire, and they expect the West Indies government to handle this problem immediately. Needless to say, many Canadians are disgusted by the happenings in the West Indies. Those who they see are very similar to them in ways. It left a stain on the imperial family and the current government, one the West Indies will hopefully erase soon for us. We'll go negative on political power for a moment. Bad, bad, bad. Bad, bad, bad. You're Chiquita Banana, you're here to say, a banana a day keeps democracy away. Absolutely perfect. Absolutely perfect. Oh, like I said, history's a weird place. As one of those things the American school children are, of course, not taught all that much, but it's a thing. It's a thing. We're getting close to having more factories. 41 days and 57 days. So these consume 6 civilian factories for 90 days. And they are coming along gradually. Yeah, right now, because the other factories are being used. Our road production's so slow. That said, we've finished all road production in either Montreal or Toronto. I don't recall which one. We are so close to having my roads done in the capital area. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. So Canada feels like a fairly slow start. It is the case that a lot of economies in base hearts of our kind of slow starts. Are there any that are faster starts? I'm guessing Germany is the fast start here. Hey Toast, would I consider this the hardest Paradox game to get down? You can play out every other game. This one out has been so challenging for you. So for me, the hardest Paradox game was EU4. I've tried it twice and bounced off it both times. I've been saying I will finally learn EU4 before EU5 comes out. But yeah, of the current games, I think I found Hearts of Iron probably the second most difficult to figure out. There are parts of Victoria I still don't really understand. My sense, though, is that no one understands them. But yeah, it's definitely, among the difficult ones, this one is one of them. I think this game is very rewarding, but I think one challenge, is true? Yeah, one challenge for the player in this game is neither the economy, nor the military, nor the actual battles are exactly clear. It's just not exactly clear how any of these work. Where in CK3, for example, how does war work? You take your group and you right-click them into the other group, and then you watch the lines go back and forth. And like certainly it's the case that you can min-max in CK3. In games like that, you can think about terrain, you can think about various commander traits. It's much less problematic. You've a lot of time in EU4, I've played it online. Yeah, I think part of the problem is I couldn't figure out how to make EU4 stream well at the time. There was just nothing for me to talk about that felt particularly engaging. But hey, who knows? We'll try it again at some point. Yeah, it's a game I want to know. Production goes up after all this time. More production, more good. Standard question of concentrated versus dispersed. We love dispersed because I'm very bad at moving things around and clicking my factories. CK3 is a lot more tactical advantage changes. Yes. That said, knights are still incredibly overpowered in CK3, and I don't think there's a way to balance them actually. Like, if you want higher level knights with lots of personal combat skills to be strong and influential, and you're going to provide a way to buff these via character focus, and you can give the knights weapons, they will always be overtuned, in my view. It's just, late game especially, if you have high-level knights and some men-at-arms, you can defeat tens of thousands of normal troops with a very small group. It's kind of silly, but we'll see if they change it at some point. Demonstrations of the King's Speech. A campaign stopped by, oh sorry, the King, I apologize. This man named Mackenzie King, I'd be very, very pleased to get him out of government, because I keep calling him the King. Hail to the other King. His speech was marred today when met by a large demonstration organized by the Orange Order of Canada. This named after the orange fellow who was king, who came from like the Netherlands. Is it William and Mary? Is that right? William the Orange? Possibly. The order, which celebrates Canadian ties with the British Empire and has been campaigning strenuously for greater action against the Union of Britain, has declared the Liberal no conscription position as an outrage that threatens the survival of the Empire. Their raucous chanting and shouting prevented King from continuing the speech, and altercations between Liberal supporters and the Orange Order almost ended up in a riot before the police were finally called in to intervene. Oh no, political violence is happening in support of me. They shouldn't have been there, or they were unfairly provoked. So either way, it's a loss of stability. And the fact, of course, is you shouldn't be making speeches like that. You can say anything you want to, but there'll be consequences. They were unfairly provoked. So we have started our we have started our economic group, and it looks like everyone who's asked decided to join. South Africa, the French Republic, Sardinia, West Indies, India, Australasian Confederation, everyone's on economic team resorty. So each group gave a political power investment of 25. I do wonder if they didn't have available political power, would they not be able to do this? But thank you for joining me, all of you. I'm not sure if anyone refused. We have a nice little group anyway. The IDEC now exists. So we now have IDEC decisions, I believe. Okay. IDEC, IEDC, for example, District of Columbia. So we have political power that can be used only for this. Okay. So you can put an investment into anyone, including us. Pooling their industrial resources help expand an industrial base, though beware, other IEDC members become jealous if we focus too much on one economy without sharing. It doesn't say what it does. I'm guessing construction faster, faster construction or something. We know India has been attacked recently. We know India is in a very awkward position, given there are other Indias who might want their territory. We just heard that the West Indies Federation is having a struggle indeed. And so giving them some good help. South Africa, actually I haven't looked at South Africa yet. What y'all doing down here? Hello, you lovely gold. Lots of gold there. Racial segregation, should we support this? Oh, is the IEDC a faction? Did I make a faction not realizing it? I guess so. That's fun. Okay. Obviously I want to invest in myself, but I'm going to be a kind and generous person in hopes that all these folks will help me invade Britain at some point. French Republic. I know historically we've had some tension. I know historically things have not exactly been great for us. So let me begin with you. France gets something nice. And then I do too. Alright, the IEDC is willing to invest in the Dominion of Canada, though it does not build in any particular Canadian state, in so much as boost our overall industrial capacity through the through the E-French words economic cooperation. These factories remain so long as our participation in the alliance persists. In what direction should we go? So we stay in the IEDC. We get a free factory that does not go away. I'm going to do arms, because we know that our gun factory is going behind. It says off map. It didn't say how long it takes to get built. Oh no! Chesterton is dead! He died today in exile in Ottawa at 62. A prolific author whose most well-known novel is certainly The Man Who Was Thursday. He was a devout Roman Catholic and a Christian apologist. 2 reasons that forced him to leave Britain to avoid persecution after the Syndicalist Revolution. The Prince of Paradox died. I lose political power. We're all busy mourning here, thank you. Okay. So, I would like railroads. What is the ISAC? Scientific cooperation also. Huh. So multiple corporations to help us control the world. Down here, we have the ability to find some of the... What's coal? I don't think coal's in the base game, is it? Coal. Huh. So helping our infrastructure, our resource problem could be good. Interesting. There's a lot I want to do. There's a lot I want to do here, team. I'll talk to the Senate. Alright. The Canadian Senate consists of appointees by the sovereign, which have only entirely consisted of British exiles. Considering the Senate has ultimate control over bills, has it come time to enact Senate reform? Maybe. Or maybe I'll have more British exiles run the show. Team, another hour's gone. It's now 1 o'clock my time. We've got 1 hour of stream left to go. Between now and then, though, we'll take a quick little break. We'll check out some ads and some crossword, and won't that be nice? Again, thanks for being here. If you're enjoying yourself, consider throwing a follow this way. Definitely enjoying my first playthrough of Reichs. What's the game called? Kaiserreich, sorry. I was like, Reichs Kaiser, that's wrong. But thank you indeed for hanging out with us as always on this lovely Sunday evening. It's good. What do I think of KR so far? It's a lot of reading. I love the idea that the story has diverged in interesting ways. However, there are so many pop-ups that as a streamer, I feel like I've done more talking today that's just reading than I have in a very long time. And that could be cool, right? Similar to the game Suzerain, there's a lot of reading, but people seem to enjoy it. I don't think I've gotten anything done, really, when it comes to the actual game. I mean, like, we've ensured the king has a little more power, we've, built a few roads, but I'm not sure. I think it's interesting seeing the development of the world in this era, and then I'm able to help regrow the empire. Feels really nice. I'm a little annoyed that the war ended as soon as I arrived in India. Hooray for helping India, but that felt kind of bad. Now, with that said, is that just the game itself, or should I have played it differently? It was a bit of a waste of time, though. Yeah, Suzerain's a really good game. I really enjoyed it, but it is a straight reading game, and then make fun little decisions. We haven't finished it yet. We might go back to it at some point. All right, I'm enjoying myself. I love seeing the variety of choices. As many of you know, in Hearts of Iron, I've had, 5 playthroughs, 4 playthroughs, and there's still so many possible starts to be interesting. Probably the same in Hearts of Iron, Kaiserreich, so we'll see. All right, back to it for 3 minutes. Actually, I already talked through half of the ad break already. Grobzilla, you consume the ad break with your talking. I love it. Biased, probably swayed. Arabic honorific. Not sure. Counterculturist, rebel. I was stuck on hippie before. What's the down here? Bank employees promotion. Teaser rate. For right now, your interest rate is, but in a month or two, watch out, watch out. Yo, advertiser, 3 minutes of your time? That's right. Gotta give me, big money. 17 cents. Grace period. Oh, I was thinking earlier of period as a period of time, but now, of course, it's period meaning the end of saying the grace. Amen. Sections of a ballet class with slow movements. I just don't know. Tool that was banned, then unbanned in New York City public schools. I don't want to think about this. I'm currently grading student papers. ChatGPT was banned, then unbanned. You might recall, as soon as I had this C here, I was like, oh, compasses, because students stab each other with them. Nope, much more recent. Should you be able to use ChatGPT in your schoolwork? It's a tough one. Compares, there's a lot of possibilities. Procedure of head or whole. The T. The double R? Is it E? I think it's double T for lettres. Head or whole. Too fat, too loud. Too fat, too blank, too loud. A history of unruly women. No idea. Last one for now. Do some light surgery. Lays indeed. Poet's adverb oft. Some in Spain. No more. No more. We're good. I just want to keep going though. All right. Quick sip of water. 1 minute to go. The wooden long stick. No, compass meaning a sharp point that you use to jam into a piece of paper that has a pencil hanging off it that you can spin in a circle to make a nice proper circle. Definitely when I was in, I don't know, 9th grade or so, I was stabbed by one of those. And that felt pretty bad. Not to overstate matters, I did not enjoy that even a little bit. Alright, how long are we on technology now? We got technology here. 38 days, still faster construction. A British exile has been arrested. Oh no! A wealthy British exile, who's also a highly placed member of King Edward's inner circle, was recently arrested for the murder of his wife, also an exile living in the Dominion of Canada. I was hoping this was the case of being like, a wealthy British exile drank a little bit too much and made a scene. It could help him out, but he murdered his wife. Alright, she was also an exile in the Dominion of Canada. The charge brings up several sticky points, not least of which is whether Canadian courts have jurisdiction over a British national. Other expatriates have been arrested in the past, but never someone with such a high profile, and the Canadian press has pounced on the scandal to the point where the public lingers over each day's lurid headlines. King Edward is willing to personally intervene on the man's behalf that would cost the king a great deal of reputation, and there are others who say it's time for the government to step in. The king wants to intervene. His popularity decreases. Alright, so this is something I don't fully understand yet. Is it indicated somewhere where his popularity is? Or is it just that, like, his relevant parties, the Conservatives, will lose their popularity? During an election, his popularity going down could be bad for my intention with the election. Allow the trial to play out. British exiles go down in popularity. The Canadian government might be involved. We lose 100 political power, and market liberalism goes down. Wow. Indecisions or opinion indicator? Hey, thank you for that. Here it is. Popularity is moderate right now. So many new things to look at. We love it. So we have high influence in the exile right now. I'm gonna let the trial play out. It goes to low immediately. We'll have to fix that eventually. But poor British exiles, stop killing your wives. Thanks. The idea of going negative 100 in political power this early in the game feels really, really, really bad. So perhaps let's not do that anytime soon. Alright, save him for 25 political power again. Also, did we get that new military factory? We did not. Huh. How does that work, I wonder? We took the IEDC and gave it to ourselves. I think it's how it gives a new off-map factory. But I don't think it did. Or it immediately applied itself onto something. What though I don't know. Yeah, probably immediately apply itself to one of the airplanes. I'm going to take away one of you. I need more ammo, please. Or infantry, or what's it called? Guns, rifles, ammunition, that sort of thing. I see, though, we have a bunch of cruisers being built up very, very slowly. Some of them taking genuinely forever to get done. Rough. Alright, a giant march against the conscription bill and the prospect of national conscription is taking place in both Montreal and Quebec City, with smaller marches taking place in Ottawa and Vancouver. Opposition to conscription is beginning to hit ahead, with many of the signs in the marches declaring "Exiles get out!" and "No war for Canada," in either English or French. Members of the Conservative Party have openly suggested the marches are being organized by the Union of Britain to destabilize our party, but Mackenzie King and the Liberals have treated them seriously and doubled down the party's opposition to widespread conscription. Canadians do say, goodness me, Canadian. Oh, not sure. Anyway, the market liberals get more power. The election might be close. I don't know. Democratic restoration in Russia. Interesting. We were told that it was likely the end of democracy in Russia, as there was an attempt to throw an autocratic coup. Boris Savinkov is dead. As the president's actions increasingly angered both the populace and the military, mass protests broke out on Red Square, and Savinkov was shot dead by a socialist revolutionary as gunfire sounded throughout the capital. Amidst the chaos, the once banned Party of Social Revolutionaries, with the support of the masses, took control of major cities across the country. However, the military, under the leadership of Pyotr Wrangel, took over soon after to restore a more moderate government. The new government has promised to restore order and create measures against tyrants from taking order. Wait, is this good guy Russia? Is it going to be good guy Democratic Socialism Russia? Currently a paternal autocrat. We'll see. We'll see what happens here. Maybe good guy Russia comes through. Might be fun to play Russia at some point. Might be a lot going on in that possible playthrough. The Senate's still rocking along. All of this so we can talk about the conscription bill after the election. Riga is now under martial law. Darn you, Latvia. Months after the outbreak of an armed rebellion in the United Baltic Duchy, its civilian government has become a casualty. Earlier today, units of the Baltische Landswehr moved to Riga and forcibly dissolved the Landtag. The Landswehr is believed to have viewed the duchy's... I found an error finally. My friends, you have to have professional editors. You can't release community mods without perfect grammar. It's still better than Paradox. The Landswehr is believed to have viewed the duchy's liberal government as too focused on ongoing row with the conservative opposition, the coup being an effort to direct resources against the Forrest brothers. I don't know who those people are. When Duke Adolf Friedrich, conspicuously missing, the famed German general Rudiger von der Goltz has emerged as the face of an ultra-reactionary government. Rumors suggest, rumors have it, that these developments have been driven by the Baltic Brotherhood, a secret society that desires a more radical transformation of the duchy. What trouble, what sadness, what confusion. Through and through. A coup d'etat in Siam. Alright, one second. I realize I need a head of my army, or I'll never get army points. What's the cost again? 50 is the cheapest. I need to keep building factories, though. We'll trust our current division planner, which is definitely terrible. We'll give it a trust, though. News emerged from Bangkok today that a group of officers in intelligentsia calling to the Khan Rosdan, the People's Party, had successfully seized control of the government. Key government officials are under arrest, and the king and his heir are said to be safe and well looked after by the new government. A statement was issued by the new prime minister announcing that this was not a military coup, but rather a peaceful transfer of power while a constitution is put into place. Very confusing, Siam. You're far away, though. Please stay that way. Alright, 1936 is upon us. I'll be very curious to see what the inciting moment is of the major world war. We'll see, we'll see. Also, be interested to see how the IEDC gains points. Oh no! Oh no! The fall of the Kingdom of Finland. What happened, team? Founded in the ashes of the Russian Empire, the Kingdom of Finland remained since the end of the Great War, a nation thoroughly entrenched in the German sphere. It appears now this was not meant to last. In the wake of Black Monday, the Finnish government was thrown into crisis as political violence spiraled out of control. Unable to maintain order, the regime finally collapsed. After days of intense fighting in Helsinki, the syndicalist Finnish People's Delegation and the Red Guard paramilitary were able to triumph over the nationalist groups and government forces, seizing power and declaring a republic. The new socialist regime has cut all ties to Middle Europa, already looking towards Paris for a new benefactor. The Germans lose an imperial state, or a monarchical state at least, and looks like more socialism is happening. Hello to Nilo Val... I don't know how to pronounce Finnish names, unfortunately, with those umlauts, or whatever they called in Finnish. He's a syndicalist. They're very popular. Good luck, Finland. Sweden, what are you doing? Gustav V is hanging out. Sweden's doing his nice let's be independent thing. All very nice. All very nice. Ungern Stenberg defeats the Mongol rebels. Much like Tibet, news from the Mongolian capital Urga is sparse. For many years, the status quo of the nation has been the leadership of the Russian Baron Roman Ungern Stenberg. However, recently, news has come out that after the revolt in the west of the nation, Ungern's rule was seriously under threat from all sides, while his army fought in the west. However, he was able to keep hold, even after multiple assassination attempts. In a press release to the few media groups in Urga, the Baron, Regent, and Grand Duke of Mongolia insisted on the stability and sanctity of his regency, stipulating that all enemies to the Baron are also enemies to the Boykan. That sounds like a good band name, Boykan. He nonetheless preached to the remaining rebels to put down their arms. Alright, so Baron Ungern Sternberg now runs that place up there. Hey, we made some troops. Alright, the Western forces need additional soldiers. There they go. There they go. Is there an insignia that points left? Unfortunately not. I don't know colors that speak of Canada. I mean, isn't it the case like Quebecois colors are blue, maybe? Or, yeah, Quebec is, I think, a bluish color. Which blue, I do not quite know. I think lighter than that, maybe. What do you say, Quebecers? That's purple. Son of a gun. A little too deep purple still. Sure. Quebec's army is now set up. The border folks. I think the border folks are going to stand on guard for the kind against the Americans. So we're going to say they are the bright red folk. The most Canadian of the Canadians. Perfection. And the west side, I don't know. I don't want to do with them quite yet. We'll figure it out eventually. Alright, 2 more troops produced. Slowly but surely, we're militarizing. We have enough points to once again build a factory. The only one available right now is to go ahead and build an arms factory in Ottawa. So 2 more arms factories that will hopefully speed up our weapon production especially. So we're at a major deficit here as the infantry is building itself faster than the factories can make them. So without rubber and tungsten and steel, and steel's an issue. Without rubber and tungsten, though, we really need to not worry about producing like vehicles generally. Steel, though, is a bit of an issue. I need to find a way to get more of that for sure. We have 9 steel. Got it. Time for a royal question. Since the arrival of the exiles to Canada, George V appointed many of their numbers to the Canadian Senate, mainly as rewards for valiant service to defense of the Empire. Since King Edward's ascension, the appointment of the exiles continued, to the point where the Senate is often referred to as, quote, the Canadian House of Lords. Many members of the government are saying this time has come to insist on Senate reform, passing a law requiring senatorial appointments to be confirmed by the House of Commons. Considering the Senate has the power to reject bills, it could result with a showdown with the king, unless he decides it's better not to anger the government of his host country while in exile. So normally, Resorti's human heart cries out for democracy, but in this case, I think I need to maintain conservative strength. So we need reform. A vote goes through. Most likely, it passes. Urge the king to appoint more Canadians. We just immediately get political power and stability, or the king may choose anyone he wants. Authoritarian democracy goes up, we get political power, and the British exiles become more powerful. So there's nothing here that says to be a negative outcome. Wouldn't it be great if the Senate reform bill failed? The king may do as he wants, he's above us all. He needs his home back. Do we lose the royal jewels running away? But we did. Not running away. Taking a careful and thoughtful ongoing tour to Canada. That's what we're all about here. Wouldn't it be nice? I think Quebec might revolt at some point. So I think giving Quebec some military police is not the worst idea. I'm sorry, Quebec. The Russian Imperial Restoration. Shocking news from Russia! The monarchy has returned. I thought they just said, don't you worry, the socialists have control. Maybe they're using the Tsar for, I don't know, propaganda purposes. In the Third All-Russian Constituent Assembly, the Duma, with the insistence of the army chief Peter Wrangel, has selected to restore the monarchy, citing what brings stability and order the Republic badly needs. Kirill the First has been crowned as the Emperor of all the Russias, and he promises to abide by a democratic constitution unlike his predecessors. However, elections are to be held soon, which will no doubt determine the future direction of the reborn empire. Friends, is the first used this way? Or does a person only become called the first after the second? Right, it'd be very strange for me to say, my name is Richard Resorti the First, if I'm never going to have a child at all, right? Like, I have a student who's, Bob Smith the Seventh, and each and every one of his ancestors in the male line are called Bob Smith also, all the way back to Bob Smith the First. I don't know. I don't know if rulers get their numeral until later. Maybe it's Kirill uppercase I. Oh, it's like, I, Kirill. Refer to me as Kirill. I. I like that. Me, Kirill. You, Jade. A return of the Empire in this economy? Alright, so Kirill's running it now. We'll see what happens there. In royalty, if you're the first name, you're just the first, but serfs, definitely not. I don't know. Like, Elizabeth the Virgin Queen, was she called Elizabeth before there's Elizabeth II? I have no idea. The Kingdom of Siam has declared war on parliamentarian Siam. Oh, goodness, team. Oh, goodness, team. Poor Siam. Alright, so Royalist Siam versus Parliamentary Siam all the way. The Parliament is run by Pretty Fan Liang, who wants democracy. And the Royalists are run by, presumably this is the king. Probably Epoch. I don't know. By saying you're the first means your family will continue to rule. I'm sorry, we need to Google this. I apologize for not being able to drop it, and no one's spoken definitively enough that I believe we absolutely know the answer. So, let's see here. When does a ruler use the first? Is this gonna work? Okay, we'll say monarch instead, because ruler's confusing. So unfortunately, the AI answer gave me what I wanted, I think. I hate this. I hate that the only one... Oh, here we go. The regnal name will help us here. So, the ordinal is not normally used for the first ruler of the name, but is used in historical reference once the name is used again. Thus, Queen Elizabeth I of England was simply called Elizabeth of England until the accession of Queen Elizabeth II almost 4 centuries later. Subsequent historical references to earlier queens retroactively referred to as Elizabeth I. However, Tsar Paul I of Russia, King Umberto I of Italy, King Juan Carlos I of Spain, Emperor Selassie I of Ethiopia, and Pope John Paul I all used the ordinal first in their reigns. I wonder why. So it seems that normal practice is just to have the simple name until history gives you a second one. But these ones just being different. I wonder why. Somebody saying era names, like the Emperor Showa, for example. Yeah, interesting. All right, thank you for tolerating a quick move that way. Maybe a symbolic gesture you intend to be followed by your heirs? Maybe so. I find it very interesting, but I am the first and there'll be more later. You better watch out. Holy cow, we had 134 political power. I forgot we got that. So, this might be silly, but I'm gonna do it. Am I gonna do it? Wait 1 second. Is there someone I want in the government? Our stability's looking kind of good suddenly. Okay, is there someone who would give us a bonus to the conservatives? Minister, so maybe getting faster construction would be good now. We only have the 2 slots available, unfortunately. We can't have a third person like the good Indians did. So Captain of Industry is civilian factory speed goes up. For right now, I need to make a bunch of civilian factories. So this one appeals to me. Arthur Blakey Purvis. What a name. Yeah. Or George Alexander Drew. Facility construction goes up. So facility is the special research places, I believe. Or no, maybe it's anything that's not a factory. Regardless, I'm going to go ahead and take the Captain of Industry next, I believe. We're saving for that right now. First of his name is pretty common, but it's actually Game of Thrones. Yeah, I mean, it's always interesting the way in which like our sense of history is modified by our understanding of media presentations of history and quasi-history. So I'm guessing it's the case. There are lots of senses of like, oh, back in the Middle Ages, there were knights everywhere, and they wore very fancy clothes, and no. Occasionally this showed up for moments of pageantry, but on the whole, we were all like dirt farmers digging around, and even the king didn't bathe regularly, that sort of thing. All right, so I'm gonna go do more econ stuff for a moment. So more research, more good. I wouldn't mind. Or the railroads, which allow me then to build more crown corporations. Rail networks are the arteries of the nation of Canada, and none more so than the state-run Canadian National Railway. Does this still exist? Is this still a thing, friends? Or has it been privatized like so much else? Expanding this network can only be strengthening the nation, and it will surely prove crucial. We need to perform wartime supply and troop transport across the nation. Yeah. More railroads, more good. Suddenly this becomes a railroad game. But then, the Bauerdet Rebellion. Mr. Fritz, my cat, is currently sleeping right next to me on the floor. He's not in the little cat bed. He very much wants stream to be over, but he's just hanging out down there. I'm considering taking you a photo, but... Hey, buddy. What a good boy. He's sleeping on the carpet. Right. The recent Siamese Revolution, while outwardly successful, has seen its popularity plummet. Taking advantage of the controversial yellow cover dossier, the nickname for a proposed plan to overhaul the nation's economic system and nationalize many industries, a Red Scare was whipped up. Well, the chief of the army, Luong Phi Bun Song Kam, declared loyalty to the parliament. Prince Baodat organized an armed mutiny in the northern region of the country. Proclaiming himself and his subordinates the Kana Gubaran Guminyang National Salvation Front, he began a march towards Bangkok. The swift mobilization of government forces led to a 2-day standoff that escalated into an all-out war between both sides. The Siamese Civil War is launched in earnest. Hey, Kung Pao, mentioning Sonic Youth, this is not exactly related, but I saw a couple days ago, Third Eye Blind did a Tiny Desk concert. The NPR let's have some artists and have them perform in a very small area with around 100 or so employees watching. And man, listening to Third Eye Blind brought back some real nostalgic feelings for me. The band that was very popular in my high school years. That said, and this would be one of those stories, that said, I felt so sad listening to the Third Eye Blind song, because the lyrics are really quite striking, and the lyrics are kind of beautiful. But when I was a youngster, I was, what's the word for it even? I was so snotty about music, pop music. I wanted nothing to do with it. And man, I think I missed out on both a lot of really good music as well as a lot of really good friendships, I think. Because a lot of people in that age make connections via music. But I think insofar as like I felt rejected by my community at school or people at school, I also rejected the things they cared about. And so, yeah, listening to this band, I was like, oh, I actually really like what they're talking about. And I'm really like, quite struck by the connections between how I felt as a high school and how I feel now and what they're saying right now. So this is one of those I wish I'd lived differently. You know, one of these, I understand now how people say things like, music really got me through a rough time. I do wonder to what degree bands like Third Eye Blind would have helped me had I actually known their lyrics. Who knows? They did perform the song Jumper as their last song, and the lead singer said that he had a cold and couldn't sing it well, so we'd all need to sing along, but definitely it's the case that his voice is not what it used to be, and so he needs the help, but it's cool seeing a sing-along for sure. At a campaign stop in Hamilton, R.B. Bennett was aggressively questioned by a French-Canadian reporter over the Conservative plans for conscription, outright implying the Conservatives intend to send French Canadians into the front lines in order to eliminate their, quote, threat to Anglophone domination. Unsurprisingly, the tempestuous Bennett's response was to punch the man, causing a near riot that dominated the newspapers for days. Oh, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing out there? So, let's see here. Bennett is my guy, correct? Yeah, Bennett is the leader of the Conservative Party. And, I don't like these punching people. We're the king after all. Maybe the king needs a bulldog, right? You have a bulldog out there fighting for you in the same way that, Darwin was too timid and so he got, what's his name? Who is Darwin's bulldog? It's a major scientist of the era. He came up with the phrase survival of the fittest. I'm sorry. So he's a bulldog though, so now they're fighting fiercely for him in order to make sure that the correct policies go through. He's willing to fight for us! Let's keep going. Stability goes down. We're gonna win this election. Sorry. What the heck is his name? Oops. Yeah. Thomas Huxley. Also, by the way, Thomas Huxley, you do not know what he looks like. It is amazing. Behold. I don't even know how this fashion comes into existence. Look, like, do you just shade? I see how you do it, but why would you do it? He looks vaguely like a character in the Planet of the Apes films. Like, return to monkey indeed. Alright, we need a bulldog out there fighting for us. And now we got one. Very good. Hey, a lot of points again. Alright, so we can't... Or we're saving for 150, I forgot. Save for 150. Soon enough, soon enough. Are we actually making factories yet? Nope. I'm very grateful that we get, not free factories, but decision-based factories, as opposed to having to build them all ourselves early game. The Demokratische Union government in Germany, Kurt von Schilliker, was unable to control the resistance to the Reichstag and handle the backlash of his economic collapse, so ultimately he was removed from his post. It was the parliamentary left and center which benefited from his fall. A reformist government led by the SPD acquired a majority in the Reichstag. Hermann Müller, the SPD's co-chairman, has become the first social democratic Reichskanzler in Germany's history, and his cabinet promises an ambitious program of social reform and constitutional changes to transform the empire into parliamentary monarchy. These goals will inevitably face the resistance of the conservative establishment, however. Sorry, I'd check and see if Cat Fritz was still breathing. He's in an unusual position and all stretched out. It's good. The cat has not died at my feet. Alright, so Germany is going towards democracy and a social welfare state. Are we going to be the bad guys? Wait. So much of the world seems to be, like, liberalizing, or at least calling for greater, like, freedom of the people. And I'm up here, build the monarchy, get me the conservatives in power so I can attack the socialists. Oh, we're going for a land grab. We're trying... Oh no, I've just thought through the ramifications of what we're doing with our goal to get back our... Look, we're not going to become fascists, I promise. Unless it's a way to get me my island back. Look here, I am your king, and you will allow me to rule. So, the 11th Olympic Games were held in Dublin, Ireland, instead of in Berlin. Showcasing the capital of the young republic, the Games have proven a large source of pride for her. Once again, French and British delegates have been absent. The syndicalist powers unrecognized by the International Olympic Committee, and exiled governments lacking men to send. German and American athletes have seen the most success, closely tied with 27 and 26 medals. That's not tied. It's off by one. Well, Irish, almost tied, yes. Well, Irish athletes have performed above average, winning 9. Good job, Germans. Good job, Americans. What happened to Jesse Owens? Lots of decisions again. Nicaragua wants to increase ties. The Nicaraguan ambassador has recently come to us with a deal. Can't talk today. In an attempt to escape American influence, they want to open up a new trade deal with our country, along with diplomatic ties. The investment could bring numerous advantages in the future, with a variety of cash crops in Nicaragua mainly being sent to us instead of to our enemies of the South, the United States. Where's Nicaragua? It's Central America, right? Yes. Also, they appear to be at war right now. Is that true? No, it just split. For reasons I don't understand, but there you are. Hooray to our friends! Or Central America belongs to America. Are they still pushing the Monroe Doctrine? They're not. So I'm going to say, look, this continent is our continent. Hooray to friends. By the way, Bulgaria has a Zveno coup. The Tsardom of Bulgaria, one of Germany's allies in the Weltkrieg, has seen as a stable hegemon of the Balkans for the past 2 decades. In truth, however, the nation has withdrawn to internal affairs, going from political crisis to political crisis. And this year, these internal tensions have culminated in a showdown between 3 separate factions. Zveno has come out on top, sweeping away the Tarnovo constitution with a sudden coup d'etat. The elitist circle of officers and intellectual promised to establish a rational, efficient autocratic system to guide Bulgaria in the following years. Yay, intellectuals! Your capital's called Sofia, Lady of Wisdom. Ferdinand I, an amazing beard. So good, so good. 9 points left. We get someone in the government again. And we build faster for time. Only 95,000 people ready to join us. Look at the possibility of actually reforming our government. The Showa Restoration! Oh boy, really? Oh boy. Reports from Tokyo from the last few weeks have been scarce, but now few can doubt that Japanese democracy is dead. Following the failure of the government to crack down the nation's nascent syndicalist movement, conservative officers conducted a coup d'etat, ousting the prime minister and establishing a military dictatorships. But even this has proven temporary. Often aligned with the rival restorationist faction have launched a counter-coup. As the streets of Asia's greatest city run red with blood, they've announced the Showa Restoration, a restoration of ultimate power of the emperor, and the rebirth of Japan, free from the corrupting influence of syndicalism, democracy, and Western influence. Oh boy. There are always these questions, especially in the lead up to the Second World War in the real world, about what did the emperor actually want? To what degree was the emperor just playing along because he thought it was his role? And so there are multiple points at which, like, various military factions demanded to give him more power, and he didn't want it. He's like, the democracy's fine. We're doing fine here, don't you worry. The system of council's fine. And so, of course, the big question is, like, to what degree is he responsible for going to war? And, of course, the post-war powers wanted to blame it all on his generals, as he needed to be kept pure to keep the Japanese people loyal to what was going on. Alright, the Anqing clique has been capitulated. Nanjing have won that, so China is doing Chinese things. I shouldn't say that, but yes, there's more organization there. The main competition for the Liberals among those opposed to conscription appears to become the Nationalist Party of Canada, led by Henry Herbert Stevens. The Nationalist Party platform began as Republican and anti-monarchist, but has evolved into a stance that would see Canada pull out of the Entente entirely. No. Stevens is expected to win in his British Columbia riding, but so far has been unable to gain traction in Quebec, where the party could do more than eat at Liberal domination there. Fascinating. So those are the Canada for Canadians move. So our party still has the largest share. I guess the question, I don't know how this works, is will people coalition against us if we're not over 50 ourselves? Huh. Is there a way to, like, bribe people like me? The king on a royal tour. It makes the king more popular. Other things could happen also. That might be good. Might be good. I so badly want to use my political power for getting a new person on the government. But I think royal tour is more important to win the election. Speaking to a large crowd in the capital, Edward VIII commended the Canadian contribution to the Entente and kicked off a 3-month tour throughout the Dominion of Canada. At least one parade planned to be held in his honor in Newfoundland. Newspapers have been trumpeting the King's itinerary, with large crowds expected at each major stop, and Canadian military leaders are reportedly also eager to consult with the King's attachés regarding the Entente contributions. Alright. So, we welcome His Majesty, more stability, more war support, more mobilization, etc. The King is still only moderately popular. We'll see if that goes up after we unpause. But first, Walter Guinness and the rest of the Commission have come up with a suggestion to help the situation within the West Indies. And it's a 2-year fund into the West Indies to help them along their new multitude of projects to help the region. Well, this will take a toll on our income. It could serve significantly towards helping calm down the rampant socialist movements in the West Indies, along with helping them develop industry along the way. Alright, so we give them 0.05 pp for 730 days, or no. Alright. We try to be nice to South America in hopes they help us eventually. Duplessis wins wins Quebec election, coming off a campaign based on Quebecois dissatisfaction with the economic downturn and the threat of a national conscription. Maurice Duplessis and the Union Nationale have won a majority government in the Quebec provincial elections. He's sworn to fight any plan to enact conscription, and there are even threats of calling for a referendum on the future of Quebec in Confederation should that happen. It's a clear sign of just how serious the divisions between English Canadians and French Canadians become. Now, the split of opinion on Canada's role in the war is so sharp. This is not good. Anglo-French tensions are with us. We lose more stability. Alright. Hopefully when the king visits Quebec, he can say some nice words. That'd be pretty cool. I would like that. I expect Quebec's going to go to a war of secession at some point. But we'll see. We'll see. The reason I know that is, of course, there's a Quebec in flames line down here. And eventually we get to suppress the Quebecois, exterminate them. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Alright, upgraded basic weapons for our basic troops. We caught up to 1918 again. Very good. Special forces could be cool. Take 200 days to do. Over here in Researchville, 255 days to speed up research. Sure. Machines that are capable of advanced differential analysis will radically change what sort of machine-assisted calculations can be made. Got it. Our first upgrade on Canadian Arsenals Limited. A bonus for our infantry. What I want most of all is something that speeds up infantry production, please. Defense, reliability, or hard attack. Nothing I need right now. That said, if we get one of these, we can choose this one. Let's see. So more defense or more attack. Reliability seems nice. Let's do it. Okay. What was I gonna say? I noticed that our fuel's going down still. I realized just now I didn't push the shift key when ordering my folks to get training. They're still showing us training despite being fully leveled up. Good. Good. You all have not trained up yet. Shift. Camp from missions, the carrier's docked in port. So these are on a carrier, actually. I send it out. Not gonna do that right now. You two are on ships also. You're leveled up. Alright, so my Air Force is now fully leveled up, and no one is doing any training at all. Time to start training my my Navy at least a little bit. That's be very, very expensive to train. But then I just want to choose this fleet by itself. Cool. You all train for now. Riker's fine. And we'll see how it goes. I want my flagship to be fully leveled up, but oh gosh, my fuel. Yeah. 26 days to go. Hope no one attacks us. We'll see what happens. Alright, the Shanking Jiangao has capitulated. They joined Nanjing also. Zhang is driven from Jinan. This is one of those, like, Star Trek lines, right? Jollik and so on. High upon Mount Tai, Zhang Tianran seemingly eschewed the ways of the world below, but in truth his reach stretched far beyond Shandong. Through the Yagundao faith, his eyes and ears were everywhere, and often the sharp end of a knife. So I want to say briefly, I saw the word knife coming and was thinking, oh, on top of the mountain, they cut off his eyes and ears. I'm glad it was not the case. However, his followers are now in retreat, and even Mount Tai itself has been lost to a determined Nanjing click offensive, the Shrine of the Blue Dawn, the Temple of the Jade King, and numerous other sacred sites are now in the hands of irreverent soldiers, trampling through sacred space, scattering statues, offerings, and incense, looting indiscriminately. Taishan may not recover for a generation, but Zhang's fate is anything but certain. This loss will no doubt incense his followers, and he has never run out of a plan. The use of knocking over incense, and this incenses his followers, delightful. I am delighted by that one. Also, this reminds me of YouTube videos I've seen and like documentaries on, during wars and after wars, the way in which various monuments and important artifacts are destroyed because they're seen as being not in line with ideology or religion or otherwise. And from the perspective of a neutral member of the world, it's very, very sad. Very, very sad indeed. I don't want to have this conversation in too much depth, but it is a loss. A loss not to be able to see the things that were created, things that were beautiful, things that were important. Even if we say like their religion's ridiculous or the things they believe in are not right, to destroy something that someone worked very hard on, I think is very, very sad. Yeah, enough about that for right now, but please don't destroy artifacts. They belong in a museum. Go watch Indiana Jones. The railroad has been expanded. Woo! We can now build more decision factories soon enough. Alright. I feel like we should get the draft bill going so I can figure out what's going on with the Quebecois. Can't do it until 36 is over. I think it's October our vote will happen. Okay. If I were to go into the army line, you get free army experience. Yeah, I really want the economy to go, unfortunately. Okay, so with another railroad, we get more possible buildings. I think I want the research group. A number of university presidents and scientific leaders meeting in Toronto have called for the formation of a new organization to coordinate research among the member states. The work of coordinating these links to be carried out by the Imperial Scientific and Academic Council, located and funded by Canada, with contributions to the rest of the alliance. Canada ascendant. I am enjoying the fact that Canada is apparently becoming the strongest power in North America. We're still friendly, we're still organizing things and helping people together, bringing together all the academics. That's beautiful, but we'll have to see long term what else we need to do. Speak intellectually and carry a giant army. I think that's about right. So we're now gaining naval experience at 1.1 per day. That's only with training the group that are part of my my flagship fleet subdivision, whatever they're called. The Yunnan clique falls into civil war. The once peaceful province of Yunnan seems to have finally caught fire, as Tang Jiao's missteps have finally led to open revolt from his general staff. Led by the Yi General Long Yun, a huge army of loyalists marched on the city of Kunming, moving from the south and finally taking the city at the end of the day. I feel like I'm reading Confucius right now, or perhaps one of the other early military guides, which is just long lists of, and in those days, Yongqing went forward to Chando to meet with Bohi. It's like, wow, these are words. Words are coming. And again, this is just my American ignorance of everything except for the US and Western Europe. It's a real problem, I know, but this game feels like it's rubbing it in my face more than any other I've played before. It's one of these, you think you know things, guy on the TV? You know nothing. Here we go. Governor Tang Jiao has been confirmed to have resigned, and a large-scale uprising are being reported throughout the once hegemonic province of southern China. Many experts suspect that behind these uprisings lie both surviving right Kuomintang forces, the National Revolutionary Army led by Zhu Pede, and the warlord forces following General Hu Ryuyu, a longtime rival of Long Yun. As armies mobilize in the narrow valleys and tall mountains of the mountainous province, the future of the region remains uncertain. I should find a way to get you all to record every event in the game, and so when it pops up I can push a button and someone who knows how to read these words reads them instead. Or someone offers a commentary on it and says, clearly it's the case that this is all about this person's pride going for so much. China continues to be profoundly destabilized. As long as they stay away from India, I'm probably fine with them. Hello. This poor division out here has no food. Can I remove your job to defend that? No, unfortunately the whole state. The Belgian Declaration of Independence. Sick of German oppression and the disaster of Black Monday, Belgian independence movements throughout the country have been revolting and performing guerrilla strikes on the German army. Due to their own recovery, the German Empire has been unable to support Adalbert I to the fullest and has let the situation escalate beyond their control. After coordinated strike by the Independence Army in the cities of Mons and Antwerp, they're finally able to push the German army back to Brussels, well, after fierce fighting, the German king surrendered. With no clear answer yet to the German Empire, many fear an independent Belgium might be short-lived, considering the tensions between the Empire and the Commune of France rising in the strategic location of Belgium. Team question. Are these actually being fought out? Or are these decisions instead? Like, did Belgium actually have to, load up their army and actually march to Berlin? Or was it instead the case that a decision was chosen and just suddenly, ta-da, Belgium independent? Jabal Shamar declared war on Najd and Hassa. Hello. What are you all fighting about? Who are you, fine people? Oh, Ibn Saud, interesting. We'll see if he gets his family Saud up and going. What's this thing here? It's called the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire is holding on its area like a claw. Do they hold Jerusalem also? And Jerusalem is just for the border in the Mutasarrifate of Jerusalem. Authoritarian Democrat. Do they have a religion? Alright, sectarian divide continues. There's a Jewish settlement there. There's an international zone also. The International Gendarme. They can't make their own units, it looks like. Interesting. So they can call people to help them, but no army allowed. Okay, I've finished a construction technology. We could get more better excavation for more resources. I think that's the correct call. Gotta get that economy going. Those who have younger, children in your life and are still attending their education, do they know more about the world than I do? Which say, like, if they're asked about various provinces of China, can they say something? Because I think I knew where the Bordeaux region was from a very, very young age. Like, I knew various pieces of France and all the rest, but I'm not sure if that was just, like, how it went for me, or if instead it was common of my educational period. Oh, good God. Okay, 1 second. I want to stop our training first. So you stop training. I need to stay up fuel. You know more about Canada than you do. I mean, I'm sure your children know about the place you're from. I mean, more about, like, places in the world that they're not from. I think that's the question I'm asking. Sort of a lackluster knowledge of geography. Yeah, I mean, at some level, I don't want to say geography doesn't matter. Like, obviously, it's necessary to understand how the world physically fits together in order to understand trends and migrations and social movements and wars, and like location matters perhaps more than anything. But I understand with ease of access to things like the internet, you can pull up your globe no matter where you are in the world. Might be one more thing that's not important to know immediately, but more the ability to look up and think about it. I don't know. Your children in Chinese language immersion school, they know more about the province of China than I do. Aaron Mithrin, 1, that's amazing. 2, would your children mind recording all these Chinese names for me? make sure your children can't hear me with my attempt to read their names. That's really cool, though. An immersion school sounds amazing. I probably need one of those for Japanese, frankly, but yeah, there are schools here, quite a few schools here, where adults work 8 hours a day, like their job, 8 hours a day on just learning a Japanese language, and it's a really good way to get really fluent, really fast, but 8 hours a day on that would be incompatible with my current life, especially with hanging out with you fine folks. Alright. It's no secret that Prince Albert, the Duke of York, has troubles. Born on a sad day for the royal family and seemingly under a bad sign, Albert has always lived in the shadow of his brother Edward. It is an unavoidable fact, however, that the intense pressures upon the exiles and his brother's many shortcomings mean Albert cannot afford to provide anything less than his total commitment. Pausing briefly, friends, there is an ad break coming in 30 seconds. I'm going to read this very, very long message. I'm not sure I'll be done by the ad break, and that's okay. If you've seen the movie The King's Speech, you will know all about this. If you've not seen the movie The King's Speech, you should watch it. But yes, Prince Albert did not have the ability to speak well. He had a lisp and a stutter, I believe. And yeah, you definitely have to fix that if you're going to be addressing people on the radio. While he's rightly known for his diligence and humility, his history of illness, hatred of public speaking, and infamous speech impediment have unfairly tainted his reputation as a leader. Nonetheless, having overcome adversity to serve his country admirably in the past, he's resolved to do all he can to serve his family and people in their hour of greatest need. After yet another failed treatment plan, the royal couple are looking for a specialist to help once more. They must do so quietly, however, lest they lose face to an apprehensive public. While their best chance for discretion is to continue seeking help from within the exile community and assemble a brain trust of ex-Harley Street types, perhaps a new perspective is warranted. The University of Toronto has begun plans to refine and standardize the study of speech therapy. Not only are Canadian specialists the obvious alternative, but it might also help to show appreciation and respect we have for our hosts. However, through his father's personal secretary, Albert has recently learned of an aspiring Australian actor and amateur elocutionist who has been making waves among the veteran community of Ontario for his darn it. As I said the word elocutionist, I was thinking to myself, as you began reading this, you knew what it was about, and you made a decision to read it as carefully as you possibly could. And then, seeing the word elocutionist, I braggadociously complimented myself. You got through an unusual word, well done. And then I misread the sentence thereafter, ruining my ability to read this very long one with no errors. No good. The amateur elocutionist has been making waves among the veteran communities of Ontario for his dedicated treatments. While his efforts seem noble, many of our more established experts dismiss him as a quack and an opportunist. Number 1, we must not lose faith in the countrymen, assemble a brain trust. Or let's see what progress our Canadian cousins have made in so-called speech therapy. Or give me the Australian chap post-haste. I know this is alternate history, but let's go ahead and do the movie line. Bring me the Australian! I considered using a speech impediment voice there, but wisely decided against doing so. Thank goodness for that. Hey, Jack, how's it going? Oh my goodness, Jack, thank you for the resubscription for 93 months. at Tier 3. What are you doing, my friend? Thank you for supporting the channel in so many ways throughout the many, many years. And yeah, it's good seeing you. Happy weekend. Hope things are good for you sincerely. That's really generous and really kind. Hope everyone good, Jack. General Allenby died today in his exile at Ottawa, age 75. Retired since 1925, he was mostly known as the Commander-in-Chief of the British Expeditionary Forces in the Middle East. After achieving major victories thanks to Arab help, such as taking Jerusalem, he was forced to withdraw as the Weltkrieg went bad for Britain. By honoring him with state funerals, King Edward VIII wants to show his desire for revenge. Revenge! Against the Germans, I assume. We lose political power, apparently. A fascination. Thank you for the Prime sub, my friend. Hope you're having a good day for sure. What Tier 3? Yeah, Jack has been a big supporter of the channel for basically ever. In the beginning, there was Jack. Good fascination, though. Thank you all. So, here we go again. Long Yun secures power in Yunnan. Are these related? I don't know. News arrived from the Chinese province of Yunnan that the interim governor Long Yun has finally managed to quell the revolts that had sprung throughout the mountainous province. Despite all the setbacks of the rebellions of both the National Revolutionary Army under Zhu Pede, Kuomintang militias under Lu Han and warlord forced by Hu Ryu, Long Yun has solidified his position and his bid for governorship has proven successful. Now the Yi general will be tasked with... Now the Yi general will now be tasked with looking inwards into repairing Yunnan and whipping back into fighting shape. As for what will Long Yun utilize his armies when looking outwards, time will tell whether his leadership will start another age of Yunnanese hegemony or mark the end of Yunnan as a belligerent province of the region. Long Yun will achieve stability. So reports my ambassadors to those places far away. Oh, I probably should have given what's it called, an attaché over here in order to have our people learn about military stuff. The 100 political PowerPoints. I need to build up my army, but more importantly, I need to build up my cabinet again. Alright, we're going. Soon and very soon. Soon and very soon. King Edward is found in a royal scandal. Oh no! I kind of expected that this would happen, given the King Edward situation. While on his tour of the Dominion of Canada, King Edward has found himself embroiled in a scandal, allegedly involving a married Canadian heiress. While there's no direct proof beyond a few blurry photographs, attempts to keep the scandal under wraps have failed. It's on the front page of Canadian newspapers for weeks. The king says his tour will continue, though there are many who say the goodwill previously generated by it has all but evaporated. How terrible. We no longer get the bonus of the World Tour. What a lecherous so-and-so. You must set aside your desires for the stability of the state. Rabble, rabble, rabble. Hello, Velvet Moxie. How's it going? Thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well today. And, yeah, happy end of weekend, unfortunately. Happy, Sunday. Now, friends, we have a slight issue. Slight issue here, team. What's the slight issue? Cat Fritz knows what the slight issue is. The Republicans win the Serbian elections. This is not the slight issue. Established at the end of 1925, the young Republic of Serbia has recently held the third national election in its history. Between Black Monday, renewed ethnic violence in Bulgaria, and creeping rumors of a shadow government in the military, the 1936 elections were made out to be the most contentious yet. In a surprising turn, the elections have reaffirmed the status quo. The Republican Party has successfully defended its coalition with the moderate Socialist Party, a feat that observers attribute to their effective response to Black Monday and tacit approval of remilitarization. As tensions in the Balkans rise and rumors of military conspiracy intensify, the staunchly progressive Republicans are expected to have their hands full in the coming years. Can idealism really survive? I'm sure it can. Friends, unfortunately, you know what the thing is. The problematic thing is it's after 2 p.m. my time. I gotta go get ready to teach, I gotta eat a sandwich, so that's gonna be the end of today's stream, unfortunately. Moxie, you're in a found night shift for 2 days for today. Weekend's about to start. Awesome. Hopefully you're able to catch us again real soon. I always feel bad when someone joins the chat and channel at the time I'm about to say goodbye, but it is indeed goodbye time for us to pet the cats and learn to teach and all the rest. Who shall we raid host today? Which among us shall we raid? Let's reset the category and see who's where. Hey, it's me! I love when it caps me like this. So good, so good, so good. The road to 15 followers. You think we can do this, team? Can we do this? The road to 15 followers. If they respond when I say hello, let's see if we can do it. Hello, smiley face.
Various methods through the ages have been attempted to devise an international process to prevent or settle disputes between nations.
Oh no.
From the very start, workable
Oh no.
insofar as individual citizens were concerned.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Alright, this person's pretty cool. They play a little game called Project Zomboid. We're gonna raid them. When you get there, say hello. I'll put a little raid message chat in a moment. And then, you know, we'll go ahead and be nice over there, etc. Back tomorrow with more video games. More Hearts Fired. More fun. More conversation. Etc. And goodbye for now, friends. Right in chat, there's the hello friend thing. We'll say hello, zombies. We'll say hello, friend. It'll be good. See you there. Copy and paste if you want to. Your call entirely. Thanks a lot, and goodbye for now.
Definitely, like, if you know how to bring me out of lurk, I will come out of lurk. Yeah, you're in Claire, you're in Muldra, right? I think that's where your playthrough is kind of located, at least. Isn't making rats race out? It's the concept. The concept of a rat race. So the concept of a rat race is a impossible challenge.